Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Faced with the request, Xia Fan didn't even hesitate to shake his head. "No can do," he said. "That Snorlax is the first Pokémon besides Gengar to reach the Divine Realm, thanks to the system's charm aura. It wasn't just a matter of power, it was proof of top-tier potential. Even little Lugia hadn't broken through yet, while this Snorlax had. When he caught that Munchlax in the forest, he had also caught several others. None had advanced this far. This wasn't luck, it was raw, unmatched potential." Professor Rattata seemed undeterred. "It's just a Snorlax. Why not lend it for research?" Xia Fan chuckled. "Professor, it's not that I don't want to. But frankly, I don't think you can afford to feed it. Each meal costs at least 1,000,000, maybe more." "1,000,000? Rattata frowned, eyeing the mountain-sized Snorlax. "Just use the Snorlax energy box." The professor waved off the concern. "Even if it eats a lot, it's manageable." "You sure?" Xia Fan smirked and clapped a hand on Rattata's shoulder. "That's how I started too. Wait until you see how much it actually eats." "Fine, let's take a look." Rattata crossed his arms, still intrigued. The more he looked at Snorlax, the more fascinated he became. Diantha stood nearby, deep in thought. A divine Deoxys, a heterochromatic Gengar. And now, this colossal Snorlax? Just how many monstrous Pokémon was Xia Fan hiding? Not long after, Ash and his friends came running over, drawn by the noise. Upon seeing the Snorlax, their jaws dropped. "This is yours, Xia Fan," Ash exclaimed. "I've been keeping it at home," Xia Fan said casually. "Had it delivered through the Pokémon Center." He had to improvise. The truth would have caused a frenzy. And speaking of frenzy, news outlets quickly caught wind. Reporters and photographers flooded in, and in no time, Xia Fan Snorlax became a sensation across the Kalos region. Fans and tourists swarmed the site, eager for a selfie with the towering creature. Snorlax, for its part, couldn't have cared less. As long as it had food, the crowd might as well be insects buzzing around. Whether it was the end of the world or a noisy tourist spot, Snorlax remained calm as a boulder, so long as its mouth stayed full. But its appetite? That was a problem. In just 1 hour, Xia Fan spent over 500,000 yuan. A large chunk of that went into the specially made Snorlax energy boxes. Even after eating those, it needed extra helpings via stuffed cheeks. Rattata, now observing everything up close, was visibly shaken. By the time dawn arrived and the Kalos Alliance Conference's opening ceremony began, with fireworks lighting the sky and flocks of fletchlings soaring above, Rattata had been watching Snorlax eat all night. Originally, Diantha was to give the opening speech, but she had left the night before for a film shoot. So the duty fell to Rattata. Except, the professor was practically in shock. 8,000,000 eaten in one night, he muttered under his breath. "He's still eating? This isn't a Snorlax, it's a gold-devouring monster." With no other choice, the Alliance staff nudged Xia Fan forward to take the spotlight. As the double champion, he was more than qualified. Clearing his throat, Xia Fan stepped up to the center stage, camera lights flashing, and addressed the entire Kalos region. "Dear trainers, every battle, every moment of effort, everything you've gone through to stand here today, they are your irreplaceable treasures. Let this be the stage where you shine with no regrets." He raised his right hand high. "And now I officially declare the Kalos Alliance Conference open." Cheers erupted across the stadium. As the crowd roared, the first match of the day began. Alan versus Ash's friend, Trevor. Back in the stands, Rattata, dark circles under his eyes, still reeling from Snorlax's midnight buffet, turned to Xia Fan. "Who do you think will win?" "Both of them center their teams around Charizard," Xia Fan said, scanning the player data. "They can both Mega Evolve too, just in different forms." "I see." But which one has the edge? Xia Fan smiled. My bet's on Alan. I've fought him before, he's strong. Rattata blinked. So that means Alan wins. Xia Fan looked at him and chuckled. Professor Rattata, if Alan had won, I wouldn't be sitting here. Right? Rattata slapped his forehead. I must be sleep-deprived. Just as Xia Fan predicted, Alan emerged victorious in the opening 3v3 match. His Mega Charizard X had utterly overpowered Trevor's Mega Charizard Y, defeating it with a single flamethrower. He then steamrolled through Trevor's Aerodactyl and Florges to complete a clean sweep, 1-against-3. The audience erupted in applause, the stadium buzzing with admiration. Rattata, still glued to the camera, turned to Xia Fan again. Who do you think will win the second match? The second match is Ash versus a trainer named Titus. Their aces are Greninja and Altaria, respectively, Xia Fan replied. He paused, then added with a subtle smile, I'm leaning toward Ash. He's a close friend, and I've seen firsthand what he's capable of. If Titus manages to beat him, then he's definitely championship material. All right then, Rattata nodded. Let's see how it goes. As the sun dipped beneath the horizon, the first round of the Kalos League, 64-32, wrapped up. Xia Fan and Rattata exited the venue together, the latter still following like a curious shadow. Professor Rattata, aren't you heading to the post-tournament dinner? Xia Fan asked, raising an eyebrow. No, I want to check something more important, Rattata replied with a straight face. I need to see if your Snorlax is still eating. Xia Fan blinked. All right. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the villa provided by the Kalos Alliance. A safety cordon had been set up to keep curious onlookers at bay. Even from a distance, one could spot Snorlax lounging in the courtyard, chewing contentedly. You're still eating? Xia Fan muttered under his breath, feeling an inexplicable chill run down his spine. He had literally not stopped since yesterday. As if on cue, a middle-aged man in a sharp suit rushed over, holding a thick booklet. Mr. Xia Fan, the man called out, excitement in his voice. This is the invoice for your Snorlax's meals for the day. Please sign so we can continue feeding him. Xia Fan took the ledger and flipped through it, his expression slowly hardening with each page. Breakfast, snack, lunch, afternoon snack, pre-dinner, dinner, midnight snack. When he reached the final tally, 18.9 million yuan, his face darkened into a frown shaped like the character. He glanced at his flash Snorlax, still blissfully eating in the golden hue of the setting sun, then exhaled slowly. Signing the bill, he pulled out his phone and transferred the funds. Nearly 20 million in a single day. Roughly 600 million a month, if this continues. Although he knew Snorlax wouldn't eat like this every day, the sheer scale of divine tier consumption was staggering. Xia Fan turned to Rattata, half laughing, half crying. Now you understand why I take bounty battles so seriously. Rattata nodded solemnly. I do, and I must say, you're a remarkably responsible trainer. To maintain a Pokémon like that, most trainers would have given up. But Xia Fan persisted. Then Xia Fan smiled slyly. So, Professor, still interested in researching it? I'm happy to loan Snorlax to you, just as long as you cover its daily meals. Rattata froze. Then, with perfect comedic timing, he slapped his forehead. Oh, I just remembered. I have an interview with the Alliance media team. Xia Fan narrowed his eyes. The interview's for both of us. At 9 p.m. That's more than 3 hours from now. All right. What I meant was my lab student just made a breakthrough on Mega Evolution. He asked me to join a video call immediately after the matches. Rattata tried to wriggle free as Xia Fan held his arm. After a brief struggle, the professor looked up with teary eyes. Please spare me. I'm not strong enough for this kind of responsibility. Xia Fan finally let go, laughing. All right. Go early and come back on time so we can attend that interview together. As Rattata fled the scene like a man escaping from a nightmare, Xia Fan turned his gaze back to Snorlax. He let out a long sigh. If I don't hustle hard, I'll be bankrupt just trying to keep one Pokémon fed. Shaking his head, Xia Fan continued down the road toward the city center. On the way, he passed a local vendor with a long queue. Spectators were lining up to buy early predictions and results of tomorrow's tournament matches. Xia Fan paused, watched for a while, then smiled faintly. Taking out her cell phone, Xia Fan started contacting Jesse, James, and others, planning his new plan to make a fortune. Let Jesse James ask his subordinates to bet on the outcome according to what he said, what Pokemon each team will send out first, whether the winning rate is 1 against 3, 2 against 3, or 3 against 3, and what the competition venue will be. They all placed huge bets, hundreds of millions. The kind that will make the banker go bankrupt and run away in one day. Certainly, he doesn't bet on everything. He only bets on the battles he understands. He won't bet on the ones he doesn't understand, such as the battles that other players participate in. He also has to prevent the dealer from running away and have people keep an eye on him. If the dealer really wants to run away, the Pantheon, will immediately rob him. No, it should be said that we should become the embodiment of justice, punishment, and other rabble. At the same time, it is also necessary to avoid the dealer using tricks to make the players he bet on play a fake match. To do this, he had to call over another Darkrai, the previous leader of the Darkrai clan. The Darkrai who broke through the Divine Realm and was subdued in Bayong Town. Let him stay behind this store. Monitor these people, follow the clues to find out the big banker behind the scenes, and close the net when he tries to escape. After planning a fortune-making plan on the phone, Xia Fan left to meet Ash and the others. About 10 minutes later, several young people came to this store, which was equivalent to a sports lottery, with heavy bets, and started betting according to what Xia Fan said. Time passes. The battle against Kalo's alliance has reached the 4th day. That is the stage for the top 8 to top 4. At this time, Ash was fighting with a beautiful girl. Hawlucha versus Absol, who has Mega Evolved. If Hawlucha wins, Ash will advance to the semifinals. So the girl waved her hand excitedly. Absol, use Illusion Slash. ABO. Absol responded to his master's command by shaking his head vigorously, and a purple crescent flew out from the top of his head. Unfortunately, Hawlucha easily dodged it by flying up to soaring in the sky. Ash seized the opportunity and said without hesitation, Hawlucha, use Flying Press. Then I heard a bird singing. Hawlucha twirls and soaring in the sky. Then it fell suddenly to the ground. After a loud bang, Absol cried out miserably ABO and fell to the ground, losing his ability to fight. The referee saw this and immediately announced the winner. Absol is incapacitated, so the winner is Ash. Following Alan, Ash also made it to the semifinals. Ash excitedly pumped his fist and shouted, "Hail!" The audience began to applaud. Of course, the one who clapped the loudest had to be Xia Fan in the guest seats. Just stand up and applaud. In the end, it was Rattata who coughed wildly, suggesting that he should pay attention to his current identity, and Xia Fan hurriedly sat down again. Sorry, I'm so happy. Xia Fan smiled. No way. Made money. Making a lot of money. Before this match started, he had people trying to promote the idea that Ash's rival was very strong in this match in order to increase the odds. Then when the betting time was approaching, he asked someone to check out the situation and bet all the winnings from the past few days on Ash, which amounted to 2.5 billion. It was beyond his expectation that the banker had so much money. He still hasn't thought of running away, which means he just wants Ash to play a fake game. But who is Xia? How could he agree to that? So he came with a ruthless attitude this time. If you bet all 2.5 billion, you will make 2 billion if you win. If he doesn't run away, he will bet 4.5 billion on Ash in the semifinals. Let's see how long the dealer can hold on. It's okay. I understand. Rattata didn't think much about it, thinking that Xia Fan was so excited because he was a good friend of Ash. At this moment, Xia Fan's cell phone vibrated. Xia Fan frowned slightly. Excuse me, I suddenly have to pee urgently. Professor Buratano, I'll need to trouble you to hold on for a while. Rattata waved his hand. It's okay, go ahead. Thank you for your hard work. Xia Fan patted the other person's shoulder and left the venue under the pretext of going to the bathroom. Jog to the toilet. I saw clearly that the call was from Jesse and others. What's wrong? Xia Fan answered the call. Xia Xingxing, do we still want by the match between Sawyer and Zhou Ziming? Jesse asked on the other end of the phone. No need. Xia Fan shook his head and said, now you just need to confirm whether the banker has run away or not. The story of Callow's alliance is somewhat different from what I remember, because according to the plot, in this semi-final, Sawyer's rival should be Tierno, another good friend of Ash, but now it has become Zhou Zimming, who you can tell from his name is a player. Therefore, since it is hard to predict the outcome, it is better not to place a bet. Okay, I understand, Jesse said. The call was immediately hung up. Jesse began contacting his subordinates and asked them to withdraw the money. At the same time, on a coffee table about 10 meters away from Jesse, Lysandra frowned and looked at Jesse James and Meowth not far away. Jesse James knew that they had been asking people to bet on this recently, but he didn't understand how Jesse James and the others had the courage to bet so big. Hundreds of millions of dollars are often bet. I hope they don't forget their mission because of the bet, Lysandra thought to himself. One day later, in the guest seats of the semifinals, Xia Fan looked at Ash and Sawyer on the battlefield with a smile. Yesterday, Sawyer successfully defeated the player named Zhou Zimming and advanced to the semifinals. Now, the winner between the two of them will enter the finals and compete with Alan for the championship. At this moment, the battle is already halfway through. Ash has the upper hand. He has already accomplished a feat of defeating 3 opponents at once with just 1 Gudra. After defeating Sawyer's Slaking, Iron Defense Pistol Shrimp, and Shield Sword Monster, we only need to defeat 3 more to advance to the finals. It seems that my weight-bearing training with legendary Pokémon for Ash was quite effective, Xia Fan said with satisfaction. If he remembered correctly, if it followed the original plot, the battle between Sawyer and Ash is basically a one-on-one fight, with both sides evenly matched. It's not like this at all. Gudra uses his powerful strength to directly kill 3 of Sawyer's Pokémon and greet his 4th. Okay, Sawyer, which Pokémon are you going to send out next? On the battlefield, Ash shouted while pumping his fist with high spirits. Come out, Salamander. There was a flash of red light, and Sawyer released his 4th Pokémon. Although he has already lost 3 games, Sawyer still has confidence. He said, although I know there's a gap in strength between you and me, Ash, I can't keep losing like this. Newt uses Incinerate. Violence. The violent Newt flapped its wings in the air, and after a dragon roar, it spit out 6 scorching fireballs in succession. Gudra Aquatail. Hemi. Gudra followed Ash's instructions, and then saw it waving its big tail like a raging sea, scattering the 6 fireballs one by one. It formed a beautiful picture of the blending of fire and water, making the audience almost think that this was the stage of a contest ceremony. Fortunately, Ash didn't think so. After the fireball was dispersed, he seized the opportunity to issue an attack order for counterattack. Gudra Muddy Water. Hemi. A stream of muddy water suddenly spit out from Gudra's mouth towards the storm salamander. Sawyer's pupils shrank. Newt, avoided double edge. The Newt followed the command and spun in midair, circling the muddy water column and diving towards Gudra. Ash saw this and quickly changed to a new attack. Gudra Power Whip. Hemi. Gudra stopped the muddy water attack upon hearing this, twisted his body, turned his back to the violent salamander, and began to condense a flow of focus energy from his tail. As the Newt swooped down, Gudra's tail began to swing continuously and vigorously. There was a loud bang, and thick smoke rose up. Everyone looked at the battlefield nervously. When the smoke cleared, Gudra was standing there with wounds all over his body, while the violent Newt fell to the ground and lost its fighting ability. The host also began to shout excitedly. The violent Newt lost its fighting ability, and Gudra successfully completed the feat of 1 against 4. The audience was in an uproar and applauded. Thank you for your hard work, Gudra. Have a good rest. Ash took out the Pokeball and took Gudra back. He knew Gudra was tired, and there was no need to continue the fight. Greninja, it's up to you to lead us to the finals in the next match. There was a flash of red light, and Ash finally sent out his 2nd Pokemon of the game. And Sawyer also sent out his 5th Pokemon, a very cute Slurpuff. But facing Ash's absolute main force in the Kalos region, Greninja, Slurpuff is clearly not good enough. Just one round. He was eliminated by Greninja's single kill. Helplessly, Sawyer could only reluctantly release his last and strongest Pokémon, Sceptile, and it appears as Mega Evolution. Ash saw this and asked Greninja to fight with him with all his strength. Then Greninja also completed the Bond evolution. Ash, let's have a fight without regrets, Sawyer shouted, and immediately issued the attack order. Sceptile Plant Frenzy. Lizard. Sceptile, who had completed Mega Evolution, slapped the ground hard. The battlefield suddenly collapsed, and several thick vines rushed out from the ground, rushing towards Greninja and binding him. Ash waved his hand. Get out of the way. Greninja bounced on the spot, jumping 7 or 8 meters high in an instant and avoiding the vines. One word kill. Greninja received the order and waved his right hand. Then he shuttled between the vines like a ninja normal and cut all the vines one by one in a handsome manner. But that's not all. Greninja Water Shuriken. Sceptile uses Dragon Claw. The Water Shuriken and Dragon Claw collided in the center of the field, causing puffs of white smoke. Ash seized the opportunity, used a spinning attack. Greninja then brazenly rushed into the white smoke, and when it cleared, he fired a combo at Sceptile, who hadn't reacted in time. Sceptile was forced to retreat repeatedly, and finally recovered a little after receiving the order to use Leaf Hurricane. However, for Greninja, which have been often beaten by Deoxys during this period, this kind of battle is just a piece of cake. After several more battles with Sceptile, Greninja eliminated Sceptile with a single Water Shuriken and entered the finals with Ash. Pretty. In the audience, Xia Fan stood up decisively and led the crazy applause. For billion, another 4 billion earned. Chase-Bin, where are you? Come out. Outside the main venue of Kalo's Alliance, Ash, Serena, Clement, and Yulika were shouting excitedly. At this time, Xia Fan, who had just finished an interview with the media and was asked about his opinion on tomorrow's game, came over. Serena, Ash, what's wrong with you? He asked, confused. Mr. Xia Fan, my father just brought us a few boxes of malaria pancakes, a specialty of our Lumio city. Clement explained anxiously, but just as we finished eating, Pancham and Chase-Bin disappeared. We just found Pancham and are still looking for Chase-Bin. Xia Fan raised his eyebrows, suddenly remembering that there seemed to be such a scene in the plot. If I remember correctly, Clement's Chase-Bin was picked up by Alan's girlfriend Manon. Just at this moment, a familiar shout was heard not far away. Lily! Everyone turned their heads and saw a playful girl in a hat holding a Chase-Bin walking towards them, followed by Ash's friends Tierno, Trevor, and Shauna. The Chase-Bin was very excited to see Clement. He jumped out of the girl's arms and jumped into Clement's arms in 2 or 3 steps. Chase-Bin, you goodness, where have you been? Clement rubbed Chase-Bin's little head. Ash expressed his gratitude to his 3 friends, Tierno, Trevor, Shauna. Thank you for helping us find it. We didn't find it. The 3 friends pointed at the girl behind them with an embarrassed look on their faces. It's all thanks to Miss Manon. Ash and the others looked in the direction he was pointing. Then I saw the lady named Manon staring at Chase-Bin in Clement's arms. Her eyes were wet and tears were flowing out uncontrollably. Ash was at a loss as to what to do when the little girl cried. What happened? After Manon realized what was happening, he quickly rubbed his eyes and said, Sorry, did I scare you guys? The Pokémon Center, half an hour later. Ash, Xia Fan, and the others sat in the lobby, listening to Manon telling her story. She told everyone that she actually had Chase-Bin, but it was sick and had been resting. It was now being treated in Lyssandra's laboratory. While Manon was communicating with everyone, Rattata came over with a tablet computer. I was a little surprised to see Manon. Manon, why are you here? Are you here to cheer Alan up? Yes. Manon scratched his head. So have you seen Alan? Asked Rattata. Not yet. I plan to meet him after the finals. He needs to concentrate on the game, and I don't want to disturb him. Manon said, Oh, that's fine. Rattata nodded, and then he saw Xia Fan sitting calmly in the corner of the sofa. With a resentful look on his face, he said, You guys ran pretty fast in the interview just now. After the semifinals, there were 2 interviews. But after Xia Fan finished being interviewed by the first media outlet and the second media outlet was about to come in, he ran away claiming to have a stomachache, leaving him alone to be questioned by the media. I was finally freed 10 minutes ago. Facing the resentful look of Rattata, Xia Fan coughed and said seriously, I did have a stomachache, but it was gone after a while. I thought that the interview had already started and it would be a bit abrupt for me to go in, so I didn't go in. By the way, what are you doing here? Rattata rolled his eyes at Xia Fan, then looked at Ash excitedly. It's about the power of Greninja. I found some useful information. As he said this, he placed the tablet in front of everyone. Similar things are recorded in ancient documents. At that time, this power was called the binding phenomenon. According to the literature, when the trust between a trainer and a Pokémon reaches a certain level, this extremely rare phenomenon will occur. Also, this seems to be related to the potential abilities of the Pokémon itself. It doesn't happen with every Pokémon. Platano spoke eloquently, and Ash and the others nodded repeatedly as they listened. Only Xia Fan looked calm, because he already knew it. But every once in a while, his brows would raise slightly, because in his mind, the voices of 2 Darkrai sounded at the same time. One is the current leader of the Darkrai clan, who follows behind Lysandra. Master, Team Flare is ready to act. They have taken control of the center of Lumio City and moved all of their facilities into the conference venue. They also brought Z2 and the Zygarde cells they captured. We are debugging the equipment now, and the specific time of action will be after tomorrow's finals. The other was the former clan leader who followed the banker. Master, the dealer is ready to run away. He is telling his men that if Ash wins tomorrow's final, he will have his men take your bet and run away. You are in cahoots with him. After listening to the reports of the 2 Darkrai, Xia Fan nodded slightly and replied at the same time, using mind sharing. Okay, I understand. You just stay there and tell me if you find anything new. Meanwhile, Professor Bretano left after talking to Ash about what happened to him and Greninja. It just so happened that it was getting dark. Everyone had dinner together before going their separate ways. Euligia and Serena took Manon to the hotel to rest. Xia Fan accompanied Ash in the open space outside the venue for the last special training before the finals. Let Deoxys fight against each of Ash's 6 Pokémon once, increasing Ash's command in the face of crises. About an hour later, the special training had just ended, and Ash was sitting on the ground exhausted when a tall and straight man who looked like the Lion King walked out from the woods not far away. First, he extended his hand to Xia Fan enthusiastically. Mr. Xia Fan, we meet again. As expected of the double champion of Sinnoh and Unova. 1 against 6 is still more than enough. Xia Fan smiled slightly. Thank you for the compliment. The man looked at Ash again. Hi. You must be Ash? Ash looked at the other person in confusion. Yes, may I ask who you are? Hello, I'm Lysandra. Lysandra said. Ash's eyes lit up, and he started chatting with the other party. I heard Manon say that. I didn't expect you knew Manon. Yes, we were together an hour ago. She has gone back to the hotel now. Is Mr. Lysandra looking for her? No. I came here specifically to see you. Looking for me? Ash was stunned. Lysandra smiled and said, You and your Greninja have sparked a lot of discussion at this conference. Are you referring to the bond phenomenon? That thing is called the bond phenomenon. Yes, I only found out about it after Professor Bretano checked it out and told me. Oh, that power is amazing. It'll bring new possibilities to Pokémon and humans. Perhaps it can become a benchmark to guide the world to come. I am very interested in Mega Evolution and the strong friendship between humans. Please tell me about it in detail after the Alliance War is over. Can you promise me? Lysandra looked at Ash seriously. Of course, Ash said without hesitation. Lysandra smiled and said, Thank you. See you tomorrow. Do your best in the finals. I'll try my best. Ash clenched his fists. Then I'll go first. Lysandra looked at Xia Fan. Mr. Xia Fan, the gift I prepared for you will be delivered tomorrow. I hope you like it and we can become close friends. After saying that, Lysandra waved her hand and turned to leave. After he left, Ash wondered. Mr. Xia Fan, Mr. Lysandra said he has prepared a big gift for you? What gift? Xia Fan shrugged and smiled as he watched Lysandra leave. Don't ask me, I don't know either. But I prepared a big gift for him. You also prepared a big gift for him, Mr. Xia Fan. Are you two so close? Ash was very surprised, and then asked curiously, What present did you prepare for him? Can you show it to me? You should have a good rest. Stay alert and prepare for tomorrow's finals. Don't let me down. Xia Fan patted Ash on the shoulder and turned to leave. Early the next morning, as a helicopter landed at the main venue of Kalos Alliance, host walked out and the prelude to the finals began. The Kalos Alliance Lumiose Conference, where the bloody battles never stop, has finally come to the final round to decide the final winner. All of Kalos is paying attention to this battle. Who will stand on top in the end, Ash or Alan? Let us applaud the two trainers who have finally advanced to the Glory Showdown. Contestant Ash, player Alan. There was thunderous applause. Ash and Alan appeared on both sides of the battlefield under the watchful eyes of everyone. The final venue is the water and rock venue. At this point, the host stepped down and the referee appeared in the center of the field and announced the rules of the match. Then, the match between Ash and Alan is about to begin. There are 6 Pokémon that can be used, and Pokémon can be replaced freely. When all Pokémon of one side lose the ability to fight, the game ends. Also, when one of the teams has only 3 Pokémon left, we will switch battle zones. Now, both parties please send out your Pokémon. As the referee announced the rules, Ash swung his right hand with great enthusiasm. Pikachu, it's decided to be you. Pika. Pikachu jumped over Ash's shoulder and appeared handsomely in the venue. On the other hand, Alan smiled and sent out a quasi-god general in his lineup. Come out, Banhila. A red light flashed, and Banhila made a brilliant appearance. And as soon as he appeared on the scene, he used Yangsha's ability to change the weather to sandstorm. The referee waved his arm. Now the game begins. After saying that, he quickly ran away from the center of the game to avoid becoming a sitting duck for the 2 Pokémon. Banjura, Dark Pulse. As the referee moved away, Alan took the initiative to issue an attack order. The next second, in the raging sand, a mouthful of Dark Pulse came out of Banjila's mouth. Although Ash heard the sound but couldn't see it clearly, he still quickly gave Pikachu the number 1 magical skill in the Pokémon world. Pikachu, get out of the way. Pika. Pikachu rolled over and jumped, successfully dodging. Have Dark Pulse hit the rock. As the rubble fell into the river in the center of the field, Ash had an idea. Without hesitation, he said, Pikachu, use Iron Tail on the water. Pika. The next second, Pikachu's tail became as hard as iron and smashed the water surface hard. The river water exploded instantly, covering the entire venue. The originally sandstorm day suddenly turned into a rainy day. The field suddenly became clear, causing Banhila to panic. Ash seized the opportunity and decisively issued an attack order. Pikachu Thunderbolt. The next second, a spark comparable to thunder bloomed from Pikachu's body, covering the entire venue in the rain. Banhila stood in the falling rain and wailed in pain. Alan wanted to give the order to counterattack, but Banhila was unable to do it at the moment. In the end, he could only watch Banhila fall to the ground. The referee's voice followed. Banhila loses the ability to fight, and Pikachu wins. Player Ash won the first victory. Applause began to break out in the venue. In the guest seats, Xia Fan kept nodding. Yes, special training is still very useful. If the original plot had been followed, after Pikachu's Thunderbolt, he would have had to fight Banjila for several more rounds before he could win. It's nothing like now, where a Thunderbolt just used the water droplets all over the sky to increase its power and knocked it down. Pikachu, you finally stopped acting. On the other side, there's a room specially used by Alliance officials for dignitaries to watch the game. Jesse James Meowth, Lysandra, and Manon sat among them. Seeing Alan's first Pokémon fail, Manon looked regretful. Jesse, James, and Meowth clenched their fists excitedly. They looked at each other in bewilderment and were about to jump up and shout, "Well done, little brat." The reason is nothing more than that they took their own money and followed Xia Fan to bet on Ash to win. Moreover, He was risking everything and put all the wealth he had earned in the Temple of the Gods into it. In order to get rich quickly, he made a few small goals. Let's turn our attention back to the battlefield. Alan sent out his second Pokémon, Weevil. Ash called Pikachu back and released Noivern instead. When a referee announced the start of the fight, this time Ash attacked first. Noivern used supersonic sound waves. Noivern flapped his wings and flew into the air. With a sound wave, visible ripples came out of his mouth. Weevil used protect, Alan said hurriedly. Weevil then held up the sky with one hand, and a light blue shield emerged, perfectly blocking supersonic. And at the moment of resistance, Alan directed a counterattack. Weevil Knight slash. The next second, Weevil bounced and instantly approached Noivern in midair. A lavender blade condensed in his hand, and he didn't give Ash any orders to defend. However, just as the sharp blade was about to hit Noivern, Noivern actually took the initiative to dodge backwards, avoiding Weevil's Night Slash and creating some distance. This delighted Ash, and he seized the opportunity to issue a counterattack order. Noivern Supersonic. Sound waves. A scream. Weevil, who had not yet returned to the ground in midair, was knocked back by Supersonic and hit the rock wall hard, creating a big hole. But it has not lost its fighting power. The two sides then began a battle of skills and wits. Alan Ice Beam, Ash Supersonic. Skills are used against each other, and huge smoke is generated. Ash, use Dragon Claw. Alan, use Double Team. Ash, use Supersonic to find its true form. Weevil's Double Team was instantly broken, and Noivern's Dragon Claw continued to swing. Alan, get out of the way. However, the avoidance failed. Noivern's Dragon Claw successfully caught Weevil's evasive position and grabbed it with one claw. Weevil fell to the ground. Alan's second Pokémon was defeated. The host's excited shout was then heard on the radio. It's incredible. I never thought that Ash would win 2 games in a row in the finals. Alan frowned and looked at Ash. It was a little unbelievable that Ash, who had never defeated him before, actually defeated 2 of his Pokémon in a row this time. However, he is confident that he will win back. Thanks for your hard work, Weevil. Alan took back Weevil and took out a new Pokeball. Come out, Unpheasant. Ash saw this and moved his hat, taking Noivern back and sending out Talonflame instead. As soon as these 2 flying Pokemon came out, they started a round of fighting in the air without waiting for Ash and Alan to give any orders. Fight from the air to the ground. All skills are used exactly the same. Alan commanded the use of Steel Wing, and Ash also commanded Steel Wing. Ash commanded Sky Attack, and Alan also commanded Sky Attack. After round of the same skill confrontation, the final victory or defeat is decided. In the final Sky Attack, both Pokémon tackled each other and lost their ability to fight. Because Unpheasant and Talonflame lost their combat effectiveness at the same time. The situation on the field changed to Alan having 3 Pokémon left and Ash having 5 Pokémon left. The host's voice sounded. Since Alan only has 3 Pokémon left, we will now change the battle zone. As soon as the words fell, the entire venue shook slightly. The water and rock fields under Alan and Ash's feet began to alternate. During this time, Ash and Pikachu encouraged each other, then clenched their fists and shouted at Alan. Alan, enjoy our battle until the last moment. Alan raised his fist towards Ash and said calmly, I will. If you didn't watch the game, you would think that he had 5 Pokémon left and Ash had 3. 1 minute later, the battle zone change was completed. It changed from a water and rock venue to a grassland venue. At the referee's wave, Alan released the 4th Pokémon. Come out, Bisharp. Ash sent out Hawlucha. As soon as they appeared, the 2 Pokémon began a skill-based melee at the command of their respective trainers. Alan, Scissors Guillotine. Ash, Scissors Cross. Ash, Flying Knee. Alan, Iron Head. After several rounds of fierce fighting, Ash's Hawlucha won. Although it was a miserable victory, he still stood at the end, changing the original plot's result of losing to Bisharp. This left Alan with only 2 Pokémon available, while Ash still had 5. Faced with this result, Alan finally looked a little panicked. I took a few deep breaths before I recovered. Until the last moment, the outcome is still undecided, and I still have a great chance. After saying this, Alan released the fifth Pokémon. Come out, Metagross. Thank you for your hard work, Hawlucha. Ash took out the Pokeball Hawlucha and put it away, then let Pikachu, who had been resting for a while, play again. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. As soon as it appeared, Ash issued an attack order. But this time, Thunderbolt came up empty-handed. Because Alan saw Pikachu using the same trick again, he decisively ordered Metagross to use agility and move at high speed in the field, making it difficult for Thunderbolt to hit the target. Finally, Alan took advantage of the moment when Pikachu was in a trance and decisively ordered Metagross to attack. Alloy Claws. Metagross flashed behind Pikachu, slapped it away with one claw, and then used the skill Rock Slide. Several huge rocks connected in midair and smashed towards Pikachu. However, this set of damage did not make Pikachu lose its fighting ability. Instead, it continued to fight with Metagross with high morale. Therefore, when Alan was about to press on and command Metagross to use Meteor Punch, Pikachu's counterattack began. Electro Ball. Ash. Pikachu decisively flicked its tail, and an Electro Ball was thrown out, destroying the Meteor Fist in midair and even counterattacked Metagross, causing Metagross to scream in pain. Ash saw the opportunity and quickly had Pikachu jump onto Metagross's back, then used Thunderbolt. No matter how Metagross shakes it, it stays there and uses Thunderbolt uninterruptedly. The electricity lasted for nearly a minute. Metagross, who was full of blood, finally fell down. This gave Ash his fifth win, and the only thing left for the championship was Alan's last and strongest Pokémon, Charizard. It all depends on you, Charizard. Alan gritted his teeth and released the last Pokémon. Thank you for your hard work. Pikachu, come back. Ash chose to call the tired Pikachu back and threw out a new Pokeball. Come out, Greninja, and let us stand together at the end. A red light flashed, and Greninja appeared. Finally, the last one. In the guest seats, Xia Fan smiled. 5 against 1. He didn't believe Ash could lose in the final. At this moment, Darkray's voice sounded in Xia Fan's mind. Master, Team Flare is about to take action. Oh. Xia Fan raised his eyebrows and turned to look at the room prepared by Alliance's official revolving door for VIP guests. Lysandra, Jesse James, and Meowth, who were originally in the room, were gone, leaving only Alan's girlfriend Manon, who was still cheering for Alan crazily. Understand. Keep watching. Xia Fan nodded, and then continued to focus his attention on the battlefield. At this point, Charizard and Greninja had already had a round of fighting. Greninja successfully wounded Charizard with the Itchy Slash. Alan then had Charizard perform a Mega Evolution, and Ash also had Greninja perform a Bond Evolution. The peak battle between the two sides' strongest forces begins. Run, Greninja. Ash took the lead in launching a combat offensive. After the Bond Evolution, Greninja immediately ran at a speed close to agility. Then, halfway through the charge towards Charizard, the body used Double Team, a few dozen for 1 point. Alan said decisively, Flamethrower, sweep the opponent. Charizard roared a dragon and spit out a burning blue flame from his mouth, sweeping away all the Greninjas, but did not hurt the Greninjas. Because Greninja had already bounced into the air and threw out the water shuriken at Ash's command. Alan could only let Charizard use Dragon Claw to resist. Dragon Claw collides with the water shuriken, causing Charizard to fall back several meters. Turn around and attack. Ash took advantage of the victory and pursued. Charizard then started a wonderful melee with Greninja in the center of the field. Although the two sides were still fighting back and forth, any discerning person could see that Greninja had the upper hand. How could that be? Alan stared at Ash. He didn't know why, but this battle actually brought him a little bit of the same oppressive feeling as the last time he fought Xia Fan. The fight between Greninja and Charizard lasted for 10 minutes in the end. Both Pokémon looked seriously injured, but they were holding on. Alan already knew that he had no hope of winning this final, and now he just hoped that his Charizard could defeat Ash's Greninja. So he yelled, Charizard, blast and burn. All that was heard was Charizard's dragon roar. After spinning 360 degrees in the air, it punched hard. The battlefield collapsed instantly, and countless flames burst out from the cracks. On the other side, Ash was also roaring at the top of his lungs. Greninja, water shuriken. Guga. Greninja responded to Ash's command, and this time the water shuriken he took out actually glowed with a saffron-colored light, and it would continue to grow stronger. The explosion and combustion and the collision of the saffron-colored water shuriken finally occurred after 2 seconds. The violent explosion and powder instantly enveloped the entire battlefield. Everyone stretched their necks and stared at the battlefield. I wonder who is standing at the end. Even Xia Fan started to explore the confusion as soon as possible. After a few seconds, the smoke dissipated. Greninja stood on the battlefield with a determined look in his eyes, while Charizard deactivated his Mega Evolution and fell to the ground, losing his ability to fight. The referee immediately began to determine the winner. Charizard is incapable of fighting, so the winner is Ash. The audience cheered immediately, and the host also shouted excitedly. The winner has been decided. In the Kalos Alliance Finals, the player who conquered fierce battle after fierce battle is Ash. Let's applaud and cheer for them. In the guest seats, Xia Fan also stood up and applauded Ash from the bottom of his heart, muttering to himself at the same time. Congratulations, Ash. His mission was accomplished. Let Ash win his first regional championship in Kalos region. After a while, a staff member came to Xia Fan and Professor Brattano and asked them to go down. Mr. Xia Fan, Professor Brattano, please present the championship trophy to Ash together. 5 minutes later, Xia Fan and Brattano arrived at the award ceremony. As Diantha was still on the set and couldn't make it, the two of them had to present the championship trophy to Ash on her behalf. Ash, congratulations. Xia Fan handed the trophy to Ash with a smile. Mr. Xia Fan, if it weren't for you, I might not have won the Kalos championship. Thank you very much for your special training for me during this period. After Ash took the trophy, he bowed to Xia Fan. This is what I should do. Xia Fan patted Ash on the shoulder, then made way to allow Brattano to talk to Ash. However, during the conversation, an accident happened. Xia Fan looked up and saw countless green beams flying over his head, rushing towards the colorful crystal tower of Lumio City. Master, Team Flare's operation has officially begun. Darkray's voice sounded in Xia Fan's mind. At the same time, a picture was transmitted to Xia Fan's mind. This is the scene where Z2, which has now been successfully transformed by Team Flare, successfully evolves into Zygarde's 50% form after integrating countless green light beams. However, unlike the 50% form of Zygarde seen before, this 50% form of Zygarde transformed by Team Flare is red. And after the evolution, countless black vines rushed out from it. It wreaked havoc in Lumio City, causing panic among countless people. When the screen shows this, Xia Fan's real ground starts to shake. A few seconds later, a black vine rushed out from the center of the venue. Immediately afterwards, the second and third roots rushed out from the ground. In just 3 or 4 seconds, the huge venue was covered with black vines. Everyone began to flee in panic. As the champion of Sinnoh and Unova, Xia Fan was immediately given an important position by the Alliance officials. Please ask Xia Fan to help them evacuate the people. Xia Fan naturally wouldn't refuse, because he just needed this excuse not to appear in front of Ash. Ash, you and Alan should go find Serena and the others. Xia Fan said goodbye to Ash, released Deoxys and Gengar, and devoted himself to helping the people in and around the venue who were in trouble. 10 minutes later, Darkray's voice rang in Xia Fan's mind. He told Xia Fan that Ash had been captured and sent to Lysandra under the attack of Team Flare and their Pantheon. Lysandra then began a live broadcast to announce to the world that Team Flare would join forces with Zygarde to create a new and beautiful world. The human population will be drastically reduced, and only those chosen by them will survive. As Darkrai said this, Xia Fan's phone vibrated again. It's Jessie calling. Ask Xia Fan if the Temple of the Gods, can now rob the other party and defeat Team Flare. Because Lyssandra's tone of voice when speaking to the three of them started to become impolite. It seemed that he had 50% of the power to command Zygarde, and when he asked the Pantheon to do something, it was no longer a tone of negotiation, but a tone of command. Xia Fan said calmly after hearing this, "It's okay. Just listen to what he says. When Zygarde's 100% form appears, you can backstab him." Jessie said she understood, and then told Xia Fan that James, under the order of Lysandra, came to find him with a group of members from the Temple of the Gods and Team Flare. He should be asked if he is willing to join Team Flare. If so, he should go with them, otherwise he will be attacked. When the call came, a group of people appeared in front of Xia Fan. This group of people were dressed in blue and cyan uniforms. Following behind are Superior, Venusaur, Dragonite, and Garchomp. Wuji Society. Xia Fan raised his eyebrows and recognized the person from the uniform. "I just didn't expect these people to come to me. Are you trying to steal his Pokémon again?" However, Xia Fan thought too much this time. The middle-aged man who led the group, with a gray beard, came up to Xia Fan, stretched out his hand, and said, "Xia Fan, my name is Dongfeng Ji, and I'm the president of Wuji Society." Xia Fan looked at the other person calmly, without reaching out to shake the hand that the other person extended. Dongfeng Ji was not angry, nor did he take his hand back. Instead, he smiled slightly and continued, "As a player, I believe you are very clear about the current situation. It's just different from what we originally knew. The current incident was caused by Team Flare and an organization called the Temple of the Gods. I don't need to introduce Team Flare, but I believe you definitely don't know this organization called the Pantheon. Even if you do know, you probably don't understand it." Xia Fan raised his eyebrows, but still said nothing. Dongfeng Ji continued, "This is a powerful organization, very powerful, and they have at least one legendary Pokémon, among which Moltres, one of the 3 legendary birds, is known. Right now, this organization is working with Team Flare to capture the complete form of Zygarde, which is the most powerful legendary Pokémon in the Kalos region." Hearing this, Xia Fan finally spoke. "So, what do you want to tell me? Cooperate with our Wuji Society to stop Team Flare and the Temple of the Gods, and then divide up Zygarde. You conquer Core Z1, and I conquer Core Z2. Dongfeng Ji stared at Xia Fan. "I know you have a Deoxys and a Jengar that can fight legendary Pokémon, as well as Darkrai and Regice that were snatched from our Wuji Society last time. This is equivalent to controlling 4 legendary Pokémon. If you cooperate with us, you will definitely be able to stop them." No, you're wrong. It should be 5. Xia Fan shook his head and snapped his fingers at soaring in the sky. Dongfeng Ji looked up in confusion. After a while, the ground vibrated. It was like a giant creature was running towards the venue. 3 seconds later, a huge Snorlax head came into Dongfeng Ji's sight. "Kirby!" It cried out and bounced on the spot. The next second, he jumped from outside the venue into the center of the venue. The entire venue, and even the area within a 10-mile radius, was shaken. If you don't know, you might think it was an earthquake. Just tell me if you can fight against the legend with this physique," Xia Fan said with a smile. Dongfeng Ji's eyelids twitched wildly as he looked at the mountain-sized, heterochromatic Snorlax in front of him. After hesitating for a while, he slowly nodded. Xia Fan then scratched his ears with a power trip. "If that's the case, you see I have 5 legends. Why should I cooperate with you? What qualifications does your Wuji Society have to cooperate with me?" Qualification. Dongfeng Ji suddenly became confident and took out 3 Pokeballs and threw them out one by one. Red light flashed by, revealing Zapdos, Registeel, and a Candle Head, with gray flames floating all over their bodies. They looked like Pokémon from Pokémon in black and white photos. Xia Fan didn't pay attention to the first 2, but the last one made Xia Fan's pupils shrink instantly. Marshadao. Xia Fan looked at this last Pokémon in surprise. He never imagined that the president of the Wuji Society actually possessed the legendary ghost and fighting-type Pokémon, Marshadao. No wonder this Wuji Society suddenly unified the player organizations in the Kalos region and caught legendary Pokémon like Zapdos. With Marshadao, You'll understand. Dongfeng looked at Xia Fan's surprised eyes and stretched out his hand again. Are you eligible now? Yes, of course. Xia Fan grabbed Dongfeng's old hand and smiled more kindly than anyone else. Brother Dongfeng, let's divide up Zygarde and even Team Flare and the Pokémon of the Pantheon together. Dongfeng was very satisfied when he heard Xia Fan suddenly call him Brother Dongfeng. While shaking hands with Xia Fan, he patted Xia Fan on the shoulder and said, It's settled then, Brother Xia Fan. Let's discuss how to stop Team Flare and the Pantheon now. But Xia Fan just shook his head. Brother Dongfeng, there is no need to discuss the plan. I've already thought of it. Have you thought it through? Dongfeng looked at Xia Fan strangely. Xia Fan explained, Yes, I have thought about it, because before you came, the boss of Team Flare, Lysandra, called me and wanted me to join them. Dongfeng frowned slightly. You promised. Xia Fan said, No, I said I'll consider it. Let me see their strength first. So my plan is that you guys quickly change your clothes and pretend to be my people. When Lysandra's men arrive, go with me to see Lysandra. Dongfeng hesitated when he heard this, fearing that Xia Fan would trick him. Seeing him like this, Xia Fan became unhappy. Are you afraid that I will cheat you? In that case, forget it. Lysandra's men will be here soon. I will act on my own. Dongfeng discussed it with his subordinates and soon agreed. Take off the woodish uniform together with your subordinates. And soon after they changed their clothes, James and a Team Flare executive brought the members to Xia Fan. As soon as they arrived, before they could speak, Xia Fan interrupted them. Did Mr. Lysandra ask you to come? I think what he said to me last time is very right. Come on, take me to see him. 10 minutes later, inside the colorful crystal tower, Xia Fan came to Lysandra under the guidance of James. At this time, Lysandra was standing beside Z2 with high spirits, admiring the tragic scene of the vine-covered city of Mylii. When Lysandra saw Xia Fan coming, he immediately burst into laughter and went up to give me a hug. Xia Fan, I never thought you would choose to stand on the same front with me. I was right about you. We can become a pair of close friends and unify the world together. Xia Fan also laughed. Lysandra, I never thought that the present you wanted to give me would be this. I really like it. I have thought about the idea of reducing the number of humans and recreating a beautiful world countless times. Haha, really? It seems we met too late. Lysandra patted Xia Fan on the shoulder and was very satisfied with the other party's recognition. The two chatted for a while, and Lysandra found that there were a few guys standing behind Xia Fan whom he had never seen before. Who are these people? He glanced around with a frown. My subordinates are very knowledgeable about breeding Pokémon. Xia Fan said casually, My Snorlax is usually left with them, and they take care of it. Lysandra's eyes lit up. So, the heterochromatic Snorlax was cultivated by them. Yeah, Xia Fan nodded decisively. Dongfeng and his subordinates behind him looked at each other. Some people didn't expect Xia Fan to be so ridiculous. Lies really come out of his mouth easily. How could they afford to raise a Snorlax that big? Even if they spent all their money, they couldn't raise one. But facing Lysandra's eyes, Dongfeng had no choice but to nod and deal with it for the time being. Actually, I'm planning to capture a Snorlax. Can I give it to them to train? Lysandra looked at Xia Fan. Of course, no problem. I will definitely raise your Snorlax to be as good as mine. If you can't do that, I will give you my Snorlax. Xia Fan patted his chest and continued to speak, making Lysandra extremely excited, and Dongfeng, who was standing behind him, said in his heart that he had learned something. If he hadn't known that Xia Fan was lying, he would have believed it. Fortunately, Xia Fan was not fooling him. Otherwise, if their identities are revealed now, they will be in trouble. After a while, an executive from Team Flare came to Lysandra. Deputy, everything is ready. Alan has been brought here as well. He wants to know the truth of the incident. Then bring him here. Lysandra looked at Xia Fan and asked if he wanted to meet Alan with him. Forget it. I know Ash was captured by you. As his traveling companion, I don't want to provoke him. Xia Fan pretended to be reluctant. It seems that you are still too kind. Lysandra patted Xia Fan on the shoulder and did not force him. He asked his subordinates to take Xia Fan to a corner and hide. 1 minute later, Alan appears in front of Lysandra. He began to question Lysandra why she arrested Ash. While the two were talking, Zygarde's 10% form, Z1, came up and fought with Zygarde's 50% form. After being defeated in one move, he turned into Zygarde's 50% form and fought with Z2 in the city. Xia Fan and the people from Wuji Society just hid in the back and watched quietly. Watch how Z1, Z2 fights. Watch how Lysandra taunts Alan and makes him collapse, and a famous scene where he tries to steal the power of Bond evolution from Ash and Greninja, but ends up failing. Everything is still going according to the original plot. The only difference is that when Z1 was attacked by Team Flare during the fight with Z2, and they both fell into the violent contest condition, Eureka did not succeed in convincing it and making it regain its sanity. Because in the original plot, Xiaowan, that is, Z1 and Eureka, were the closest. At the critical moment, Eureka influenced Z1 and made Xiaowan stop his rage. But now, because of Xia Fan's constant interference in the journey, the person closest to Z1 is no longer Eulegia, but Xia Fan. Therefore, after the violent contest condition Z1 and Z2 joined forces to kill everyone in the city, no one could stop them. Even Steven, who suddenly showed up with Mega Evolution Metagross to save the world, was beaten by Z1's 1,000 waves. Because of this difference, the plot begins to move in another direction. Nothing the protagonist set out to do was successful. Clement was unable to destroy the device that sent Z1, Z2 into a frenzy due to the existence of the Pantheon. Team Flare, led by Lysandra, won a great victory. After capturing Ash and Alan again, he began to awaken his ultimate weapon and ordered it to fuse with Z1, Z2, who were in a violent contest condition, so that they could finally succeed in becoming the complete Zygarde. As soon as the complete Zygarde appears, the domineering red figure made everyone in the city stand still. And Lysandra watched, and he laughed, laughing at soaring in the sky. And not far behind him, Xia Fan and Dongfeng Ji also laughed happily. Both of them murmured at the same time. Finally, we can take action. Thank you for your hard work, Lysandra. Dongfeng Ji walked out from the shadows, clapping his hands. Lysandra, who was laughing loudly, stopped abruptly when she heard Dongfeng Ji's words. He looked at the other person in confusion, not understanding why Dongfeng Ji, as Xia Fan's subordinate, dared to speak to him in such a tone. Let me introduce myself. My name is Dongfeng Ji, the president of Wuji Society. Dongfeng Ji looked at Lysandra with a playful expression. Take out 3 Pokeballs at the same time. Come out. Zapdos, Registeel, Marshadao. A red light flashed, and Dongfeng Ji released the 3 legends. Looking at these 3 legends, Lysandra's expression immediately became serious. He frowned and looked at Xia Fan, who had not yet come out of the shadows. Just as he was about to speak, Xia Fan interrupted him. He looked at Dongfeng Ji and Lysandra with a joking expression, and introduced himself using the words Dongfeng Ji had just used. Let me introduce myself. My name is Xia Fan, the master of the Temple of the Gods. As soon as he finished speaking, Dongfeng Ji, who had been staring at Lysandra with a playful look on his face in the last second, froze in the next second along with Lysandra. He turned around suddenly and looked at Xia Fan with a look of astonishment. What did you say? You are the master of the Temple of the Gods. Xia Fan smiled and shrugged. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Are you happy? Everyone come out. A red light flashed. Xia Fan released Deoxys, Gengar, Snorlax, and Cresselia. Even Meloetta, who had been in invisible contest condition, appeared. Mew also released the transform and returned to his original form. Looking at Cresselia, Meloetta, and Mew, Lysandra's pupils shrank. But it wasn't over yet, because behind Lysandra, Darkrai emerged from a shadow. Represent. The executive of Team Flare quickly reminded. Lysandra looked back and was startled. I watched the Darkrai come to Xia Fan. All of a sudden, there were 4 legendary Pokémon and 2 legendary Pokémon in front of Xia Fan. The luxurious lineup made the hostile Wuji Society and Team Flare stunned. Lysandra, let's work together. After a while, Dongfeng Jidao, He understood that Xia Fan was trying to rob his fellow thieves. With his strength, it was impossible for him to be willing to cooperate with him to divide up Zygarde. Besides, his subordinates still had a few legendary Pokémon that had not been released. But Lysandra ignored Dongfangji. As he possessed the ultimate weapon and the command of Zygarde, he did not think he would be weaker than Xia Fan. So he asked Xia Fan, "Are you going to stop me from rebuilding the world?" Xia Fan shrugged and said casually, "That's not the case. I just want you, Team Flare and Wuji Society, to become my subordinates, Zygarde and Marshadao to become my Pokémon, and your ultimate weapon to become a fighting force in my pantheon." When Dongfangji heard that Xia Fan actually wanted to steal his Marshadao, he instantly became anxious. "Boy, you're dreaming," he said angrily. "Marshadao control them." Marshadao stood still. A psychic wave spread from his body, directly enveloping Gengar and Snorlax. As a phantom Pokémon, Marshadao has the ability to mimic and steal other people's powers, and can also use its powerful mental power to control Pokémon weaker than it. But the result was that he failed, as Gengar and Snorlax, who had broken through to the Divine Realm, were no weaker than it. Only Snorlax was in a trance for a moment, but he immediately regained consciousness. Dongfangji saw this and felt uneasy, so he asked Lysandra for cooperation again. Cooperate, Lysandra. Lysandra didn't want to pay any attention to him. Call the perfect Zygarde directly to the front. "Xia Fan, you disappoint me. I thought we were the same kind of people, but I didn't expect you to lie to me," Lysandra said coldly. He pressed the button of the flying device on his back and flew over Zygarde's head. "In that case, don't blame me for being ruthless." But at this moment, Xia Fan snapped his fingers at soaring in the sky and shouted, "Lysandra, I suggest you think clearly before you speak." The next second, 13 dimensional holes appeared in soaring in the sky, enveloping Lumio City. These dimensional holes glow with various colors of light. First, a large Pokémon that looked like a deer with colorful light on its head, and a large bird Pokémon that exuded the aura of death came out at the same time. As soon as they appear, the entire Lumio City immediately became more panicked. Xerneas, Yveltal, how is this possible? Lysandra looked down at Xia Fan in shock. After these two legends, Unova's 3 dragons of Tao, Reshiram, Zekrom, and Kyurem, also walked out of the dimensional cave. Dongfangji looked at this scene and looked at Xia Fan with a stiff neck. "Ask the soul, are they yours?" Xia Fan smiled and looked at each other, just about to speak. Zekrom, who had just emerged from the dimensional cave, suddenly dived at high speed and arrived in front of Xia Fan in the blink of an eye. This scared Dongfangji because the other party was going to mess with him. But the next second, the scene before them made him and his subordinates' eyes pop out. Zekrom, one of the 3 dragons of Tao, who looked extremely domineering, actually lowered his head towards Xia Fan with a fawning look on his face, and then spoke telepathically. "Master, I did what you asked me to do." "What did I ask you to do?" "What?" Xia Fan frowned slightly. He asked Zekrom to do something? How come he had no impression of that? "Victini, didn't you ask me to bring it to you?" Zekrom was getting a little anxious and flapped his wings. The next second, a Pokémon that was a little small but had huge and pointed ears, with its ears forming the shape of the letter V, appeared above Zekrom's head. Xia Fan's pupils shrank, and then she smiled happier than anyone else. "Oh, yes, I remember now." He remembered that when he conquered Zekrom, Zekrom said that in order to surpass Reshiram in status, he would help him bring Victini, the legendary Star of Victory. But this wait lasted nearly a year. He had almost forgotten about it when Zekrom brought it over. "Owner." At this time, Victini jumped down from Zekrom's head, came to Xia Fan, and took the initiative to call him Master. Xia Fan's eyes lit up. Zekrom explained, "Master, I have explained everything to you. All you have to do is throw the ball to subdue it." "Well done." Xia Fan gave a thumbs up decisively. What is a good partner who can solve the master's worries? This is a good partner who can solve the master's worries. Zekrom then asked, "Master, what did you promise me?" Xia Fan immediately gave him a look that said, "I understand," and took out a Pokeball. On the other side, plate. Dongfang Ji, who was closest to Xia Fan, looked at Victini standing in front of Xia Fan, waiting to be conquered, and his back teeth were about to break due to jealousy. Why would they risk their lives to finally capture one just for the sake of a legend? There are a lot of legends about this guy, and most of them are at the Guardian God level. And there are legendary Pokemon waiting for him to collect. Damn, how can people be so different from each other? God, you're not fair. A red light flashed, and Victini was taken in by Xia Fan. Ding! Successfully captured Pokemon Victini. Please select one from the skills as your skill. Psychic and Fire-type Phantom Pokemon, Victini. Gender, none. Ability, Heart of Victory. When a Pokemon with this ability is on the field, it can increase the power of all Pokemon on the team by 30% and the hit rate by 10%. Carrying Things, none. Skills are as follows. Searing Shot. Attacks all Pokemon around you with blazing fire. Sometimes they will fall into the burning contest condition. 30% probability. Focus Energy. Take a deep breath and concentrate. Your attacks will be more likely to hit the vital points. Incinerate. Attack rival with fire. When rival carries berries, they will be burned, making them unusable. Endure. Even if the user is hit by a fatal attack, it will prevent the user from falling into a near-death contest condition. Flame Charge. Cover your entire body with flames and attack rival. Accumulate stockpile and increase your speed. Reversal. Attack with all your strength. The lower your health, the more powerful the move. Inferno. Wrap rival in flames and attack, causing rival to fall into a burning contest condition. 100% probability. Flare Blitz. Cover the whole body with flames and take down rival, which will also cause considerable damage to you. Sometimes it will cause rival to fall into the burn contest condition, 10% probability. After glancing at the skills, Xia Fan made a decision in his heart. System. I choose Victini's exclusive skill, Searing Shot. The next second, the skill, Searing Shot, appeared in his mind. While he was choosing his skills, a subordinate behind Dongfang Ji couldn't help but yell at Zekrom. Zekrom, how can you bow down to a human being and bow so humbly? You are the legendary 3 Dragons of Tao. Where is your B character? In the world of Pokémon, his favorite is Zekrom, and he has fantasized about catching him countless times. But I didn't expect to see it today, and what I saw was Zekrom's dog-licking behavior. Zekrom glanced at the other man with disdain. Arrogance is something that depends on the situation and the person. If this guy could be as powerful as Xia Fan, commanding many legends and making them unable to resist, he could also be his lickspittle. Therefore, the next second, a bolt of lightning struck. Dongfang Ji's subordinates were reduced to ashes. Idiot! Zekrom's telepathic voice echoed in the minds of the people around him. At the same time, in the dimensional hole on Soaring in the Sky, all other Pokemon have appeared. They are Dialga, Palkia, Giratina, Kyogre, Groudon, Rayquaza, Ho-Oh, and Lugia. Except for Groudon, all of them stood proudly in Soaring in the Sky, surrounding Zygarde. Okay, you go up too. After selecting the skills, Xia Fan waved his hand and asked Zekrom to return to Soaring in the Sky. At the same time, he took out the Pokeball and released Victini. As soon as he came out, Victini took the initiative to fly onto Xia Fan's shoulders. Xia Fan touched its ears and turned to look towards Dongfang Ji. I was just about to ask whether I should just go with him or have a hearty bounty battle with him. Marshadao beside Dongfang Ji suddenly disappeared. Then there was another angry roar from Dongfang Ji. Marshado Thunder Punch. Xia Fan frowned and looked around. Want to see which Pokemon Marshadao is going to attack. But the next second, there was a sizzling sound behind him. Xia Fan turned back suddenly, and his pupil shrank. Marshadao rushed out from the shadow behind him. His right fist was wrapped in a powerful electric current, and the target of the punch was actually himself. Without giving him any time to react, the fist had already reached his face. A moment later, Xia Fan was punched and flew out, smashing into the wall, his life or death unknown. Nice! Ha 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 ha! Dongfang was extremely delighted. Unexpectedly, The idea of risking one's life to survive succeeded. Being punched in the head by Marshadao like that. Xia Fan, this lucky guy, must be dead. Now these legends are bound to be free. His biggest crisis was resolved. These Guardian-level legendary Pokémon will definitely fight each other later because of the absence of Xia Fan. And he could take advantage of the situation and bring Marshadao with him to capture a few of them. Fortune and misfortune go hand in hand. The ancients were not deceiving me. However, just when Dongfang was extremely ecstatic and immersed in a bright future, the subordinates behind him suddenly patted his arms and signaled him to look at Xia Fan. What do you mean? Can he still survive? Dongfang Ji rolled his eyes at his subordinate and looked back. The next second, he froze in place. The mouth widened. The scene before me was filled with disbelief, because in his pupils, Xia Fan actually stood up, and the wound on his face healed rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a few seconds, his face was completely healed without even a scratch on the skin. After Xia Fan stood up, he narrowed his eyes slightly, spat out a mouthful of blood, and spoke viciously. "Old man, you're the first person I've ever met who let Pokémon directly attack the other trainer." Dongfang Ji stood there in a daze, his mouth open, his whole body trembling so much that he couldn't utter a word for a long time. The scene before him was completely different from what he knew about the Pokémon world. Finally, one of his female subordinates asked nervously, "Are you human?" The moment the words fell, Xia Fan disappeared from everyone's sight. A moment later, he appeared beside the female subordinate. A scorching fireball appeared around, causing the temperature to soar by dozens of degrees in an instant. It was the skill searing shot obtained from Victini. "Do you think I'm a human?" Xia Fan said coldly. The woman was sweating profusely and was so frightened that she couldn't speak. "Since you can't guess it, let's go back to the novice village and think about it carefully." Xia Fan gently waved his right hand, and one of the fireballs immediately shot towards the woman. The next second, the woman screamed and quickly melted in front of everyone's eyes. Xia Fan looked at Dongfang Ji and his remaining subordinates. A male subordinate was so frightened that he said, "You are not a human. You are a god." "I'm not a human." Xia Fan threw a fireball directly. The man screamed, "You are a human and a god." Another subordinate answered fearfully. As soon as he finished speaking, the third fireball was thrown. All of a sudden, only Dongfang Ji and his last subordinate were left trembling in fear on the opposite side. You are. The last subordinate couldn't finish a sentence for a long time. Just as Fan was about to wave his hand again, he knelt down and shouted, "You are my father. I will follow you. Don't let me go back to the novice village. I want to join the Pantheon." This operation completely confused Xia Fan, and his hand that was about to wave was frozen in the air. But it only remained frozen for 3 seconds before it was waved away. In the end, Dongfang Ji was the only one left. He looked at his subordinates around him who were reduced to ashes, trembling all over, but gritting his teeth and asking, "What the hell are you?" "Guess." Xia Fan answered as usual. But as the number one person who will never let go of a grudge, if this guy dares to launch a sneak attack to kill him, he will not be merciful. He will kill him even if he doesn't want the money. After the voice fell, Xia Fan waved his hand again, ready to throw all the remaining fireballs at Dongfang Ji. Dongfang Ji said in panic, "Marshadao, stop him quickly." Marshadao appeared in front of Dongfang Ji in an instant. A shadow punch destroyed all of Xia Fan's remaining searing shots. Then use close combat, rush to Xia Fan, and fight with Xia Fan. Play from the top of the crystal tower to soaring in the sky. Not only did they fight back and forth, but they also gradually gained the upper hand. This time, not only Dongfang Ji was stunned, but Lysandra, who was surrounded by many guardian gods and soaring in the sky, was also confused. Looking at Xia Fan fighting with Marshadao, he rubbed his eyes frantically. Finally, he swallowed his saliva and said, "Human Pokémon." Half a minute later, the fight ended. Marshadao was suddenly stabbed by Xia Fan's precipice blades in midair and fell to the ground. At the same time, a precipice blade appeared in the fantasy crystal tower and pierced through Dongfang Ji's heart. and at the moment of Dongfengji's death. Marshadao, Zapdos, and Registeel are free. Avoid being robbed by some passing target ghosts. Xia Fan decisively threw the Pokeball at the fallen Marshadao. There was a flash of red light, and Marshadao was collected into the Pokeball. Ding! Successfully captured Pokemon Marshadao. Please select one from the skills as your skill. Ghost-type and Fighting-type Phantom Pokemon. Marshadao. Gender, none. Ability, Technical Master. When attacking, the power of low-power moves can be increased by 50%, and the data of low-power moves is classified as 60 or below. Carrying things, none. Skills are as follows. Thunder Punch. Attack rival with a fist full of electricity. Sometimes it will cause rival to fall into a paralyzed contest condition, 10% probability. Drain Punch. Use your fist to absorb rival's power. You can recover half of the damage inflicted on rival. Even if rival is in substitute contest condition, you can still absorb it. Fire Punch. Attack rival with a fist full of fire. Sometimes it will cause rival to fall into the burn contest condition, 10% probability. Ice Punch. Attack rival with a fist full of cold air. Sometimes rival will fall into a frozen contest condition, 10% probability. Copycat. Mimic rival's move just used, and use the same move. The following moves will not be copycat. Protect, Detect, King's Shield, Mimic, Sketch, Trick, Switcheroo, Baneful Bunker, Circle Throw, Dragon Tail, Whirlwind, Roar, Thief, Covet, Destiny Bond, Z-Move. Role Play. Role Play Rival. Make your ability the same as rival, but when facing abilities related to form changes, role play will fail. Spectral Thief. Sneak into rival's shadow to attack. It will steal rival's ability to improve it. Moreover, this skill will only steal rival's positive ability improvement, and negative ability improvement will fail. Shadow Sneak. Attack from behind rival. Always able to attack first. System. I choose Marshado's exclusive skill Spectral Thief. Xia Fan originally wanted to choose the skill role play, because the first half of its skill explanation looks like a magical skill to deal with Arceus. The second half explains that when faced with the failure of the ability related to the form change, give up decisively. The most amazing thing about Arceus is his multi-attribute ability, which can be switched instantly according to the slate. If he can't role-play and switch abilities accordingly, then it would be useless to learn it. The next second, the skill Spectral Thief appeared in Xia Fan's mind. He took out the Pokeball and released Marshadao again. Ho-Oh, come down, Xia Fan shouted through mind sharing. He didn't have the patience to explain to Marshadao how awesome he was so that it would feel comfortable following him in the future, so it would be most useful to let Ho-Oh come down and explain. Although Marshadao is a mythical Pokémon, it also has a nickname, the Examiner of the Rainbow Hero, responsible for reviewing whether those who want to fight Ho-Oh are qualified for this challenge. On the other side, Lysandra, who witnessed the fight between Xia Fan and Marshadao in Soaring in the Sky, couldn't help but tremble with fear as he saw Xia Fan flying towards him. Xia Fan flew to the top of Rayquaz's head and asked with a smile, Lysandra, do you want Zygarde to accept the beat-up from the patron saint of each region here, or do you want to just surrender and join our pantheon? Lysandra hesitated, his original high spirits no longer existing. But after more than 10 seconds, Lysandra gritted his teeth and said, even if I die, I will never betray my ideals. Zygarde, fire 1,000 arrows. The Zygarde under Lysandra's feet received the order, raised his hands, and instantly gathered 4 cannons like the Gundam normal. The first targets were Xerneas and Yveltal. When Xerneas and Yveltal saw this, their eyelids jumped and they decisively dodged behind Giratina, Dialga, and Palkia, who were closest to them. Zygarde is their big brother. We have encountered it countless times and always got beaten up, with shadows even being brought out. Therefore, it is better for the seniors to withstand its attacks. Dialga and Palkia looked at the 2 guys behind them and said with contempt, cowards. Then a protective shield rose up on the body surface to protect itself. For beam cannon shots hit the shield, sending Dialga and Palkia back 20 feet, but they were able to resist perfectly. Then, he and Giratina beat up Zygarde together. A minute later, Zygarde fell to the ground and Xia Fan threw the ball. On the way, Lysandre was killed by the residual power of Giratina's skills. Ding! Successfully captured Pokémon Zygarde. Please select one from the skills as your skill. Dragon-type and Ground-type legendary Pokémon, Zygarde. Gender, none. Ability, mass transformation. When the core cell of Zygarde is in danger of death, the cells will rush to support it and Zygarde will become a complete form. Carrying things, none. Skills are as follows. Glare. Use the pattern on the abdomen to scare a rival, causing him to fall into paralysis contest condition. Land's Wrath. Gather the power of the earth and focus it on attacking rival, causing huge damage. Sandstorm. In the coming period of time, a sandstorm will be triggered. All Pokémon except Rock, Ground, and Steel types will be damaged, and the special defense of Rock types will be increased. When the current weather is sandstorm, heavy rain, strong sunshine, and turbulence will fail to be used. Camouflage. You can change your attributes depending on the location, such as waterside, bushes, and caves. 1,000 Arrows. You can hit Pokémon floating in the air. When a rival in the air is hit, it will enter the smackdown contest condition and will be unable to fly for a short period of time. The same applies to flying type and floating ability Pokémon. 1,000 Waves. A huge wave is raised from the ground to attack. Rival caught in the wave will be marked and cannot be eliminated. Its position will be sensed forever. Extreme Speed. Take down attacks rival at lightning speed. It will definitely defeat rival first. Core Enforcer. This move can attack the target and cause huge damage. It can make the target Pokémon lose its ability, but this move is ineffective against multiple attribute abilities. Zygarde has 4 exclusive skills, namely Land's Wrath, 1,000 Arrows, 1,000 Waves, and Core Enforcer. Which one should I choose? Xia Fan murmured. All 4 skills are useful, but not all that useful. Especially Zygarde's ultimate move, Core Enforcer. It seems very powerful, being able to make a Pokémon lose an ability, but it is useless against Arceus, who has multiple attribute abilities, so he doesn't have to choose it. As long as Arceus is not conquered, he will have to call him Daddy whenever he meets him. Just do whatever you tell you to do, because we can't afford to offend you. After more than 10 seconds, Xia Fan finally made a decision. System, I choose Zygarde's 1,000 Waves. He thinks the marking effect of this skill is quite useful. After a while, the skill 1,000 Waves appeared in Xia Fan's mind. At the same time, a red light flashed, and he released Zygarde. After coming out of the Pokeball, the perfect Zygarde released the Berserk contest condition, and its color changed from red back to its original green. You two come and explain it. Xia Fan looked around and gave Xerneas and Yveltal a task. Then he took out his cell phone and called Jesse James and the others, asking them to take over everything in Team Flare quickly and take the ultimate weapon away. Those who are willing to join the Pantheon will be given a chance, and those who are unwilling to join will be eliminated directly. No, they will be eliminated after the bounty battle. As for the Zapdos that remained in Dongfangji, Regis Steel took his Pokeball and awarded the right to use it to an outstanding executive of their Pantheon. Just like that, this farce caused by Team Flare began to end quickly with Xia Fan's few words of arrangement. No one knows how things ended, but it is known that an organization called the Pantheon ended the crisis and saved the people of Lumio City. The only one who doubted this was one person, Olympia, the gym leader of Onistar City, who possesses the ability of precognition. When she arrived at Lumio City and learned that everything was handled by an organization called the Pantheon, she was completely confused, because this is completely different from what she predicted. It has nothing to do with Ash and the others. Even Xia Fan, who puzzled him the most, said that he did nothing and the crisis was resolved by the mysterious Temple of the Gods. 2 days later, Laboratory of Buratano. Xia Fan and his group, as well as Sawyer and Alan, are having dinner together. Buratano suddenly became curious and asked about their next goals. I want to go back to Kanto first. Ash answered first, return to my hometown, Pallet Town, and start a new journey from scratch. From scratch, Rattata wondered. Yes, there are still many powerful trainers in the world. I need to train myself again. Ash said seriously. That's very typical of you, Ash. Platano smiled. What about the others? Clement said, I will stay in Mirail City and take on the responsibility of being the Lumiose gym leader. Sawyer said, I was invited by Mr. Stephen to investigate the organization called the Temple of the Gods with him. What kind of organization is this, and why can drive so many powerful legendary Pokémon? Not bad. Rattata nodded, then looked at Serena. Serena looked hesitant, as if she was still thinking, and then she could only turn her gaze to Xia Fan beside her. What about you, Xia Fan? Are you interested in studying Pokémon with me in my laboratory? Rattata asked expectantly. I'm interested, as long as you could take care of my Snorlax's daily expenses. Just pretend I didn't say anything. Then Mr. Xia Fan, if you're not in the laboratory, where are you going? Clement asked curiously. As for me, I want to continue traveling with Ash and see how far he can go as a Pokémon trainer. Xia Fan looked at Ash with a smile. Ash said excitedly, Will you still travel with me? Ash, you won't dislike me, will you? No. Ash shook his head decisively. It would be so comfortable to travel with such a rich man. At this time, Rattata reminded, However, Ash, you may need to stay in Lumiose City for a while. Because of what happened to Team Flare a few days ago, the city construction of Lumiose City has suffered serious damage, and the planes at the airport cannot take off for the time being. Okay. Ash nodded without thinking too much. He just needed to send his slimy Melosaur back to its hometown. 7 days later, Xia Fan followed the release Master Ash to the wetland forest. This is where the slimy Melodragon ends up on Kalos. There was a flash of red light, and Ash took out all the Pokeballs to say farewell to the Smelly. He touched the head of the slimy dragon and sighed. I'm really happy to be able to fight alongside you. Don't be too sad. We will definitely meet again. So you have to take care of yourself. After saying that, the Pokemon behind, Ash also began to say goodbye to Smelly Dragon one by one. Half an hour later, Ash and the slimy Lumiose Dragon waved goodbye and set off on their way back to Lumiose City. What is different from the plot is that along the way, Xia Fan Ash and his friends did not encounter the runaway plants created by the remaining forces of Team Flare as in the plot, because those who could be recruited joined the Pantheon, and those who could not be recruited had been killed. Therefore, Greninja no longer had the opportunity to leave Ash, and there was no need for him to stay in the Kalos region. The airport seems to be back in operation. On the way back, Serena looked at the news about Mirail City on the communicator and said, Ash smiled upon hearing this and said, Really? Then Mr. Xia Fan and I can set off after we return to Malare City. Clement on the side smiled bitterly. I always feel like the journey has ended. I feel very lonely. As he finished speaking, Serena's expression involuntarily darkened. She has already made plans for what to do next. Go to Hoenn region to see the contest there, so I can't continue traveling with Ash. 2 days later, the Pokémon Center in Mirail City. A yellow mouse was lying in front of the computer camera, shouting Pikachu excitedly. And on the computer screen are Ash's mother Delia and Professor Oak. At this time, Professor Oak said in dissatisfaction, Hey Pikachu, don't get too close to the camera. I can't see us like this. Then Pikachu jumped from in front of the camera onto Ash's shoulder and greeted him along with him. After Delia greeted Ash, she said to everyone, Mr. Xia Fan, Euligia, Clement, Serena, long time no see. Next time you have a chance, please come to Pallet Town. I will cook a big meal for everyone. Thank you, Annie. Everyone said. After chatting for a while, the call was disconnected and Ash, Xia Fan, and Serena began to pack their things. In the afternoon, Serena will board a plane to Hoenn region, while Ash and Xia Fan will board a plane to Kanto region. 2 hours later, Lumiose City Airport. Since Serena's plane took off earlier than Ash and Xia Fan's, the group sent Serena on board first. Before boarding the plane, Serena suddenly turned around and called Ash at the elevator entrance. Ash stood there confused. Anything else, Serena? Xia Fan at the side lowered his voice and said, Why do you care about him? Just walk up and listen carefully. After saying that, he slapped Ash in front of Serena. If I remember correctly, there will be a nuclear explosion ahead. Xia Fan smiled in his heart. On the other side, Serena looked at Ash with a slightly blushing face and said, Ash, I'm glad to be traveling with you. You are my goal. Ash didn't react when he heard this and looked confused. Clement and Eulogia behind them sensed something was wrong and smiled at each other. Serena continued, I will make myself a more attractive woman before our next meeting. Okay. Ash smiled, but still didn't register what Serena meant. Until 5 seconds later, Serena walked onto the elevator and came back. Ash, can I ask you one last favor? Under the shocked gazes of Clement and Eureka, Serena gave Ash a kiss and left shyly. The only person present was Xia Fan, who took out his cell phone and started taking photos. He had already thought about it. If these two people really got married in the future and he was still in this world, he would be the witness and give this picture to the two of them. And half an hour after Serena left, Ash and Xia Fan also boarded the plane to Kanto region. Song region. Under the night light, two boys appeared in Pallet Town with two Pikachu. The boy wearing a hat stood on the hillside and shouted excitedly while looking at the town in the distance. Pallet Town, I'm back! Then he excitedly pointed to a lighted house below to his companions. Mr. Xia Fan, that's my home. After that, without waiting for Xia Fan to reply, Ash rushed down with Pikachu. Xia Fan stood behind, looked at Mew, then shrugged and trotted after him. 10 minutes later, the two appeared in front of a house with the lights on. Ash happily pulled Xia Fan inside. Mom, I'm back. Pika Pika. As soon as they entered the house, they were greeted with applause. They are Professor Oak, Mr. Mime, and Ash's mother Delia. The suction cup puppet clapped its hands while glancing at Professor Oak, who was standing next to Delia, as if he was a little wary or dissatisfied. But Ash didn't notice any of this, nor did he wonder why Professor Oak was there to greet him. Instead, he gave his mother Delia a warm hug. Welcome back. Delia patted Ash's shoulder affectionately, then looked at Xia Fan. Xia Fan, welcome to our home. Thank you for taking care of Ash along the way. Xia Fan smiled and said, No, Auntie, we take care of each other. In fact, he also helped me a lot. You are really good at talking. Delia also laughed, thinking that Xia Fan was praising their Ash. She let go of Ash and pulled Xia Fan toward the seat. Hurry up and sit down. Annie has prepared a feast for you. You can have fun here with Annie for the time being. The next morning, Xia Fan and Ash came to Professor Oak's laboratory. Ash called over all the Pokémon he had placed here. Tauros, Bulbasaur, Mook, Charizard, etc. Pokémon from the first, second, third, and fourth generations. Let these Pokémon get to know each other with the Pokémon he captured in the Kalos region. I spent a whole day in Professor Oak's laboratory. On the third day, Ash took Xia Fan to Cerulean City and met Misty again. On the fourth day, I took Misty to Pewter City to visit Xiaojiang. After playing together for 3 days, they returned to their respective homes. Until the 8th day, Ash and Xia Fan, who really had no idea what to do or where to go, followed Ash's mother Delia to the pedestrian street in the neighboring city for a stroll. While visiting, because the consumption reached a certain limit for the pedestrian street, I was given 3 chances. Several people began to draw the lottery one by one. Xia Fan and Ash had bad luck and didn't win anything. But Mr. Mime was extremely lucky and won the first prize, a 7-day trip for 2 to the Alola region. And so, at noon on the 9th day, Xia Fan, Ash, and Delia boarded a plane to the Alola region. Of course, the local tyrant Xia Fan at their own expense. Before that, Ash got carried away and handed over all his Pokémon except Pikachu to Professor Oak. This includes Greninja. Day 10. Xia Fan and Ash came to fight in Alola region. I had a great time for 5 days. Wait until the 15th day. Xia Fan, who was tired of playing, finally waited for the main storyline. Ash's mother, Delia, called Xia Fan and Ash, saying that they were going to a Pokemon school to give a Pokemon egg given to them by Professor Oak to his cousin Samson Oak, a man who looks almost identical to Professor Oak, but has a darker complexion. On the way to Pokemon, Ash, as expected, got into trouble. I got separated from Delia while taking Pikachu with me because of a grub in. However, because of this accident, The divine beast perception in Xia Fan's mind, who was following behind, reacted, but only for a moment. It's Capuming. Xia Fan stood in an unfamiliar forest, muttering to himself what the divine beast had just sensed. But he was in no hurry to look for it, because of the Alola region, if you remember correctly. This is the region where Ash's protagonist effect is the greatest. Others would never see a legendary Pokémon until they died. But after he came to the Alola region, they rushed into his arms one after another, and they were all very kind, unlike before when they would attack as soon as they saw them, such as Cosmog and Meltan. So, let the perception of the legendary Pokémon disappear. As long as it stays by Satoshi's side, is he afraid of not being able to catch the legendary Pokémon in the Alola region? Moreover, it was not long after Xia Fan missed the perception of the divine beast just now. The divine beast perception produced a new sensation. It is a bear-like Pokémon that looks cute in pink, but is 2 meters and 1 meter tall. The Pokémon performed a famous performance in front of the two of them, showing how it could destroy a tree with one punch and make the ground shake violently with one punch. In response, Xia Fan waved his hand and stood in front of Ash with a righteous look. Ash, you go first. I'll leave this Pokémon to me. Ash wasn't too worried after hearing this, as he was well aware of Xia Fan's strength. Then it depends on you, Mr. Xia Fan. After Ash left, Xia Fan looked straight at Beware, the corners of his mouth gradually rising. It can make his divine beast perception react. This should be the only Beware in the plot that can surf and dive in the ocean, fly in the air, and roll out and rock climb on the ground. It can be said to be omnipotent. No wonder it can be evenly matched with the ultimate beast, Explosive Muscle, and can even beat another ultimate beast, Pheromosa. Beware, follow me from now on. Xia Fan took out the Pokeball, ready to capture the monster with full health. I'm too lazy to release another legendary Pokémon to fight Beware and then capture it. Where? On the other side, Beware saw that Xia Fan was so bold and wanted to subdue him, so he punched Xia Fan directly. With great momentum, he approached Xia Fan in an instant. It seemed as if anyone who was hit by this punch would be thrown hundreds of meters away. But it was still in vain, because Xia Fan smiled as Beware's fist was only 1 centimeter away from her. A teleport disappeared. At the same time, he threw the Pokeball. But the next second, Xia Fan, who appeared more than 10 meters away and was waiting for Beware to be collected with a smile, froze in his expression, because the Pokeball he just threw also missed. The moment the red light flashed, Beware disappeared. It was so fast that the Pokeball couldn't catch it. Master, you're behind me. Mew on Xia Fan's shoulder reminded him. Xia Fan was alerted to the danger and turned around quickly, only to see the extremely tall Beware with his back to the sun, smiling and punching him on the head. F***K, you're going to kill me, right? Xia Fan's pupils shrank, and he quickly turned around and slapped away at the same time. A silver-white light burst out from his palm. He used the skill crush grip obtained from Regigigas. Bang! The next second, the wind was raging, and Beware's huge fist was grasped by Xia Fan. Where? Now, it was Beware's turn to be shocked. He looked at Xia Fan with a ghostly look on his face. There is teleport in front, and then there's a palm to catch its punch in the back. Where? At this time, the shocked Beware looked painful again and groaned in pain, because Xia Fan's fist suddenly clenched it and it hurt. The kind that hurts like hell. Little Beware, have you settled down now? The smile returned to Xia Fan's face, and she looked at Beware with a smile. The Crush Grip skill is more powerful the better the enemy's contest condition. It can also be understood as, you are strong, so I hit you more painfully. Therefore, Beware with full health and contest condition directly bears the maximum power of this skill. Even if you are a gifted god-level Beware, you cannot compare with Regigigas, who can drag the continent in strength. Unless you're Big Daddy Arceus. Where? Beware did not respond to Xia Fan, but tried to pull his hand away from Xia Fan. Although Xia Fan's palm was very small compared to it. It was like a pair of pliers clamping it so that it could not be pulled away at all. Don't want to talk to me? Fine, I'll take you in. Go talk to the other big brothers. Xia Fan took out a Pokeball and pointed it at Beware. A red light flashed, and Beware was taken in this time. Ding! Successfully captured Pokemon Beware. Please select one of the skills as your skill. Normal type and fighting type Pokemon. Beware God. Gender: female. Ability 1. Fluffy will have the damage of contact type moves from rival, but will double the damage of fire type moves received, not close range fire type moves. Clumsy 2. Limited IQ. Unable to use the items in his possession, but can use passive items such as Mega Evolution Stone, Z Pure Crystal. Hidden ability: Tension. Use powerful deterrents to make rival nervous and prevent him from eating the fruit. Carrying things: none. Skills are as follows. Earthquake. Use Earthquake to attack all Pokemon around you. Frenzy Dance and Fight. Use your own body to fight wildly, and it is impossible to predict the next attack route. Pain Split. Add your own health points to the opponent's health points, and then divide them equally. Superpower. Use amazing power to attack rival, but your own attack and defense will be temporarily reduced after using it. Mega Punch. Attack rival with a powerful fist. Mega Kick. Use a powerful kick to send rival flying. Reversal. Attack with all your strength. The lower your health, the higher the damage. Darkest Lariat. Spins its arms to attack rival. Ignores rival's ability changes and deals damage directly. As expected of a bear god who can knock down Pheromosa in no time, his skills are full of violent aesthetics. But these skills are useless to me. A Regigigas' Crush Grip is enough. Looking through the skills, Xia Fan's brows gradually furrowed. I didn't know how to choose for a moment. How about Pain Split? After more than 10 seconds, Xia Fan made a decision. Since there is no shortage of strength skills now, choose some skills with strange effects. Although it may not be used in the future, once it is used, it will definitely work like a miracle. System: I choose Beware's Pain Split. After a while, the skill Pain Split appeared in Xia Fan's mind. Then he took out the Pokeball and released Jengar. I used it to experiment with its skills before releasing Beware. Old Master, please explain my rules to Beware. Jengar looked at Xia Fan with resentment. This damn thing. He never thought of it when it was a good thing. When it came to the skill testing stage, the first thing he thought of was to use it as a test subject. At this time, Xia Fan added, Beware happens to be a cute girl, so she can satisfy your desire to fall in love. Jengar turned to look at Beware, who looked confused. His brows gradually furrowed. If Xia Fan, this be asterisk 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 D, says Beware is cute, the old ancestor would reluctantly agree. But the ancestor would never approve of the fact that the guy who can shake the earth with just a kick, Solation can break a dozen trees with a punch, and the guy who just saw Xia Fan and wanted to blow Xia Fan's head off is a cute girl. If you date a guy like this, you might end up being the victim of domestic violence in the future. Get a punch at any time. How is this possible? But it is okay to use this Beware to show its masculine charm. Let Cresselia and Meloita know that it's not like this ancestor is without girls who like him. Thinking of this, the ancestor changed his form, from mist form to the strange white, fat man Jengar. Henin floated to Beware in a hurry. With what he thought was a cool attitude, he explained to Beware the rules of Xia Fan and how high his status was in the Xia Fan lineup. There were many fans who liked it. If Beware also falls in love with its ancestor, it should not be shy to hide it, but say it boldly. Xia Fan just watched from the side, too lazy to disturb the old man's boasting. Because we share the ancestor's spirit, this time we let it install B completely, and next time it will do whatever we ask it to do without any complaints. Half an hour later, the ancestor finished installing B, but its brows were tightly furrowed, because a stufful was called out by Beware. Then he stood in front of it, and at Beware's request, called it Dad. Xia Fan couldn't help laughing when he saw this scene. It knew that the ancestor was shooting himself in the foot. Mew on his shoulder also laughed out loud. After a while, Xia Fan brought Mew to Jengar and patted its belly. Ancestor, you are great. Not only do you have a happy love life, but you are also a father. Jengar didn't say anything, but from its expression, it could be seen that it was very regretful now. Obviously, he didn't expect that Beware would be followed by a burden named Stufful. Master, please accept it. Beware's voice rang in Xia Fan's mind. When Beware learned that Xia Fan could make Pokemon's strength grow infinitely, he had the idea of letting Xia Fan capture its children as well. Although it has a simple mind and not much brains, its love for children is the most profound. Xia Fan did not refuse this request. He picked up the Pokeball and captured Stuffle. Although you can no longer choose skills, it allows Beware to truly devote himself to it. In this way, Xia Fan left the ancestor here in Beware, as if fulfilling the promise of love he had made to it, waiting to pick it up in a few days. In this regard, the old pervert did not refuse. After leaving the forest, Xia Fan walked towards the Pokemon school. When Ash was found, he had already gone through a round of plots on his own and worked together with a boy named Kiawe to defeat the villain organization Skull Team in the Alola region. Mr. Xia Fan, do you know what that move just now was? The battle was over, and Ash was curious about what had happened during the battle. The boy named Kiawe made a few hand gestures, and his Pokemon used a powerful fire skill, repelling all the Pokemon of the skeleton team. That's a special move that's popular in the Alola region, the Z move. Without waiting for Xia Fan to answer, Professor Kukui, a professor from the novice village standing nearby, answered first. There are 4 islands in our region, and each island has a guardian Pokemon. Only those who have participated in the island tour ceremony and passed certain tests can use Z moves. Protecting Pokemon during the islands? Z moves. When Ash heard the answer, he immediately looked expectant. Xia Fan, who was standing by, saw this and understood that Ji Yi was considering staying here. At this moment, the perception of the divine beast in Xia Fan's mind fluctuated. He turned his head and saw a yellow Pokemon flash by from soaring in the sky. At this time, Ash hesitated and said, "What Pokemon was that just now?" Pokemon. The people around looked at Ash in confusion. Yes, it has a yellow body and an orange head, with something like a rooster's comb on top. As soon as the words fell, everyone around looked at Ash in shock. Tapu Koko. Did you just see Tapu Koko, the patron saint of Melee Island? That Pokemon is a guardian? Ash spoke in surprise. It was hard to believe that Solation saw the patron saint of the Alola region as soon as he looked. You are so lucky, Ash. You saw the legendary guardian god, Tapu Koko, shortly after arriving in Alola region. Many people may not be able to see it in their lifetime. Professor Kukui praised Ash. The students from the surrounding Pokemon schools also looked at Ash with envy. Being able to see the guardian angel Tapu Koko, your luck is really not normal. Some of them have only seen photos of Tapu Koko in their lifetime. Ash started chatting with everyone around him, and Xia Fan also became familiar with him. He didn't think about shaking off the crowd and chasing after Tapu Koko, who had just disappeared. Because if he remembered correctly, tonight, Ash's protagonist halo would explode again, attracting Tapu Koko to come to him. Nightfall. Inside a restaurant in Alola, Xia Fan, Ash and Ash's mother Delia sat at a dining table and enjoyed delicious food. It's delicious, Delia said happily after picking up the fork and taking a bite of beef. Ash on the opposite side said nothing, just lowered his head and savored the food. Xia Fan glanced outside from time to time. Delia asked curiously, "Ash, Xia Fan, did anything worth remembering happen to you? You look tired and happy at the same time." Ash immediately smiled, because he had just been thinking about the scene of Tapu Koko during the day. At this moment, the perception of the divine beast in Xia Fan's mind suddenly fluctuated. At the same time, a chirping growl sounded in Ash's mind. Ash quickly walked over to the restaurant fence and looked outside. "Ash, what's wrong with you?" Delia asked, confused. "I heard the Pokemon's growl. Didn't you hear it, Mom?" Ash explained, standing outside the window and looking out. Finally, he saw the Pokemon called Tapu Koko during the day standing on a coconut tree and looking at it. Ming Ming. Tapu Koko looked at Ash and called out, then turned and flew away. Ash then climbed over the restaurant fence and chased after Tapu Koko. Pikachu followed with Ash's hat on his head. "Ash, Pikachu, where are you going?" Delia was worried and wanted to follow, but was held down by Xia Fan. "Auntie, leave Ash and Pikachu to me." After that, Xia Fan took Mew and climbed over the fence. Seeing Xia Fan following, Delia stopped worrying and sat down to continue enjoying the food. 20 minutes later, Xia Fan followed Ash to an uninhabited observation deck on the island. Saw Tapu Koko there. At this moment, Ash was standing on the observation deck and asking Tapu Koko questions in confusion. Tapu Koko, why do you only let me see you? Do you have something you want to tell me alone? Tapu Koko did not reply. Instead, he threw out a shining bracelet. Ash looked at the bracelet in shock and immediately recognized it as the Z-ring that Professor Kukui had mentioned during the day that allowed Pokémon to use Z-moves. Xia Fan was lying in the bushes a few dozen meters behind Ash and sighed. Xiaohuan, do you see what the protagonist halo is? This is the protagonist halo. Others have to work hard to get things, but Ash has Tapu Koko delivering them to him. Comparing yourself to others makes you angry. After saying this, Xia Fan stood up from the bushes and then disappeared from the spot. Because Tapu Koko flew away after giving the Z-ring to Ash. If he doesn't catch up and subdue him now, when will he wait? 1 minute later, above soaring in the sky, which Ash would never see, Xia Fan suddenly appeared right in front of Tapu Koko. He spread his hands, smiled, and said, Tapu Koko, no passing ahead. Holy! Tapu Koko looked at Xia Fan warily, and at the same time was surprised how Xia Fan, as a human being, could stand in midair opposite it. Be my partner. Xia Fan took out the Pokeball with a smile. I'm too lazy to talk anymore and just plan to conquer him by force. Seeing the Pokeball, Tapu Koko became alert. Soaring in the sky suddenly caused thunder and lightning because of its ability. The next second, a powerful thunderbolt burst out from its body and struck Xia Fan. However, just when it was about to hit Xia Fan disappeared from the spot, and Thunderbolt missed. Tapu Koko looked around in surprise. After a while, a teasing voice came from behind. Here it is. Cappy Miming turned around and saw Xia Fan smiling. His pupils shrank, and just as he was about to use his exclusive skill Nature's Madness, a red light flashed. It was taken in. Ding! Successfully captured Pokemon Tapu Koko. Please select one from the skills as your skill. Electric type and Fairy type Pokemon. Tapu Koko. Gender, none. Ability 1. Electric Maker. Once entering the battle contest condition, the surrounding area will become an electric terrain that is conducive to electric Pokemon battles. Pokemon in this area will not be able to enter the sleep contest condition. Ability 2. Telepathy reads allied attacks and dodges their damage. Pokemon with this ability are immune to damage from teammates and friend skills. Carrying things, none. Skills are as follows. Brave Bird. Fold its wings and attack rival by flying at low altitude. It will also receive 1/3 of the rebound damage. Legendary Pokemon are immune to rebound. Power Swap. Use Psychic to swap your own and rivals' attacks and special attack abilities. Mean Look. Stare at rival motionlessly with a seductive mean look, making it impossible for him to escape from the battle. Withdraw. Retract into the shell to protect the body, thereby greatly improving one's own defense. Select this skill. The host will gain an invisible hard shell that can be summoned out and covers the entire body. Wild Charge. Cover the entire body with electricity and crash into rival to attack. You will also receive 1/4 of the rebound damage. Legendary Pokemon are immune to rebound. Nature's Madness. Different nature powers are triggered according to different environments, causing rival to suffer huge damage. Electro Ball. Use an electric ball to hit rival. The faster you are than rival, the greater the power. Discharge. Attacks all Pokemon around you with dazzling Thundershock. Sometimes causes the opponent to fall into paralysis contest condition, 30% probability. Mirror Move. Use the same moves that Mimic rival has used to return the same moves to the opponent. Get a shell that can cover the whole body. Scanning the skills from top to bottom, Xia Fan was attracted by the skill introduction of Withdraw. After a while, he made a decision. System, I will choose Tapu Koko's Withdraw. Although Nature's Madness is Tapu Koko's trump card skill, The other three Alola Tapu Guardians also know it, so there is no rush to choose this skill. 2 seconds later, the skill Withdraw appeared in Xia Fan's mind. He muttered to himself. After a while, an invisible shell that only he could see appeared in front of Xia Fan. He stood inside and punched out, using his skill Crush Grip at the same time. Concentrate all your strength into this punch. Crack! The invisible shell began to show cracks rapidly in Xia Fan's eyes. It shattered after 2 seconds. Faced with this result, Xia Fan raised his eyebrows and thought it was good. It's a life-saving skill, but because the shell was broken, if he wanted to use it again, he would have to wait until tomorrow. Come out! A red light flashed, and Xia Fan released Tapu Koko. Holy! As soon as he came out, Tapu Koko stared at Xia Fan with a look of shock and confusion. Just like the previous legends, it was hard to believe that he was conquered by a human being. Xiao Huan, please explain it to me. Xia Fan assigned you a task. The next second, there was a flash of white light, and the Pikachu on his shoulder transformed into Mew, floating to Tapu Koko to explain. 3 days later, in a wooden house built halfway up the mountain, Xia Fan was sitting inside, drinking coffee with a smile, with Ash and Pikachu standing in front of her. The two of them were standing in front of a computer with excited faces, making a video call. On the other end of the line was Ash's mother, Delia. Ash said excitedly, "Mom, you know Professor Kukui's house is really cool. He even has a training room in the basement. That's great. I feel relieved to see you guys so energetic." Delia smiled on the other end of the video. She returned to the Kanto region the day before yesterday, and after seeing the Pokémon in Alola, Ash decided to stay in Alola. She agreed. Delia saw Xia Fan drinking coffee behind Ash and waved again. "Mr. Xia Fan, Ash is going to trouble you to take care of him again." "No trouble. I just happen to be interested in the Alola region." Xia Fan smiled. At this point, Xia Fan remembered something and looked at Ash. "By the way, Ash, isn't it time to go to school? If you don't go out now, you might be late." Ash was stunned and quickly said goodbye to Delia, then turned off the video call and ran out of the house. Xia Fan walked to the window and watched him leave like a father watching his son. At the same time, he murmured, "I have to find something for myself to do." Ash went to school, and he couldn't go with him. The key point was that other professors might not dare to accept him. How about I go find Alola's guardians myself? 3 hours later, Akala Island. Xia Fan appeared here with Mew, stood on the grass, full of flowers, looked at soaring in the sky, stretched his neck, and said, "Tapu Lele, my brother is here to see you." He has made his decision. Since Ash has nothing to do during this time studying at the Pokémon school, he might as well go find legendary Pokémon himself. The first choice targets are the other 3 island guardians in the Alola region. And then there's that Silvally thing. Of course, a Pokémon still has to be left to watch over Ash. After all, some good things still depend on Ash. So the position fell to the new recruit Tapu Koko, who happened to be very interested in Ash. If he remembered the plot correctly, Tapu Koko was going to challenge Ash today to let him feel the power of Z-moves and make him determined to take the next step in the Alola region. Everyone come out. A red light flashed. Xia Fan took out the Pokeball and released Cresselia and Deoxys. He snapped his fingers again, summoning 3-dimensional holes and summoning Nei Reiku Sukun. "I'll give you an easy task. Now please enjoy yourself on this island and release your aura without reservation. If you see other legends, tell me immediately." He was too lazy to search Akala Island like a minesweeper to find out where Tapu Lele was hiding. So just leave this task to Cresselia and the other legends. He believed that Tapu Lele, the guardian deity of Akala Island, would definitely pop his head out in confusion if he sensed other legends entering its territory. It would have been the most correct thing for him to do then to catch him. "Good master, here's Xia Fan's order." Cresselia, Nei Reiku, and the other 5 Pokémon immediately scattered, running in all directions of Akala Island. "Master, what shall we do?" After they left, Mew on Xia Fan's shoulder spoke. "We." Xia Fan raised his eyebrows and smiled. "Of course we are going to have fun. I will take you and Meloetta out for a feast now. Meloetta had been following Xia Fan in stealth. When she heard what Xia Fan said, she immediately showed up happily and touched Xia Fan's face affectionately. Okay, let me go. I'll use my phone to check if there's anything good to eat or do nearby. Half an hour later, Xia Fan brought Mew and Meloetta to Kanekoni City on Akala Island. As a world-class tourist town close to the sea, sexy bikinis can be seen everywhere here, on people of all races. Xia Fan is really a feast for the eyes. Sit on the beach and eat the unique flavor of ice cream while enjoying the beautiful seaside scenery. Mew and Meloetta, on the other hand, were enjoying their meals under the curtain on the table. After sitting here for about 20 minutes, Xia Fan noticed the conversation between a few young people at the next table. Hey, did you know? A large group of Lapras appeared in the nearby sea these past 2 days. Lapras? Isn't it normal to see them in Alola? But have you seen Lapras defeating both Lycanroc and Relicanth from Island Kahuna Liz with one water pulse? A single water pulse defeated both Lycanroc and Relicanth? Wow, is Lapras that powerful? Hearing this, Xia Fan raised his eyebrows and couldn't help but become a little curious. Island Kahuna Lizzie he knew that although there were no gyms in the Alola region, the duties of these Island Kahuna were almost equivalent to those of gym masters, even higher in status. To be able to defeat such a person's Pokémon with one blow, it seems that Lapra's strength is not as strong as normal's. Oh, let me tell you, it's definitely more powerful than you think. The people next door continued to talk. Just after Lizzie was defeated, Tapu Lele also appeared. It fought against the leading Lapras. The Lapras was not at all inferior. Do you think it was strong? Others immediately gave a thumbs up. Strong, what's next? After that, Tapu Lele and Lapras suddenly stopped fighting and left. The Lapras took his people to a small island near Akala Island to rest. Now, there are many people who want to capture that Lapras, but so far no one's Pokémon can survive 3 attacks from that Lapras. Is it so powerful? Which island is it on? Mu-chung, take us there quickly and see if there is any chance to fish in troubled waters. Okay. Wait until I finish this bowl of ice cream. A few minutes later, the person sitting next to me left. When Xia Fan saw them leaving, he couldn't help but follow them. I wanted to follow and see the Lapras that was fighting with Tapu Lele without falling below. An hour later, Xia Fan followed the men to a small island on the westernmost side of Akala Island. Just looking at it from a distance, Xia Fan was a little surprised, because there are at least thousands of people gathered here, with various Pokémon placed around, making the island completely blocked. Xia Fan saw quite a few rare Flash Pokémon, such as a light red Flash Pidgey, which looked very cool. But what surprised Xia Fan the most was a Crystal Steelix, standing upright on the sea, emitting bursts of cold air. The sea surface around him was directly frozen, attracting countless envious glances from people. MB, this kid is really lucky. Smoke is coming out of his ancestral graves, and he has caught the Crystal Steelix. Xia Fan couldn't help but admire the young man next to Crystal Steelix. In terms of rarity, Crystal Steelix is probably comparable to legendary Pokémon, except that it's a little weaker. Xiaohuan, fly closer. Xia Fan sat on the back of the Dragonite that Mew had transformed into and said softly. He hasn't even seen the face of Lapras, who is capable of fighting Tapu Lele. Hey, stop, no going ahead. But just as they were about to approach the island, a girl in a bikini with big wavy hair stood on Charizard's back and stopped Xia Fan. Xia Fan frowned and looked at the other person. I thought that this was a gesture by some force preparing to capture him alone. But the girl continued, if you want to catch Lapras, go down and get a number, and then catch it when it's your turn. Take the number. Xia Fan's slightly frowned brows immediately wrinkled into a shape. When you want to catch Pokémon, you need to get an account. Is that so civilized? Yes, take the number. Didn't you see that no one entered the island? The girl folded her arms and talked freely. Xia Fan looked down. I found that no one had walked onto the island yet, and everyone was at least 200 or 300 meters away from the island. The girl continued. Since everyone wants to catch Lapras, let's be fair. No beat UPS or tricks like snatching and throwing Pokeballs when others are fighting. Only those who defeat Lapras with their strength are eligible to capture it. After listening to this, Xia Fan tentatively spoke. Player. He felt that the only people who could come up with the idea of using an account to catch Pokemon were gamers. The girl raised her eyebrows. The same to you. Xia Fan smiled, leaving everything unsaid. After a while, Xia Fan was brought by the girl to the sea outside the island. The sea here is frozen over by a jinx. Here, this is your number. The girl took out a number from a box and gave it to Xia Fan, and told Xia Fan that when it was his turn, he needed to transfer 5,000 yuan to the person who maintained order. Number 359? How long will it take to wait in line? Xia Fan looked at the number and couldn't help muttering. You think it's too long? The girl frowned slightly, walked to Xia Fan, and lowered her voice and said, Xia Fan, if we weren't both players, you should be ranked 1058 now. When they first came over, the two introduced their names to each other. Number 1058, the flowers are about to wither after waiting for so long. Xia Fan couldn't help but wonder, Lin Yan, is there really no one who can't wait and rushes in? Yes, of course, but can he win? Lin Yan said contemptuously. At this time, someone outside the island couldn't wait any longer and rushed into the island with an Aerodactyl, breaking through the obstruction of others. However, just as he was about to land on the island, an Articuno and a Raikou appeared on the island. Under the command of a red-haired young man, they used their skills to severely injure Aerodactyl and threw him into the sea. Articuno Raikou. Xia Fan raised his eyebrows, somewhat unexpectedly seeing these two Pokemon here. Of course, these are two Pokemon that have not reached the level of God. See? With my brother's two Pokemon here, how can they get in? Lin Yan crossed her arms and looked proud beside Xia Fan. Your brother's Pokemon? Then why don't you catch Lapras yourself? Xia Fan asked. Lin Yan's face instantly fell. Catch it yourself? You have to be able to beat it, that Lapras? Huh, it's ridiculously strong. Since you're handsome and we're both players, I'll tell you, my brother's two legends can't beat it together. There's a reason why Tapu Lele ran away in the middle of the fight. So strong. Xia Fan frowned slightly, thinking that Lapras, who had only broken through to the realm of God, was qualified to be captured by him. Just then, a horn sounded from the crowd. Number 169, hurry up and enter the arena for the duel. Xia Fan heard the sound and quickly launched Mew into the air. Then I saw the Crystal Steelix actually walking towards the island. In a cave on the island, a Lapras that was much larger than the other Lapras slowly walked out. Looking at the Lapras, Xia Fan's expression suddenly became strange. After all, this is the Lapras that he captured in the Chengdu region that year. Buddy, can I ask for a refund now? When Xia Fan saw the Lapras, his first thought was, return the money, return it quickly. Return the money? You don't want to catch Lapras anymore. Lin Yan's eyes widened. I don't understand why Xia Fan, who was so interested just now, lost interest after taking one look at Lapras. Xia Fan looked at Lin Yan's puzzled expression and wanted to say, this is my Pokemon. Catch. How do you want me to catch? Also at this time, in the distance, the battle between Crystal Steelix and Lapras began. Mega Evolution Steelix. The trainer of Crystal Steelix decisively made his Crystal Steelix undergo Mega Evolution. The crystal light was bright, and soon, a Mega Crystal Steelix appeared in front of everyone. The surrounding sea area within 100 meters was completely frozen. At the same time, its majestic and domineering appearance makes many people nervous, afraid that this guy will defeat Lapras and subdue him. Seeing the nervous faces of the people around him, the trainer crossed his arms and calmly issued the attack order. Steelix Thunderfang. At the master's command, Mega Crystal Steelix twisted its huge body and dived towards Lapras. It opened its huge mouth, and its sharp fangs flashed with electricity. On the other side, facing the aggressive Mega Crystal Steelix, Lapras was calm. There was just a hint of human contempt in his eyes. A beam of extremely cold light condensed in its mouth. Just when Mega Crystal Steelix was about to bite it, a beam of light was spit out. Sheer cold. The beam of light hit Crystal Steelix, freezing it instantly. Then he fell to the ground in front of everyone's eyes. The trainer could no longer remain calm when he saw this and screamed in shock. How is this possible? At the same time, he looked at Lapras in horror. I didn't expect that such a powerful Crystal Steelix, which was at Mega Evolution, would be killed in one blow. At this time, the red-haired young man who was in charge of maintaining order sat on Reika's back, came up to Trainer, and couldn't help but sneer. Idiot, nothing is impossible. You met Lapras, and such a strong Lapras, and you stupidly ordered Pokémon to fight close combat. If you don't lose, who will? Do you think the one-hit kill Sheer Cold is just for show? I don't know how you managed to catch Crystal Steelix. Okay, quickly take back your Pokémon and leave. If you still want a challenge, please pay again and get a new account. The trainer reluctantly took out the Pokeball, collected the frozen Crystal Steelix, took out the Pokeball, released a dugong, and left. And wait until the other party leaves. The red-haired young man's expression changed, and he spoke to Lapras in a somewhat flattering manner. Should we continue the fight or take a break? Now, this Lapras is an opportunity for him to make money. I don't think anyone can tame it. After all, neither I nor Tapu Lele can beat it. So how can anyone else be qualified? Lapras ignored the red-haired young man. Instead, he glanced at the humans on the sea with a puzzled look, because just now it inexplicably felt a sense of closeness coming from not far away. That feeling guides at what to look for. A few seconds later, Lapras saw a familiar figure in the crowd. The man was standing next to a Dragonite, also looking at it with a smile. The next second, Lapras' telepathic voice rang in the minds of everyone nearby. Owner, everyone's eyes widened. I don't understand why the word master rang in my mind. Then, they saw the Lapras rushing towards them at a high speed. Suddenly, a bad premonition arose in their hearts. At this moment, the voice came in my mind again. Master, I missed you so much. This time, the sound made everyone certain that it was made by Lapras. Everyone looked at Lapras. It's hard to believe that the other party is a Pokémon that only has a master. Following the direction in which Lapras was swimming, everyone finally saw Lapras stop in front of a young man. They rubbed their heads against each other very intimately, just like master and servant. Haha, okay, I missed you too. I never thought I would meet you here. I didn't expect you to be so strong now. Under everyone's suspicious gazes, Xia Fan caressed Lapras lovingly. Then he turned his head and looked at Lin Yin, whose mouth was about to open. Now you understand why I said I want to return the money. Lin Yin looked at Xia Fan, hesitated for a while, and finally opened her mouth to confirm. Is this Lapras yours? What do you think? Xia Fan shrugged. It's an obvious scene. Do you still need to ask him? At this time, someone nearby took out a Pokeball and threw at Lapras. The Pokeball hit Lapras' shell, but nothing happened. Obviously, it really has an owner. Seeing this scene, the people around couldn't sit still anymore. They surrounded Lin Yin and the red-haired young man. Someone shouted excitedly, Arnhem, return the money. Return the money now. You be asterisk 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 D. You actually tricked me into coming here with an owned Pokémon, wasting my youth. Forget it, this money is just a waste. Seeing Lin Yin and the red-haired young man being surrounded, Xia Fan decisively took advantage of the chaos and took Lapras away. I don't even plan to take the 5,000 yuan registration fee. After all, the brother and sister did not expect that Lapras, who could compete with Tapu Daidai, actually had a partner. Where are your people? Xia Fan, who had left during the chaos, asked while sitting on Lapras' back. At this time, Mew has changed from Dragonite back to Pikachu, sitting on Lapras' back with Xia Fan. Master, they are waiting for me in the cave now. Lapras craned his neck and pointed to the cave on the island where it came out. Lapras and Xia Fan then chatted about their experiences after parting in Chengdu region. In Lapras' story, it has happened many times like today. Every trainer who saw it wanted to capture it, but basically they all returned in failure. The only trainer who defeated it was a man named Dondi a year ago. But after the guy beat it, he found that throwing the ball was ineffective and returned home disappointed. Dan Emperor? Hearing this name, Xia Fan raised his eyebrows, a little surprised. Isn't that the champion of the Galar region? He is known as the undefeated god of war and has never lost a single game since his debut. Master knows him. Sensing the surprise in Xia Fan's tone, Lapras asked in confusion. I've heard of his name. He's a very strong trainer. It's not unfair that you lost to him, Xia Fan said with a smile. But Lapras was a little unconvinced after hearing this. No, that was a year ago. Master, let me tell you, if it were now, he would never be able to defeat me again. Xia Fan touched Lapras's proud head. You should be about to break through to the realm of God. Yes, Master. It will probably be in half a year. Lapras nodded, then looked at Xia Fan. By the way, Master, I have a favor to ask. Can you take care of my people while I break through the realm? No problem, it's easy. Just contact me through mind sharing when you need me. Xia Fan agreed without hesitation. Half a year later, it is estimated that his pantheon will have already established a branch in Alola, and he will just need to ask a few members to protect it. Thank you, Master. Lapras was delighted and thankful. Choosing Fan as my master was the best thing I did in my life. It can give it both freedom and powerful strength. And the key is that when you need help, it can immediately help yourself. Who else in this world can compare to such a master? After a while, Xia Fan came to the cave under the guidance of Lapras. I saw nearly 100 Lapras inside, a much larger scale than before. When these Lapras saw Xia Fan, some immediately came overexcitedly, while others immediately became wary. Master, many of our tribesmen here joined us after they separated from you. Lapras explained, calling out to the tribe. Tell them that the man in front of them is the master it has been talking about all these years. After hearing this explanation, the vigilant Lapras immediately came over. Obviously, he was very curious about the master that the patriarch had often talked about over the years. Hello, everyone. Xia Fan greeted them with a smile. Then pick up the golden ring you got from Hoopa. Use the ring to summon tons of Pokémon treats. Looking at the food, the Lapras immediately showed a growl of gratitude to Xia Fan. Those who are close to her will rub their heads against Xia Fan's hands in an intimate and direct manner. What is a master? This is what a master is. If they want to follow a trainer in the future, they must find a trainer like the patriarch. Everyone, take your time eating. If it's not enough, tell me. I have more, Xia Fan said with a smile. The Lapras under the but also told his tribesmen proudly, but not enough to tell its owner. By the way, Lapras, do you know where Tapu Lele is? After a while, Xia Fan suddenly remembered that Lapras and Tapu Lele had a big fight and couldn't help asking. Yes, it fought with me once and gave me a bracelet when it left. If you need help, use confusion on the bracelet and it will come. Lapras said decisively after hearing this. Where is the bracelet? Xia Fan raised his eyebrows. This is really a pleasant surprise. Lapras moved its mouth, and soon a pink bracelet came out of its mouth. Master wants me to call it over. Lapras seemed to understand Xia Fan's thoughts and took the initiative to ask, but doesn't think there is anything wrong with it. Instead, it feels that it is helping Tapu Lele. It should be an honor for Tapu Lele to be the master's partner. Yes, call him over. Xia Fan was very satisfied with Lapras' performance. Lapras then used confusion on the pink bracelet. 10 minutes later, a pink Pokémon with some butterfly features appeared in the cave, shining brightly. Xia Fan looked at it, smiled gently, and took out the Pokeball. Human. Tapu Lele was surprised to see a human sitting on Lapras' back. Lapras, did you encounter any difficulty in finding me? Tapu Lele sent out telepathic messages, but his eyes were always on Xia Fan. I don't know why, but the first time I saw this guy, I felt a little uneasy. I always feel like something big is going to happen. I would like to introduce my master to you. Lapras responded. Master? You mean him? Tapu Lele's eyes widened. At this time, Xia Fan disappeared from Lapras' back. Tapu Lele looked around quickly. Finally, Xia Fan was seen overhead. Yes, that's me. Xia Fan smiled brightly and threw the Pokeball in her hand over without hesitation. A red light flashed, and Tapu Lele was taken in. Ding! Successfully captured Pokémon Tapu Lele. Please select one from the skills as your skill. Psychic type and Fairy type Pokémon. Tapu Lele. Gender, none. Ability 1. Psychic Maker. Once entering the battle contest condition, the surrounding area will become psychic terrain. The power of psychic-type skills will increase by 50%, and ground Pokémon on the terrain will not be affected by priority effects. Ability 2. Telepathy reads allied attacks and dodges their damage. Pokémon with this ability are immune to damage from teammates and friend skills. Carrying things, none. Skills are as follows. Aroma Mist increases the special defense of your Pokémon through its magical aroma. Aromatherapy. Let your teammates smell the refreshing aroma, thereby healing the status condition of all our members. Mean Look. Stare at rival motionlessly with a seductive mean look, making it impossible for him to escape from the battle. Withdraw. Retract into the shell to protect the body, thereby greatly improving one's own defense. Select this skill. The host will gain an invisible hard shell that can be summoned out and covers the entire body. Psywave. Launches a magical telekinetic attack at rival. The damage changes each time it is used. Nature's Madness. Different nature powers are triggered according to different environments, causing rival to suffer huge damage. Skill Swap. Use Psychic to call upon your own and rival's abilities. Flatter. Flatter rival, confuse it, and also increase rival's special attack. Moonblast. Borrows the power of the moon to attack rival, sometimes reducing rival's special attack. System. I choose Tapu Lele's Skill Swap. Originally, Xia Fan wanted to choose the exclusive skill Nature's Madness this time. But when he saw Skill Swap, he couldn't take his eyes off it, so he decided to choose between Tapu Mu and Tapu Fin. If he, who has no ability, uses this skill, he will make a lot of money. For example, if Mutwo is hit by his Skill Swap after X evolution, half of it will be useless. Without the indomitable spirit, it will no longer be able to become stronger and stronger like a tough guy. On the contrary, he will become stronger and stronger. 2 seconds later, the skill swap appeared in Xia Fan's skill bar. A red light flashed, and he released Tapu Lele, and then summoned Tapu Ming through the dimensional hole. Let it brainwash Tapu Lele, who is about to go crazy. A few minutes later, Tapu Lele was successfully brainwashed. Although I was very angry with Lapras, I had no choice but to follow Xia Fan. Become part of his legend. Master, I encountered a Pokémon that is a little bit special. At this moment, NEI's voice sounded in Xia Fan's mind. Special Pokémon? Xia Fan raised his eyebrows. He was just about to contact NEI to tell them that he had subdued Tapu Lele. Yes, I sense a great power within that Pokémon. I will now pass my perspective to you. The next second, through mental sharing, Xia Fan saw NEI's perspective at that moment. He saw a 4-legged Pokémon wearing an ancient mask with an axe on top. Now that Pokémon is under the command of a human, and it keeps attacking NTI. Silverly, Xia Fan recognized it instantly. Master, do you know? NTI responded to Xia Fan while fighting. Xia Fan smiled. This is the Pokémon known as Little Arceus. It is a legendary Pokémon created by humans based on Arceus's information. Although its combat capability is only average now, once the mask on its head is taken off, its strength will change dramatically. After all, he is related to Arceus. Where are you now? I'll come find you. Master, this Pokémon seems to have an owner. NEI guessed what Xia Fan was thinking. It doesn't matter if there is an owner. I have a way to make a master. Hand Silverly over to me. NTI, who in your lair is about to break through to the god level, or whose strength is close to the god level. He knew who Silverly's owner was. That guy's name is Gladion. He's a man who is extremely thirsty for power and hates Ultra Beasts. But due to restrictions, Silverly is unable to unleash her true power. In this case, he would seize this pain point and make a deal with Gladion. Right now, the only ones I have that are close to god level are Sizer, Sneasel, Ursaring, Pidgeot, Victreebel, Nidoking, Nidoqueen, and Venusaur. Except for Sizer and Ursaring, the others are all clan leaders of their respective clans. Hearing Xia Fan's question, NEI thought for a moment and answered. So much. Xia Fan was a little surprised. He had originally thought that after casting a wide net to capture them in the forest, there should be only one or two that are about to break through to the god level. I didn't expect that there were almost 8. Does the master need to bring them all? Nti asked. Xia Fan shook his head. That's not necessary. Do you know who here is more eager to live in the human world? Nti was silent for a moment and replied. In that case, there are only Sizer and Ursaring. These two often sneak out of the forest and rob passing humans of their Pokémon food. I think they prefer the human world. Robbing Pokémon food from passing humans? Why? Are they short of food? Xia Fan raised his eyebrows. He remembered that he had told the Pantheon in Chengdu region to send some Pokémon food to the forest where Nei stayed every once in a while to improve their food rations. Nei said calmly, no, they didn't have this behavior originally, but ever since they followed someone's orders and carried out a robbery in a cave, they have developed this bad habit. They are proud of robbing. The more they rob, the more prestigious they are. I have reprimanded them many times, but they just ignored me and went out to rob again the next day. Fortunately, they are not the leaders of their tribes. Otherwise, the forest would be in chaos. Xia Fan. After hearing what Nei said, he didn't know how to respond for a moment. I really didn't expect that an operation that year would create 2 bandits. He could imagine the expression on the rookie trainer's face as he passed by and was robbed by these 2 demigod-level Pokémon just after leaving the first gym. Now you use mental sharing to let them rush to your cave, and I will use the golden ring to bring them to my side. Xia Fan sighed. Okay, Master, I'll notify them right away. Nti replied excitedly, as if he had long wanted to get those 2 evildoers out of the forest. 5 minutes later, a Sizer and an Ursaring, each holding a Pokeball, passed through the golden ring and appeared in front of Xia Fan. The Pokeball was returned to them by Xia Fan after he captured them. After all, there are hundreds of Pokémon, and he can't tell which Pokeball is for which, so he just lets them keep it themselves. When these 2 Pokémon saw Xia Fan, they ran up to him excitedly and called him their master, just like they saw their idol. And they vied to share their robbery achievements over the years with Xia Fan. Tapu Lele, who was standing by, was stunned. I couldn't help but wonder what kind of master I was following. The scene ended up lasting 5 minutes. Sizer suddenly asked, Master, you asked us to come here to rob? Who are you robbing? I sense that there are many people outside. Are you robbing them? Ursaring clapped his hands excitedly. That's great. I love robbing the most. Xia Fan. These 2 guys are really bandits in the world. 2 out of 3 sentences are related to robbery. Compared to them, I should be a good person. That's not the case. I summoned you here this time because I wanted to find a new master for you. Xia Fan sighed and spoke. Looking for a new owner? Sizer and Ursaring's excited expressions froze immediately. No, we will just follow you, Master. That's right. We only recognize you. Our master and no one else. No one else is worthy. Sizer and Ursaring shook their heads wildly. He used to look so ferocious, but now he looks a bit pitiful. Xia Fan thought for a moment and decided to change his way of saying it. Are you sure? If you had a different master, you could leave that forest, break free from the NTI, and travel the world with your new master, robbing those who fight against you around the world. As soon as the words came out, Sizer and Ursaring's expressions changed. Really? Where's the new owner? They spoke at the same time, through mind sharing. Xia Fan. Damn, you changed your attitude so quickly? I almost believed your feelings for me. I'll take you to see him now, Xia Fan said calmly. Then I packed up and prepared to leave. But before leaving, he asked Tapu Lele to help Lapras find a new place to live. Nti, I'm coming to you now. 10 minutes later, Xia Fan rode the Dragonite that Mew transformed into and came to the easternmost part of Akala Island. Saw Nei on a more secluded coast. At this moment, Nti was being attacked crazily by a Pokémon wearing an ancient mask, which was commanded by a blonde boy, but it was easily dodged. Xia Fan looked at the masked Pokémon and smiled. Silvally, oh no, you should call me a tribute Sora, since you haven't been untied yet. Xiao Huan, go down. Xia Fan patted Mew on the back. Mew then brought Xia Fan to land on the rocks by the coast. NTI saw Xia Fan from a distance and used his skill extreme speed, coming to Xia Fan from 100 meters away in the blink of an eye. Master! It lowered its head in respect. It must be hard for you to play house with them, NTI. Xia Fan came up to NEI and touched his head. Then he looked at the blonde boy Gladion who followed him. He raised an eyebrow and asked, "What are you going to do with my NTI? Your NTI?" Gladion's eyes widened. "NTI is your Pokémon. Why else can I pet it?" Xia Fan said with a slightly boastful tone, "This is a legendary Pokémon. Come." NTI listened to my command and cast Sacred Fire at soaring in the sky. The next second, NTI breathed out scorching Sacred Fire towards soaring in the sky. The temperature around suddenly rose a lot. Gladion saw that Seema's expression was immediately revealed. He originally thought that the appearance of NTI was God's guidance for him to subdue him. But the result was this? He would rather be run away by NTI than see such a legendary Pokémon become someone else's companion. You knew it was a legendary Pokémon, and you let it out on its own. Gladion said angrily, looking like he was being played. "Don't you know that its appearance will cause a shock to the entire island?" After saying that, he turned and left. But Xia Fan stopped him. "That's a Pokémon. How come I've never seen it before?" Xia Fan locked his eyes and pretended that he had never seen it before. "It's called Attribute Sora," Gladion said calmly, with a hint of boasting in his tone. "It's a unique Pokémon in this world. I'm the only one who has it. It's no less rare than NTI. So amazing." Xia Fan looked surprised. Gladion's chest straightened up when he saw this. He felt like he had found the turtle he had just eaten. Xia Fan then said, "Since you were so awesome, let's play a game, little brother." "Game?" Gladion frowned. "What game?" "This game is that we have a Pokémon battle. If I lose, I give you my NTI. If you lose, I'll exchange a Pokémon with you for your attribute space. How's that? You got a good deal, right? If you lose, give me your NTI. If I lose, you give me a Pokémon to exchange for attribute space." Gladion's face turned cold. He felt that Xia Fan was treating him as a fool. It looked like he was taking advantage, but if Xia Fan used NTI to fight him, how would he win? When he caught it just now, he already felt the gap between his attribute Sora and NEI, but he was unwilling to let NEI go away just like that. At this time, Xia Fan said, "Don't worry, if I don't let NTI fight you, I'll fight you with the Pokémon I traded with you." After saying that, two red lights flashed. An Ursaring and a Sizer appeared before Gladion. You choose to fight between the two of them. If you win, I'll give you NTI. If you lose, I'll exchange them with you for attribute space," Xia Fan said calmly. Gladion was stunned when he heard this. Suddenly it felt a bit like a dream. In this way, it seems that he does not suffer any loss whether he wins or loses. He always makes money. You can still get a Pokémon that can fight against Ultra Beasts. I accept. I'm going to choose that Ursaring as rival. Gladion agreed decisively, as if he was afraid that Xia Fan would go back on his word. Xia Fan raised his eyebrows and smiled. "Okay, then let's prepare for the battle." Xia Fan turned around and made room for him. NTI. Attribute Kong is sure that he cannot defeat Ursaring. Xia Fan confirmed again through mental sharing. "Don't worry, Master. I have already figured out the strength of Attribute Sora. Unless it releases in prison, it will not be able to defeat Ursaring. Moreover, Ursaring's strength alone is not much worse than mine in the past." NTI replied, "That's good." After hearing this, Fan felt completely relieved. And the fact is just as NEI answered. 2 minutes later, facing Ursaring who was about to break through to the realm of God, his power was emptied by the attribute of imprison, and he had no power to resist at all. With an arm hammer and a slash, Attribute Kong was knocked down, and in the middle he took Attribute Kong's destructive death ray with his bare hands. Gladion was stunned by the powerful meat shield ability and physical attack ability. He even felt that NEI might not be able to defeat this Ursaring. Seeing Gladion's surprised expression, Xia Fan smiled and said, "How's it going, little brother? Are you satisfied with my Ursaring? If you're not satisfied, you can still let Sizer fight you again. Come again. Hearing that Xia Fan was willing to let Sizer fight him again, Gladion agreed decisively. But I have to restore my attribute to contest condition before I can fight again. Of course. Xia Fan was all smiles. While the two were waiting, Deoxys, Cresselia, Reiku, and Suicune came to Xia Fan one after another. How is this possible? This scene made Gladion stunned. He didn't know Deoxys, but he knew Cresselia, Reiku, and Suicune. The legendary Pokémon is something that ordinary people may not encounter even once in their lifetime. They're your Pokémon, Gladion exclaimed in amazement. Certainly, Xia Fan smiled and shrugged. Tapu Lele had already been subdued, so he called them back. Cresselia, help that Pokémon restore its contest condition. Xia Fan issued an order. Cresselia came and immediately came to attribute Sora's side. After a while, the body glowed with light, and the light shone on attribute Kong, and the opponent's contest condition immediately returned to the best. At the same time, there was a hint of excitement in the look he gave Cresselia from under the mask. Let's start the fight. When attribute Sora recovered, Gladion shouted impatiently. He wanted to know what the strength of the other Sizer was. It probably isn't as powerful as that Ursaring, Gladion guessed, but the result disappointed him. Sizer is stronger than Ursaring, not weaker. As fast as lightning. The moment the battle started, Xia Fan came to attribute Kong without giving any orders. A bullet punch followed by the skill X-Scissor knocked down attribute Kong, who had just recovered. Gladion was completely dazed before the attack order was even issued. The open mouth took nearly a minute to close. Looking at Xia Fan, I was filled with amazement and worship. He couldn't believe what kind of person could have so many legendary Pokémon and at the same time train other ordinary Pokémon to be comparable to legendary ones. He couldn't imagine how anyone could defeat such an enemy in a Pokémon battle. Hey, you lost, handsome boy. You should accept the loss. You should decide which of my two Pokémon you want to exchange the attribute space for. Xia Fan shouted at this time. I choose. Hearing this, Gladion's eyes began to wander back and forth between Ursaring and Sizer. But after thinking for a long time, I still couldn't make a decision. He thought both Pokémon were very strong, so strong that he wanted both. Can it be faster? Xia Fan urged, feeling a little numb from waiting. And when he urged him, Gladion gritted his teeth and made his choice. I choose Ursaring. He felt that compared to the powerful Mantis, Ursaring's overall strength was very good. It could both resist and fight. The only thing it might not be able to match Sizer was its speed. Okay, let's start the exchange. Xia Fan smiled, took out Ursaring's Pokeball, put Ursaring in it, and came to Gladion. On the other side, Gladion looked at Attribute Sora and kept saying sorry. But the eyes behind Attribute's empty mask were always looking at Cresselia. Finally, he couldn't stand Gladion's nonsense anymore, so he signaled to the other party to quickly switch. Then he simply tapped the Pokeball on the other party's waist and took his own in. Handsome boy, if you believe me, don't change the Pokeball for Ursaring. This ball is the lucky ball I used to catch it, Xia Fan suddenly said during the exchange. If he replaced the Pokeball, he couldn't guarantee that Ursaring would still be able to take advantage of his system's experience and become stronger. Okay, Gladion agreed without giving it much thought and handed the Pokeball with an empty attribute to Xia Fan. After Xia Fan got the Pokeball, he immediately turned his back to Gladion and released the attribute, then decisively used the Pokeball Crush Grip, and then used the attribute that just came out and was about to be put on Cresselia to take the new Pokeball to capture it. Ding! Successfully captured Pokemon attribute. Please select one from the skills as your skill. Normal type legendary Pokemon. Attribute empty. Suppress contest condition. Gender none. Ability 1. Combat armor. Protected by a hard shell and will not be hit by rivals' attacks. Hidden attribute. AR system. When the attribute is empty and the contest condition is released to become Silvally, the attribute can be transformed according to the attribute disc held. Carrying things, none. Skills are as follows. Rage. If you are attacked after using a move, your combat power will be increased by the power of rage. Metal sound. Makes rival hear an annoying sound like metal friction, greatly reducing rival's special defense. Razor Wind creates a wind blade that can easily hit rival's vital points. Heal Block. After using this move, the enemy will not be able to recover health through moves, abilities, or items carried for a period of time. Try Attack. Attacks with 3 types of light, sometimes causing rival to suffer paralysis, burning, or freezing contest condition. Multi-Attack. Cover with extremely high energy while crashing into rival to attack. Can only be used after the attribute becomes Silverly. If this skill is selected, the host will also have the AR system ability. Imprison. If rival has the same moves as you, then only rival cannot use the same moves. I will also have the AR system ability. How will it change? Looking at Attribute Kong's exclusive skills, Xia Fan described them systematically with a little curiosity. Then he turned around to look at Glad Ion, who was getting familiar with Ursaring and had no time to focus on himself. Xia Fan made a choice in his heart. System, I choose the skill Multi-Attack. The next second, a new force began to transform his body. About 5 seconds later, the skill Multi-Attack appeared in Xia Fan's mind. According to the description of this skill, he can now perform attribute transformations just like Silverly by placing the attribute disc on the palm of his right hand. Suddenly, I feel like I'm becoming more and more like Pokémon. Feeling this new change, Xia Fan complained in his heart and then shouted to Glad Ion, "Hey, handsome boy, is there something you didn't give me?" "What?" Glad Ion looked confused. "The things in the small bag on your waist should belong to Attribute Kong." Xia Fan pointed with his chin. "Shouldn't you give it to me as well?" Gladion's expression changed. "How do you know?" Xia Fan shrugged. "Don't ask me about this. Anyway, you have to be a trustworthy person and give me all the accessories of Attribute Kong." Glad Ion fell silent after hearing this. After a while, he gritted his teeth and handed the attribute CD in the small bag to Xia Fan. "You are an excellent Pokémon trainer, so I hope you can bring out the true power of attribute space." When handing it over, he grabbed Xia Fan's hand and stared at Xia Fan seriously. "Don't worry, any Pokémon, as long as they are in my hands, they can maximize their potential." Xia Fan replied with a smile and took the attribute disc from the other party. "By the way, my name is Xia Fan. Next time we meet, you will see a completely different attribute Kong from me." After saying that, Xia Fan turned and left. "Let Deoxys take him away from here quickly, lest Glad Ion regret it." A few minutes later, Xia Fan appeared in another remote sea area. He released Attribute Kong and let a group of legends brainwash it, while he took out the attribute disc to test his new skills. When he fuses the fire-type disc with his right hand, flames will burn on the surface of his body, just like fireman normal. When you release a fire-type skill, its power will be twice as strong as before. He took out the electric-type disc and merged it with his right hand, and lightning would surround his body. The flying-type disc allows his body to gain the power of flying so that he no longer needs to rely on psychic flying. Each disc can bring about changes in his physical attributes. It's profitable. This skill really makes a lot of money. Xia Fan said happily, he has no shortage of powerful attack skills now, but he lacks this kind of skill that can make his eyes light up. He turned his head and looked at Attribute Kong. During the time when he was experimenting with his skills, Attribute Kong had already been brainwashed by NTI and the others. I understand that following him, the future is bright. Next are the other 2 Island Guardians. 2 months passed. At this time, Xia Fan had already captured the remaining Island Guardians, Tapu Fin and Tapu Mu. From Tapu Fin, he acquired a skill called Refresh that allows the user to instantly heal all status conditions. From Tapu Mu, I acquired the unique skill Nature's Madness of the Island's Guardian. It can be said that, at present, Xia Fan has basically conquered all the easy-to-conquer legends in the Alola region, and the rest still need Xie's help. So now he followed Master Xi to a city called Fonlai City. This is a city that Ash learned about from his classmates during school. It is said that there will be a festival called Wind Festival in this city soon, and the legendary Pokemon Lugia will appear here. With the mentality that he had to join in the fun when a legend appeared, Ash called Xia Fan the God of Wealth. Later, We will hold the traditional event of the Wind Festival on Central Avenue, the Pokémon Capture Contest. Pokémon trainers are welcome to participate. In a square in Fonlai City, Xia Fan and Ash sat together, each holding an ice cream in their hands. Ash immediately showed excitement when he heard the broadcast. Mr. Xia Fan, do you want to participate in this Pokémon catching contest? Me? Forget it. Just join us. Xia Fan smiled and shrugged. He was not very interested in this Fonlai City. Lugia, who was the most wanted to see in the eyes of others, had already been his Pokémon. The only thing that interested him was an electric-type Pokémon hidden in the city. If he remembered correctly, it seemed to be Zeraora. Ha ha ha. Since Mr. Xia Fan you won't participate, then I will try to win the championship. Ash laughed when he heard Xia Fan would not participate. I walked towards Central Street with even greater enthusiasm. After a while, the two met a group of little boys arguing with a little Stephanie at an intersection. Little Stephanie accidentally knocked over the boy's lemon car and quickly apologized. But the leading boy refused to accept it and angrily picked up a lemon and threw it at little Stephanie. Just when the lemon was about to hit little Stephanie's face, a hand caught it. Ash, who will always help others when he sees injustice, stood in front of little Stephanie with a heroic look. Hey, it's not nice to quarrel. It's a rare celebration, so let's just have fun. He played with the lemon in his hand and educated the group of little boys. Who are you to care? The boy opposite said angrily. Phanpy rollout. As soon as he finished speaking, a Phanpy transformed into a rapid spin ball and crashed into Ash's face. But for Pikachu, who would never be defeated at full level in a movie, he was defeated with just 2 skills from Phanpy Solation, who was only at a few levels. The 3 little boys were immediately frightened to death. 3 people bullying a little girl. You little brat. You deserve a beating, don't you? At this time, Xia Fan, who had helped Ash to show off, slowly came to Ash's side and looked down at the group of little brats from above. The 3 little boys looked at Xia Fan, who was a whole head taller than Ash, and ran away while pushing the cart. Are you okay, little sister? Xia Fan turned her head and asked. It's okay. Thank you, especially this Pikachu. Little Stephanie shook her head and took the initiative to touch the Pikachu on Ash's shoulder. My name is Ash from Pallet Town, and this is my partner Pikachu. Ash introduced himself. My name is Xia Fan. Like Ash, my partner is also Pikachu. Xia Fan said with a smile. My name is Larugo. Are you here to participate in the Wind Festival? Yes, we are planning to go to Central Street to sign up for the Pokémon capturing contest, but we don't know how to get there. Ash explained. Let me lead the way for you. Larugo took the task with a smile. While guiding Ash and Xia Fan, he introduced the city. So we can see Lugia on the last day of the ceremony, Ash said excitedly a few minutes later. Yes, that's the main event of the Wind Festival. Larugo smiled and nodded, leading the two out of an alley and pointing to a torch-shaped landmark in the distance that was emitting a blue light. Look, that's the sacred flame. Lugia used that as a landmark to send wind here. What's that back there? Ash discovered that there was a conspicuous building in the mountains behind the sacred fire. It's a former power station. I heard from others that it was abandoned after being burned down by a wildfire 50 years ago. But it is said that the wildfire was finally extinguished by the rain brought by Lugia. Larugo explained. Then she pointed in 2 directions and said, I'm going in this direction. Brothers, if you go in this direction, you will reach the Wind Festival venue. Okay, thank you. The two said goodbye to Larugo. Xia Fan looked at the direction where Larugo left and smiled. The next second, Mew on his shoulder used the clone technique and split into 2, with the main body hiding and following Larugo. If he remembered correctly, this Stephanie seemed to have a great connection with Zeraora. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been saved by Ash, who has the halo of the protagonist. 10 minutes later, the two came to Central Street. Ash signed up for the Pokémon capturing contest. Xia Fan was watching from the audience, and after the official announcement that the competition had begun, he quietly left Central Street. The result of this competition, if he remembered correctly, was that Ash took second place. The championship was won by a middle-aged man who was full of lies and was suitable to be the leader of a pyramid scheme. Leaving Central Street, Xia Fan took several teleports and arrived at the foot of the highest mountain around the city. Finally, he met Mew halfway up the mountain and saw Larugo, who had parted with him and Ash. At this moment, she was jumping and skipping up the mountain. Finally, we arrived at a rarely visited ruin on the mountainside. She first took out some snacks for Teddy Ursa and Ditto, who were guarding there. Then he took out some fruits and drinks and placed them at the entrance of the ruins. "I'm sorry, it's all because of me that you got hurt. This orange berry will make your injury heal faster. Don't waste it, eat it all," Larugo shouted into the dark ruins. Not far away, Xia Fan, who was hiding under the bushes with Mew, raised his eyebrows. Because the next second after Larugo finished speaking, his divine beast perception responded. At the same time, a low roar was heard from the ruins. Like a warning. After hearing this, Larugo said with some disappointment, "I will come again." After saying that, she turned and left. About 5 minutes after Larugo left, a figure walking upright walked out from the depths of the ruins. Looking at the figure, Xia Fan's eyes widened, full of disbelief. Although the one that came out was indeed a Zeraora, its fur color was mainly silver-white, with only a little bit of saffron on its forehead. "Flash Zeraora," Xia Fan murmured in shock. If he remembered correctly, the original color of Zeraora was saffron, but what appeared before him was the even rarer silver-white flash. Is my memory going astray? Or am I in a parallel world now? So it's different from the drama version. Xia Fan was puzzled, but when she saw Flash Zeraora picking up the fruits and drinks left by little Stephanie and preparing to leave, she no longer cared about guessing. A teleport appeared in front of the other party. "Hello, Zeraora." Xia Fan smiled. Zeraora was startled at first when she saw the human suddenly appearing. Then she bounced and retreated dozens of meters like lightning. "Don't be afraid. I'm not here to harm you," Xia Fan said again. Zeraora ignored him, exerted a little force with her legs, and launched herself to leave again. But for Xia Fan, who can use teleport and Mute X's exclusive skill, hyperspace acceleration, it is impossible for Zeraora to get rid of him. And this is a wounded Zeraora. After just 7 or 8 ejections, it leaned against a tree trunk somewhat tiredly, staring at Xia Fan with a fierce expression. It's like saying, "If you follow me, I'll hit you. Don't run. I can treat your injuries." Xia Fan took out the Pokeball. If he remembered correctly, Zeraora was injured at this time in the plot. It's just that the reason is a little outrageous. In order to save little Stephanie, who had just brought it food, he was hit by a huge rock and seriously injured. That's why little Stephanie would go to the remote mountains to deliver food and drinks without any complaints. There was a flash of red light, and Cresselia was released. Seeing Cresselia, Zeraora's ferocious expression froze for a moment, and then Xia Fan's mind rang with its telepathy. "Are you a human or a Pokémon?" It saw Xia Fan constantly using teleport, and thought it was a Pokémon that turned into a human. But now take out the Pokeball, it's a bit messy. That's a hard question to answer. Xia Fan raised his eyebrows. To be honest, he didn't know if he was still a human being. If you must say it's a Pokémon in human skin, that's not impossible. The most important thing now is to heal your wounds. The next second, Xia Fan came behind Zeraora at a speed invisible to the naked eye. It is Mute X's hyperspace acceleration. Zeraora turned back in shock, glanced at Xia Fan behind her, and then looked at the afterimage that was gradually disappearing in front of her. Suddenly, I felt that the speed that I was so proud of seemed to have been defeated by the opponent. It was a little scared and prepared to continue running away. However, Xia Fan disabled a skill, which froze it in place and made it unable to move. By the time it broke free, Cresselia had already arrived, and a healing skill made it believe that the guy in front of it was really here to heal it. "Thanks." After recovering from his serious injuries, Zeraora bowed his head in gratitude to Cresselia and Xia Fan. "You're welcome," Xia Fan answered immediately, and then threw the Pokeball that he had prepared long ago over. A red light flashed, and Flash Zeraora was successfully subdued. Ding! Successfully captured Pokemon Zeraora. Please select one from the skills as your skill. Electric-type Phantom Pokemon, Zeraora. Gender, none. Ability 1, Electricity storage. When attacked by electric-type moves, you will not receive damage but will recover. Carrying things. None. Skills are as follows. Thunder Punch. Attack rival with a fist full of electricity, sometimes paralyzing rival, 10% chance. Fake Out. Perform a preemptive attack to make rival flinch. This can only be successful if used at the beginning of the battle. Discharge. Attack surrounding Pokémon with dazzling thunder shock, sometimes causing paralysis contest condition, 30% chance. Quick Guard. Protect yourself and your companions to prevent rivals' sneak attack. Close Combat. Give up guarding and charge into rivals' arms. Your own defense and special defense will be reduced. Plasma Fists. Attack with fists covered in electricity. During use, all normal-type moves will become electric-type. Wild Charge. Cover the entire body with electricity and crash into rival to attack. You will also receive a small amount of damage. Focus Blast. Increases momentum and releases all of its power, sometimes reducing rival's special defense. System. I choose Plasma Fists. There weren't many skills to choose from. Xia Fan took a look and found that only Zeraora's exclusive skills were a little attractive. After a while, Plasma Fists appeared in his skill bar. After casually testing the skills, he released Zeraora from the Pokeball and let Cresselia brainwash it. Owner. A few minutes later, Zeraora knelt on one knee towards Xia Fan. There's no need to be so serious. Xia Fan smiled and helped the other person up. But it must be said that Cresselia's brainwashing was very successful. Zeraora has been convinced by him, especially after hearing the voices of Lugia and the Rosa Tapu butterflies in the shared spiritual world. It has already impressed so many big guys it knows, so it's better for it to know the current situation as a mythical Pokemon. Okay, live your life well here from now on. If you encounter any difficulties that require help, contact me or other legends through the spiritual shared world. After winning over Zeraora's heart, Xia Fan no longer had any need to stay in this place. After chatting for a while, he said goodbye to Zeraora and left the mountain as a teleport. When we returned to Central Street, the Pokemon capturing contest was just coming to an end. The result was not much different from what he remembered. Ash still won the second place. What happened in the next 2 days was mostly the same as in the plot. Ash met a beautiful girl who wanted to be a trainer and helped her to tame Eevee. Also saw Lugia at the end of the Wind Festival. The only difference from the plot is that Ash, who has the halo of the protagonist, did not see the injured Zeraora again. There is no intersection with it, and Zeraora has not been targeted by Pokemon hunters. Ash spent the entire Wind Festival in a dull manner. The Wind Festival is over, and Ash and Xia Fan returned to the Pokemon school. Xia Fan no longer wandered around the Alola area like she was strolling on the street. After all, he had subdued the 4 island guardians Celestic Silvally, so he could only rely on Ash to attract the other legendaries. And 1 month later, Ash returned to Pokemon school. Xia Fan, who was sleeping soundly in the middle of the night, was awakened by Ash's sudden scream. Having a nightmare? He looked over in confusion and found that Ash was sweating all over, but he looked excited, and it didn't seem like he was having a nightmare. Then he heard Ash exclaiming Solgaleo and Lunala's names in his sleep. Hearing these 2 names, Xia Fan's pupils shrank, and she instantly thought of the dream that Ash might be experiencing at this moment. Without saying a word, he summoned Darkrai through the dimensional hole. Let help yourself enter Ash's dream. In less than 5 seconds, Xia Fan closed his eyes and opened them again, and he came to an ancient ruins shrouded in fog. Ash and Pikachu were not far ahead of him, and above Ash's head, there were 2 flashes of light. Solgaleo and Lunala floated alongside. Looking down at Ash below, Xia Fan couldn't hear what the 2 legends said to Ash through telepathy. He could only hear Ash constantly answering them. Say something like, "I understand, this is the deal." After these words were spoken, the 2 legends nodded, let out a shrill roar, and disappeared into 2 balls of light. Afterwards, the 2 light balls collided, emitting huge waves, and merged together. I don't know how long it took, but it turned into a dark cloud. The dark cloud seemed to have some kind of intelligence and was rushing downward. Xia Fan couldn't help but close her eyes, and when she opened them again, she returned to reality. Looking around, it was already dawn, and Ash continued to dream. That was... Xia Fan recalled everything that had just happened in Ash's dream. The corners of his mouth gradually rose. Xiao Xingyun, you are finally showing up. Also at this time, the sounds of Kapu and Tapu butterflies rang in Xia Fan's mind. What's wrong? Xia Fan asked puzzledly. Master, why did you just respond to us? We were just summoned by Solgaleo and Lunala to meet them. Tapu Koko seemed a little unhappy. What? Met with Solgaleo and Lunala. Xia Fan glared. Yeah, I wanted to ask you to come along, but you didn't respond. Tapu Koko said. So are Solgaleo and Lunala still with you now? No, I've returned to Ultra Space. Xia Fan was speechless for a moment, because entering Ash's dream caused him to miss the opportunity to face the two legends directly. But these two adults handed their children over to us. Tapu Dai interjected. You mean Cosmic? That's right. Xia Fan's face immediately brightened up again. Half an hour later, the four guardian Pokémon, including Kapu and Mingming, appeared in front of Xia Fan with a glowing gas-type Pokémon. That Pokémon was like a baby normal, sleeping soundly. Looking at the Pokémon, Xia Fan smiled. Little Nebula Cosmic, we finally meet. Great, the plot changes again. Because he has subdued Kapu, Mingming, and the others, he will be the first human that Xiao Xingyun sees in this world. Meow. Mew, who turned into Pikachu on Xia Fan's shoulder, thought Little Nebula was very cute and immediately turned back to his original form, rubbing it with his cheek. Little Xingyun immediately started whimpering like a baby, making people want to love him. Xia Fan reached out and held Xiao Xingyun in his arms. After a while, a hint of surprise flashed across his expression. So light, Little Nebula felt like air in his arms, frillish. Maybe it weighs only about the same as 2 eggs. He reached out and touched his forehead. Little Xingyun then showed a comfortable expression, but his eyes were still closed, as if he was soundly asleep. Xia Fan turned his head towards Tapu Koko, and Tapu flicked at them. You guys go back, I will protect it. Good master. The four guardian gods nodded, and without worrying about Xiao Xingyun's safety, they disappeared from in front of Xia Fan with a teleport. After they left, Xia Fan took out the Pokeball. After taking the sleeping Little Xingyun in, he let it out again. Of course, although the Little Nebula is a legend, it has not evolved and is far from having the power that a legend should have, so Xia Fan could not hear the system prompt sound. The reason for taming Little Nebula now is, firstly, to prevent others from taming it while he is not paying attention. After all, there are other players in this world besides him. Secondly, it is just right to use the power of the system to allow Little Nebula to grow rapidly. And the Little Nebula that was released is still sleeping soundly. It seems that nothing can disturb its rest. He didn't even know he had a new master. Xia Fan watched for a while and slowly began to feel sleepy. Rest. Then put the Little Nebula on your stomach and continue to rest. Mew turned back into Pikachu and rested beside his head. I don't know how long it took. Xia Fan was pushed awake from her sleep. When I opened my eyes, I saw Ash's face full of confusion and shock. Mr. Xia Fan, what Pokemon is this? He pointed at the Little Nebula resting on Xia Fan's belly. As for it, I couldn't sleep last night, so I went out for a walk in the middle of the night and picked it up. It was lying on the side of the road and sleeping soundly. Without thinking, Xia Fan made up a lie very fluently. I found it. Ash was even more shocked. Do you know what it's called? It looks like a Pokemon I saw in my dream last night. I don't know. This was the first time I saw one, too. I thought it must be a very rare Pokemon, so I captured it. Xia Fan explained calmly, then looked at Ash in surprise. You said it was very similar to the Pokemon in your dream. Yes, very similar, but I'm not sure. Maybe just the outline. Ash scratched his head. Solgaleo and Lunala, 2 legendary Pokemon, appeared in my dream. They seem to have made a promise with me, but I can't remember the details. Wow, Ash, your dream is worth it. Solgaleo and Lunala even made a promise with you. Xia Fan pretended to be surprised. But it's just a dream, it's not real. Ash laughed. Anything can appear in dreams. Mew even appeared in my dream before. The Pikachu next to Xia Fan's pillow looked up at him. Ash, it's time to get ready for Pokemon school. The professor is already gone there. At this time, Rotom Pokédex came in with Lycanroc and Litten. Rotom, do you know this Pokemon? Ash then pointed at Nebula and asked, Are there any Pokemon you don't recognize? Then give it to me. When Rotom Pokédex heard that there was a Pokemon Ash didn't recognize, it immediately floated over and scanned the little Nebula in Xia Fan's arms. I know everything, Rado. But after a while, 3 question marks appeared on the Pokédex screen. That's weird, Rado. There's no name, attribute, or features. There's no information at all, Rado. Rotom Pokédex said in a shocked tone. Nothing. Ash was even more shocked now, staring at little Nebula with his big eyes. Mr. Xia Fan, can I take it to school and ask the professors? Ash asked. Of course, I also want to know about it. Xia Fan replied with a smile. Ash's face lit up. Have you named it yet? This one has a name. Little Nebula. Little Nebula. Ash muttered. Don't you think there are stars inside this child? Xia Fan explained with a smile, while taking his hands away and letting the little Nebula float up from his arms. And see if it can float around like a cloud. That's indeed very fitting. It's a good name. After hearing the explanation, Ash nodded. Half an hour later, the two of them showed up at the Pokemon school with little Nebula. Ash asked Professor Kukui and Professor Oak in the school with great interest. The result is the same as in the Rotom Pokédex. Nothing is known about Nebula. In the end, it even woke up the sleeping little Xingyun. A shrill cry like a baby's broke out. It made everyone very confused. No matter who tries to coax her, it's useless. Perhaps it was because of the Pokeball that was captured, until Xia Fan came forward and little Nebula looked at Xia Fan's face and calmed down. Could it be that it thinks I'm its father? Xia Fan thought to himself. In this way, Xia Fan brought little Xingyun to accompany Ash to class for a day. After school, when Xia Fan and Ash just returned home in Lily's luxury car, Professor Kukui found them. Xia Fan, Ash, there are several guests who have come from afar and said they want to meet you. Professor Kukui said, Meet us. Ash was stunned. Actually, the main purpose is to meet Xia Fan, Xiao Xingyun, and Lily. Professor Kukui glanced at the beautiful girl Lily in the luxury car behind Xia Fan. Ash. Lily in the car was stunned. To see me? Xia Fan raised his eyebrows. Remembering the following plot, he nodded and let Professor Kukui lead the way. At the same time, contact the two legends through spirit sharing and return to the Pokeball to help him later. Soon the three followed Professor Kukui into the house and met 3 women and 1 man. One of the women is Lily's mother, Luzamin, the director of the Ether Foundation, the largest organization in the Alola region. After the mother and daughter exchanged greetings after not seeing each other for a long time, Luzamin's eyes began to wander between Ash and Xia Fan, and finally fixed on Xia Fan. I guess you must be the double champion of Sinnoh and Unova region, Mr. Xia Fan. You are such a handsome man, Luzamin said with a smile. Xia Fan smiled and nodded. Then he was about to say something, but Luzamin interrupted him. Without further ado, can you please let us meet little Nebula? Seeing the other party's impatient look, Xia Fan didn't care about the other party's rudeness and took out the little Nebula from the bag on his back. It immediately attracted the attention of 3 women and 1 man on the opposite side. What a good boy you are. Luzamin teased little Xingyun with his hands. Next to her, a woman with short white hair said in surprise, Is this child really an ultimate beast? Ultimate beast? Ash, who was standing next to Xia Fan, asked in confusion. The woman did not answer immediately, but sat in front of a computer and pulled up a picture. It depicts the 4 patron saints of the Alola region. The woman pointed to the picture and said, A long time ago, a fierce battle broke out between mysterious creatures from another world and the guardian of Alola. Do you know this legend? I've read about this in a book, Lily replied. Those creatures from another world and legends are most likely the Ultra Beasts you just mentioned. The woman nodded. Is that little Nebula really the ultimate beast you guys are talking about? Ash couldn't believe it. The possibility is very high, said the woman. Next to her, a man with a green buzz cut and wearing green sunglasses added. Because all substances related to the other world and the ultimate beast will emit an ultimate aura. And our laboratory is currently working on detecting the value of this ultimate aura. After saying that, he took the computer and started operating it. After a while, a map of the ruins appeared. Last night, we detected an ultimate aura much higher than usual not far from Altar of the Sun on Pony Island. And just now, we also... At this point, the man was interrupted by Ash. This is where my dream appeared yesterday. Ash pointed at the ruins map and said excitedly, I saw Solgaleo and Lunala, two very cool Pokémon, suddenly appear and soaring in the sky in the ruins, and then little Nebula appeared from the bright light. When I woke up, Xiao Xingyun was sleeping with Mr. Xia Fan. Hearing Ash say this, Luzamin and the others showed a hint of shock on their faces. The green, crew-haired man muttered, It's just a dream. Don't take it seriously. If it were true, then little Xingyun shouldn't be in Xia Fan's bed. After a while, Luzamin looked at Xia Fan and said, Can I ask if you can leave little Xingyun to the care of the Ether Foundation? A slightly plump woman with pink curly hair behind her smiled and said, Ether Foundation specializes in serving Pokémon. We have a large amount of equipment and professional technology that can closely protect Pokémon. You can leave it to us without worry. No, I can take care of Xiao Xingyu myself. Xia Fan refused decisively. If I can't take care of him and protect him, then no one in this world can do it. Luzamin frowned slightly. The green crew head directly refuted. Where do you get your confidence from? It's simple, because I'm the strongest trainer in the history of the Pokémon world. Xia Fan smiled at the other party and answered word by word, the strongest trainer in the history of the Pokémon world. After the words were spoken, the whole room fell into a brief silence. 3 seconds later, the green, flat-headed man taunted. What are you bragging about? You just won 2 regional championships, but you really think you are the best trainer? Why don't you say that you can fly? You are really ignorant and fearless. Do you know what an Ultra Beast represents? Having said this, the ridicule stopped abruptly, because Xia Fan threw out 4 Pokeballs. There was a flash of red light, and Deoxys, Cresselia, Darkrai, and Kapu jumped out of the Pokeball. Everyone in the room widened their eyes instantly. Finally, he fixed his eyes on Kapu Mingming. Why did Kapako come out of your Pokeball? The green, crew-haired man pointed at Xia Fan with his right hand trembling. Xia Fan scratched his ears and replied calmly, It's very simple. It's my Pokemon. How is this possible? It is the patron saint of Melee Island. Professor Kukui swallowed his saliva, his face full of disbelief. I can't help it. I don't know why. A while ago, it suddenly came to me and said I was awesome and wanted to be my partner. I wanted to refuse, but it said if I didn't agree, it would come to bother me every day. What else can I do? I can only accept it. Xia Fan held his forehead with his hand, looking helpless. Professor Kukui looked at Tapu Koko and asked, Is what he said true? Without any hesitation, Tapu Koko nodded. Professor Kukui's resolve instantly broke, and he slumped down, holding onto the wall. You see, I was afraid that you would be like this, so I didn't tell you. Xia Fan sighed. At the same time, I said in my heart, if I show you the other 3, you will probably try every possible means to kill me. He knows very well what can be revealed and what cannot be revealed. Revealing Tapu Koko would show that he was very strong. But if he revealed all 4 island guardians, the people of the entire Alola region would treat him as an Azura sword hanging over their heads, threatening their lives, and would be unable to sleep or eat. Mr. Xia Fan, you are so amazing. You even conquered Kapu Mingming. But you hid it too well. I didn't even know about it when we were together for 2 days. The only person present who was not jealous of Xia Fan was Ash. His expression was full of envy and determination to be like him one day. There's no way. I didn't want to cause a commotion, so I kept it a secret. Also, I didn't want to hit you. Xia Fan shrugged. Then he looked at the green, flat-headed man, jokingly. Professor Zaobo, do you think I am qualified to take care of little Xingyun now? The green, flat-headed man looked at Xia Fan with his mouth open, unable to speak for a long time. At this time, Luzamin took the initiative to apologize. I'm sorry, Mr. Xia Fan. We were rash just now. Little Xingyun is indeed safer under your protection. It's nothing. I know you're doing this for little Xingyun's own good. Xia Fan shrugged, took out the Pokeball, and put Deoxys, Cresselia, Darkrai, and Kapu back. After everyone chatted for a while, Lizaman said goodbye to Professor Kukui and left with his group. When leaving, Xia Fan felt that the green, flat-headed man Zaobo was still looking at Xiao Xingyun greedily. But he smiled and didn't warn the other party, because he remembered that the following plot about Little Nebula would push the other party to make a great effort, which was related to whether Little Nebula could evolve. And the facts are just as Xia Fan thought. 3 days later, when Xia Fan was alone at home with Little Xingyun, Zaobo came to the door. But it was not for the Little Nebula, but for Attribute Kong. Mr. Xia Fan, please give me the Attribute Kong. I have learned from Master Gladion that this Pokémon was traded to you. After Zaobo came to the door, he did not say any idle words, but directly stated his purpose. You already said it was traded to me, so it's mine. Xia Fan sat on the sofa and said disapprovingly. Zaobo was also calm. But this Pokémon does not belong to Master Gladion. It is a project developed by our Ether Foundation to deal with Ultra Beasts. It belongs to our Ether Foundation, so the transaction does not count. I hope you can return it to me. Xia Fan raised his eyebrows. You say it doesn't count? Okay. As long as you can beat it now, I'll let you take it. After that, Xia Fan threw a Pokeball. A red light flashed by, and it was Attribute Kong who had broken free from his restraints, namely Silvally. Zaobo said in horror, Silvally, you helped it break free from the control mask. Yes, it broke free from my hands after just a few days. Xia Fan shrugged with a smile. The so-called Attribute Void. Isn't it because he is afraid that his power will get out of control and hurt people indiscriminately? But for him, does he need to fear the other party's power? Just release a few legends and take turns to ravage them. You will lose control if you don't. But if you lose control, you will continue to be ravaged until Smelling Salts comes over and lies down obediently. Come on, beat it now. Xia Fan hooked his finger. Zaobo looked at Silvally, who was staring at him fiercely, and he felt inexplicably uneasy. How about this, Mr. Xia Fan? I don't want Silvally anymore. You could just give Little Nebula to me. He bravely tried to test it out. Just think of it as a deal with Silvally. I think you are itching for trouble. Xia Fan waved his right hand. Silvally, throw him out. As soon as the words fell, without waiting for Zaobo to react, Silvally rushed over, grabbed him by the collar, and threw him more than 10 meters away. After Zaobo was thrown out, Xia Fan looked at the little Xingyun who was resting in his arms, and couldn't help muttering, If you want the Little Nebula, just come and steal it. I can pretend that I didn't see it. But you snatched it right in front of me, and I gave it to you directly. Don't you think I'm an idiot? It seems that in order to advance the plot, I still have to hand over Little Nebula to Ash. Only in his hands can Little Nebula be thrown away with justification. On the other side, Zaobo was thrown out. He looked at Xia Fan in the house with reluctance. A day later, Zaobo secretly appeared at the Pokémon school. His informant told him that Little Nebula was taken out by Ash today. Therefore, this best opportunity to take away the small Nebula must not be missed. You guys forced me to do this. Since we can't communicate directly, I can only try my best to take Little Nebula away, even if I have to steal it. Zaobo hid under a tree, his eyes fixed on the small nebula that Ash and Lily were fiddling with a few dozen meters away, like making some kind of resolution. If I want to regain the right to speak in front of the chairman, I must capture the ultimate beast that the chairman has been thinking about day and night. To do this, I must completely open the Ultra Wormhole. As long as we get the machine that Barnett is developing in the small nebula, we could do all this. In that case, having said this, Zaobo turned around seductively under the tree. Power Capture Net, activate. Then it took out a stick from somewhere, and after it shouted the slogan, the other end of the stick turned into a net. Just wait for me, Chairman Lizaman. I will definitely use this electric capture net to catch Nebula, and then summon the Ultra Beast. A few meters away, Xia Fan, who was hiding in contest condition, Watch the scene quietly with me. Sure enough, every villain has a sullen, restless heart. He couldn't help but complain. Then he saw Zaobo found a movable bush from somewhere and hid inside it, approaching Ash's backpack. At this time, Nebula and Ash's Rolette were sleeping soundly in the backpack. If I'm not mistaken, Xingyun likes to eat Compedo. Zaobo muttered and took out a slingshot and a box of star-shaped candies. Use the slingshot to shoot the candy next to the backpack. After a while, little Xingyun flew out of the backpack, picked up Ground's candy, and ate it. Growl exclaimed in delight immediately after finishing the meal. Then, another candy fell in front of it. Little Xingyun took a puzzled look, and then he found that the Compedo were displayed in an orderly manner in front of him. It can be said that he had no sense of crisis at all and picked up the beads one by one with excitement. Finally, he came directly to the bushes, and Zaobo excitedly took out the electrocapture net and was about to shoot over. But the last moment he stopped. No, little Nebula can teleport, and Capture can run. Why don't I just let little Nebula take me back to Ether Paradise directly? Thinking of this, he put away the capture net and took out all the remaining Compedo. Stand directly in front of the little Nebula. Like a kind-hearted bad uncle, he said, Xingyun, look at this. I'll give you some candy. The small Nebula floated over immediately. Ash and Miss Lily asked me to take you to a place. Let's wait there for Ash and the others to arrive. On the other side, Ash hadn't noticed that little Nebula had disappeared. Xia Fan decisively threw a stone over. Ouch! Ash was hit on the head and looked back with a cry of pain. Then we saw little Nebula put her hand on Zaobo's head, and then a teleport disappeared from the spot. Little Nebula, Ash said loudly. Well, the plot is progressing very smoothly. Not far away, Xia Fan smiled. Ash can see that Zaobo took Nebula away, so he will naturally chase him immediately, which will trigger the key plot of Nebula's evolution. A few minutes later, a sonic fighter appeared in front of Ash and his friends. Of course, Xia Fan himself also received a call from Ash, informing him of the news that little Nebula had been kidnapped. What? I get it. I'm on my way to other islands now, and will be back soon, Xia Fan said in a very angry tone. After hanging up the phone, a teleport appeared next to Zaobo. Watch quietly how he uses the power of the small Nebula to open the Ultra Wormhole. By the time Ash and his men arrived, the operation had already come to an end. Even if little Nebula was rescued from Zaob's control, the Ultra Wormhole had already been opened. A distorted space appeared above everyone's heads, and a Pokémon with an upper body shaped like a jellyfish and a lower body shaped like a girl flew out of it. UB01 type parasite. How about that, Chairman Luzaman? I, Zaobo, have realized your dream. Zaobo shouted excitedly, wanting to prove himself to his leader. Look, how beautiful it is. However, as he finished speaking, the so-called UB01 parasite above his head stretched out a tentacle and knocked him unconscious. On the other side, Xia Fan, who was hiding in contest condition, raised his eyebrows. This Nihilego actually has god-level power. As soon as the opponent appeared in the Ultra Wormhole, its divine beast perception ability classified the opponent as a god-level realm. At this time, in order to prevent this ultimate beast from affecting the real world, Ash, Gladion, and Luzamin all released their Pokémon to fight each other. In the end, except for Ursaring given by Xia Fan to Gladion, the others were simply unable to fight Nihilego. But there is still a gap between God level and non-God level. Finally, after Nihilego repelled Ursaring, he took the opportunity to carry Luzamin away and flew into the Ultra Wormhole. Seeing this, Xia Fan appeared at the door with a teleport and lifted his invisibility. Looks like someone is late. What's wrong? What happened here just now? Xia Fan was surprised. Everyone was still in shock about Luzamin being taken into the Ultra Wormhole by the Ultra Beast Nihilego. Mother, she's been captured. Lily stood there in a daze, as if she had lost her soul. Normal fell to his knees. Finally, Ash saw Xia Fan and told him everything that had just happened. After he finished explaining, Lily suddenly made the next decision under the comfort of her brother Gladion. I must rescue my mother, Lily said firmly with tears in her eyes. Upon hearing this, Ash stepped forward immediately. Lily, count me in too. Xia Fan followed closely. I can also help you and save Mother. But Gladion shook his head. I'm sorry to involve you in this matter, but what follows is a problem between our family members. Gladion turned his head and looked at the other side of the laboratory, where a bronze-skinned woman with silver-white hair was standing. Professor Burnett, do you have any way to open the Ultra wormhole again? It's impossible. Even if it can be repaired, we are not sure whether the opened Ultra wormhole can remain stable. Barnett shook his head. We must find another way. Other ways? What else can we do? Barnett shook his head again. I can't give you an answer right away. Please give me some time to search. You guys should rest and wait on the island first. Gladion and Lily lowered their heads unwillingly after hearing this. At this moment, a light suddenly flashed in the experiment. Everyone turned their heads to look. I saw that the little nebula's body was emitting light, and its shape began to change. Is it finally going to evolve? Xia Fan muttered. After more than 10 seconds, the small nebula changed from a cloud to an elliptical star-shaped stone the size of a palm. And after evolving, it fell directly onto the ground, as if it had fallen into a deep sleep. Xia Fan immediately stepped forward and picked him up, showing a barely perceptible smile. Now little Nebula has only completed the first stage of evolution, but tomorrow he will be able to complete the second stage of evolution immediately due to the plot. Become a true legend, Solgaleo. Everyone watched this scene, but didn't take it too seriously, because their thoughts were now focused on how to rescue Lily and Gladion's mother. Just like that, 10 minutes later, everyone returned to their residence to rest at Barnett's suggestion, waiting for them to find out how to unlock the Ultra wormhole. And the wait lasted until the next day. Xia Fan, who was waiting for the plot with Ash at the Pokémon school, received the news that Lily and Gladion were missing from home. In order to find Lily and Gladion, at the suggestion of Professor Kukui, they went to the residence of Island Kahuna Hala. I see. Anyway, Lily and Gladion went to find Ultra Wormhole, and you were worried about them. In a wooden house, Hala listened to Ash's description and nodded. So, what exactly is an Ultra Wormhole? It's like a big hole opened up out of nowhere in the sky. Then an Ultra Beast came out of the cave, grabbed Lily's mom, and dragged her into the cave, Ash explained. Hala frowned slightly. A big hole opened out of nowhere, just like soaring in the sky was torn apart, right? Yes, that's right. How did you know? Ash said excitedly. Well, during my time as Island Kahuna, there was a legend passed down from generation to generation about Solgaleo. Once upon a time, in a place called Altar of the Sun, the guardians of Alola fought a fierce battle with the Ultra Beasts. It is said that the legendary Pokémon Solgaleo appeared after soaring in the sky was torn apart. So, with the power of Solgaleo, we can open the Ultra wormhole, right? Xia Fan interjected at the right time. Ash heard this and said decisively, Then let's go to Altar of the Sun. Mr. Hala, where is Altar of the Sun? On Pony Island. 2 hours later, Xia Fan, Ash, and his friend from the Pokémon school took a speedboat to Pony Island again. When Lily and Gladion were found, they were being beaten up by a Kammo-o and a group of Hakamo-o. Gladion led Ursaring and Kammo-o in a fierce battle. Xia Fan, who no longer needed to be the best actor, directly released Deoxys to join the battle. One psychic shot knocked Kammo-o down directly. Why are you here? Lily asked in surprise as she looked at everyone who had arrived. Do you even need to ask? Of course we came together to save your mother. Ash said with a smile. I've said it before, this is a problem within our family. But Gladion didn't appreciate it. Ash was stunned, and when he was about to continue persuading the other party with his great love, Xia Fan stepped forward. Let me put it another way. I want to open the Ultra wormhole to capture the Ultra Beast. As for saving your mother, it's just a matter of convenience. Is that okay? Now it was Gladion's turn to be stunned. I was speechless for a long time. Xia Fan continued. So stop talking nonsense and go quickly. Don't delay me from catching the ultimate beast. After that, Xia Fan Solation took the lead and continued to move forward. Half an hour later, the crowd came to a towering ancient ruins. Columns representing the figures of Solgaleo and Lunala come into view. This is the altar of the sun, Gladion introduced to everyone. Ash heard this and immediately shouted, "Solgaleo, where are you?" As soon as the words fell, a pink figure suddenly appeared in front of everyone. "It's Capudidi," everyone exclaimed. Then, two more figures appeared in front of everyone. At the same time, a poke ball on Xia Fan's waist flashed, and Kapu Mingming emerged from it, and the three members of Soaring in the Sky met. It's Tapu Dai Dai, Kapu Mingming. Even Tapu Mu and Tapu Finny showed up. Except for Xia Fan, everyone present was stunned by this scene. Calling Solgaleo, how come the four guardian gods of Alola Islands are called here? Why are they here? Malemalo, Haka, Ola, Bonnie, I didn't expect that the guardians of the four islands of Alola would all be here. After a while, Ash took the initiative to step forward and stated his purpose. Capudidi, Capuchichi, Lily's mother was kidnapped by the Ultra Beast before. We want to assist Solgaleo's power, open the Ultra Wormhole, and rescue Lily's mother. Gladion interjected. Here, in the altar of the sun, is where we'll see Solgaleo. The four Kapu guardians looked at each other, then took off at the same time, releasing their own power. After a while, Soaring in the Sky underwent a strange change. A huge shield of light covered everyone. Electric terrain and psychic terrain, all four of their venues are mixed together. Rotom Pokédex exclaimed. Then a picture appeared in the light shield. It is the scene when Solgaleo and Lunala appear at the ruins. Small nebulae appear in their infancy. Afterwards, little Xingyun was escorted by the four Kapu guardians to Xia Fan and was adopted by Xia Fan. Does this picture mean that Solgaleo, Lunala, and the four Kapu guardians entrusted little Nebula to Mr. Xia Fan? Everyone exclaimed in amazement after watching it, and then looked at Xia Fan with envy. There are already so many legendary Pokémon, and there are still other legendary Pokémon rushing to be entrusted. It's really frustrating to compare yourself with others. Faced with these envious looks, Xia Fan coughed lightly and turned his head to the side. Only he himself knew that he was the one who snatched Xiao Xingyun from Xia. If he hadn't appeared, little Nebula would be lying in Xia's backpack instead of his backpack. Thinking of this, Xia Fan remembered the next plot and took out the small Nebula, Cosmoem, which had completed the first level evolution, from his backpack. Everyone, little Xingyun has become like this. He can't make any sound and is just floating in the air. After he finished speaking, Tapu Dai Dai and Tapu Finny immediately came over and took little Nebula. Two guardian angels are holding it up and surrounding it. Using their respective elemental powers, they nurture the small Nebula. Just this warming and nurturing process took a full 2 hours. 2 hours later, the four Kapu guardian gods sat on 4 stone pillars, muttering spells that no one could understand. Just as Gladion and the others were getting impatient and about to go crazy, Altar of the Sun finally showed unusual changes. The ground shook, and the lines and traces in the Altar of the Sun glowed with silvery white light. They gathered in the center of the altar and opened the sun disk. Then a powerful force shot out from the disk. It enveloped the small nebula that was sleeping in the sky. Under the shocked gaze of everyone, the little nebula began to change its form under the evolution beam. It changed from a fist-sized stone into a majestic and domineering lion enveloped by the fire of the sun. A lion's roar shook everyone and echoed throughout the Alola region. At the same time, a reminder sound rang in Xia Fan's mind. Ding! The captured Pokémon Cosmoem has completed its final evolution and entered the realm of God, becoming the legendary Pokémon Solgaleo. Please choose one of its skills as your own. Psychic and Steel legendary Pokémon, Solgaleo. Gender, none. Ability 1. Metal Protection. Pokémon with this ability will not have their abilities reduced by the opponent's moves and abilities. Items to carry. Solgaleo Z. Skills are as follows. Sunsteel Strike. Take down rival with the momentum of a meteor and attack regardless of rival's ability. Flare Blitz. Cover the whole body with flames and take down towards rival. You will also suffer considerable damage. Sometimes, rival will fall into the burn contest condition, 10% probability. Cosmic power. Absorb the mysterious power from the universe to improve your defense and special defense. Morning sun. Restores life based on the weather. The stronger the sunlight, the more life is restored. Noble roar. Send out noble roar to intimidate rival, thereby reducing rival's attack and special attack. Giga impact. Use all your strength to attack rival. You'll be unable to move for a short period of time, except for legendary. Searing sun rays smash. Solgaleo uses the enhanced version of the Sunsteel Strike skill with the Z Pure Crystal, transforming into the sun and crashing into rival. Once this skill is selected, it can only be used when borrowing Solgaleo Z. System, I choose Searing Sun Rays Smash. Looking at the skills, Xia Fan said silently in his heart. Solgaleo has two exclusive skills. One is Sunsteel Strike, and the other is the enhanced version of Sunsteel Strike. It's easy to determine which skill to choose. 2 seconds later, when everyone's eyes were on Solgaleo, Xia Fan's body trembled slightly. The skill bar in my mind immediately added the Z skill Searing Sun Rays Smash. After a while, Solgaleo walked from mid-air to Xia Fan in front of everyone's gaze. The man and the beast looked at each other, and Xia Fan smiled. You look much more handsome now. He smiled and reached out to stroke the other's head. Solgaleo also lowered his head affectionately, rubbed Xia Fan's face, and then licked Xia Fan with his tongue. And everyone was advocating it. Yes, that's right. It really became majestic all of a sudden. You scared me. I didn't expect you to evolve into Solgaleo. I saw a legendary Pokémon. Among them, Lily came to Solgaleo with great expectations, wanting to say something, but she didn't know how to start. Ash saw this and said, Solgaleo, can you take us inside the Ultra Wormhole? I would like to ask you to help me save my mother. Lily continued. Please, Gladion said seriously. Solgaleo looked at Xia Fan when he heard this. After a while, a gleaming purest crystal fell from its head and landed in Xia Fan's hand. Do you want Mr. Xia Fan to use Z moves? Ash asked. But this Z Pure Crystal doesn't seem to match Mr. Xia Fan's Z-ring. Lily noticed that the Z Pure Crystal in Xia Fan's hand was much larger than many Z Pure Crystals. As soon as she finished speaking, Kapu Mingming landed in front of Xia Fan and used confusion to take away the Z-ring that Xia Fan was wearing. Then, together with the other 3 Kapu Guardians, they used their respective XS to attack the Z-ring. About 5 minutes later, after the strengthening was completed, the Z-ring returned to Xia Fan's hand, and it could now perfectly accommodate the Z Pure Crystal. So, can this take us to the Ultra Wormhole where Mother is? Gladion asked urgently. Solgaleo looked down at Gladion, then prostrated himself in the direction of Xia Fan. Come on, sit on Solgaleo's back. Xia Fan said with a smile. Wait until everyone is seated. Xia Fan raised his left hand wearing the Z-ring. The next second, the bracelet shone brightly. Solgaleo responded to the light, and his form changed instantly. Lucas, with holiness radiating from his whole body, ran towards soaring in the sky. With a lion's roar, a dimensional hole appeared out of thin air and soaring in the sky. It let everyone into it, traveling through space. He finally broke through the air and arrived at a world that seemed to be broken. There is no continent, only isolated islands floating in the air. And these isolated islands are all built with dark gems. As a result, darkness and oppression have become the main colors of this world. Solgaleo and the others landed on one of the isolated islands. Everyone looked around and exclaimed, Is this the world of the Ultra Beasts? These gems are so beautiful. I have never seen such a gem. Are they stone or metal? At this moment, Xia Fan raised his eyebrows and looked up at soaring in the sky. Suddenly, a Nihilego appeared above my head. They floated in the air, surrounding everyone, but did not attack. Warning, warning. A large number of Ultra Beast Rado have been discovered. The Rotom Pokédex shouted. Those are UB01 parasites, The same species as the Ultra Beast that kidnapped my mother. Gladion gritted his teeth. In that case, Mother must be nearby. Lily asked anxiously. As she finished speaking, an inexplicable pressure and a piercing howl came into everyone's ears. Pikachu. Ash's Pikachu jumped off Ash's shoulder and faced in one direction, ready for battle. Solgaleo also roared in that direction. Everyone turned their heads to look. After a while, Lily and Gladion's mother, Luzamin, was seen floating out from the ground. At this moment, she had merged with the Nihilego that had taken her away. Everyone couldn't believe it. Is that Chairman Luzamin? How did she become like this? How did your hair change from blonde to black? Facing everyone's confusion, Rotom Pokédex stepped forward to scan. The data is consistent with Rado. Finally concluded. Mother, Lily cried out upon hearing that. But Luzamin didn't react at all, and it just looked at everyone with indifference. UB01 Parasite. Is it planning to merge with its mother? Gladion said angrily. Xia Fan patted Solgaleo lightly. Solgaleo then roared like a lion. Luzamin, who had been ignoring everyone, suddenly narrowed his eyes and regained some consciousness. But it's still a little weird. Normal yelled like a frightened bird. Don't come over here. Don't come over here. All of you, don't come over here. As she finished her words, she controlled Nihilego's body and used the skill Stealth Rock. Let countless crystal stones fall from the sky and block everyone. Mother, I'm Lily. Looking at the black crystal falling from the sky, Lily continued to shout, hoping to awaken her mother's sanity with her shouting. But the fact is that Luzamin behind the crystal was affected by Solgaleo's roar, and after recovering for a moment, he was affected by Nihilego again. Waving its tentacles, it used the crystal stone to smash at Lily. Umbreon Dark Pulse. Fortunately, Gladion reacted quickly, released Umbreon, and gave timely command to protect his sister. Hey, what has become of Lily's mother? Now she's even going to attack her own daughter. Suelian from the Pokémon school spoke in confusion. Gladion explained, after fully combining with that guy, it's possible that all the energy in your body will be sucked away. How could this happen? Everyone was shocked. Gladion continued to explain, the true survival contest conditions of the Ultra Beasts are still shrouded in mystery. All I said just now is that there is such a possibility. In that case, we have to hurry up and help Lily's mother out of this predicament. Upon hearing this, Ash was about to take the lead and charge towards Luzamin, who had merged with the Ultra Beast Nihilego. But just as he got close, Luzamin in the air became like a frightened bird again and flew back more than 10 meters in an instant, and shouted, "Stay away from me. This is already Luzamin's stuff." I finally got to see it after so much effort. Everyone was confused by the shouting. Why is she acting like a child? Yes, I feel the same way. I think it's because of manipulation. Gladion explained to everyone. Control. That's right, but half of it is also what my mother wants to say. My mother has long dreamed of seeing an Ultra Beast and has been conducting research on it. Now her wish has finally come true, but she is possessed. Maybe she herself didn't feel that way. It was as if she had finally gotten the toy she had always wanted. To today's mother, we are just a bunch of annoying people who want to take her toys away. While Gladion was explaining to everyone, Luzamin controlled Nihilego to fly higher. Seeing this, Xia Fan directed Solgaleo to carry everyone and follow. Soon we followed Luzamin to the new crystal floating island. Looking at the people who followed him, Luzamin became a little exasperated. Hate it. I told you not to come over here. She raged, and the Nihilego wrapped around her body began to glow. Then the ground of the entire floating island began to shake violently, and the crystal stones on the ground grew madly. In just 3 seconds, a crystal mountain tens of meters high was formed, blocking everyone in front of them. It's amazing its power can actually reach this level. Except Xia Fan, everyone was shocked. Then they began to release their Pokémon one after another, preparing to break the crystal mountain into pieces. But no matter how they attacked, the crystal mountain blocking their way remained unscathed. Finally, Xia Fan signaled Solgaleo with his eyes, and a sunsteel strike instantly shattered the crystal mountain. Don't get in my way, or I'll do something terrible. Facing the people who broke through the defense line, Luzamin's face darkened, and he turned around and continued to move to a higher place. Throw a Pokeball at the same time. There was a flash of silver light, and a Salazzle appeared. But unlike ordinary Salazzle, it is surrounded by a faint purple-black aura. As soon as he appeared, he attacked Solgaleo. But he was hit by Metal Claw and directly fell into the ground. However, if it were any other Pokemon, it would basically be destroyed by the attack from the legendary Pokemon. But Salazzle was different. He hit the ground for 2 seconds and stood up immediately. Xia Fan understood that this was caused by Nihilago's mental control. As long as Nihilego is not defeated, this Salazzle will stand up again no matter how many times it is defeated. Who of you will stay here to hold it back? Xia Fan said to the crowd. I'll fight it, you guys keep following. Kiawe from the Pokemon School took the initiative to take on the task. He commanded his Pokemon Turtonator and Marowak to attack Salazzle, who stood up again. Thank you for your hard work. Xia Fan led everyone to continue the chase. A minute later, the group arrived at the 3rd floating island. Are you guys annoying? Why do you always follow me? Seeing everyone following him again, Luzamin was a little overwhelmed. He flew towards the 4th floating island, throwing out 3 more Pokemon at once. They are Milotic, Lilligant, and Misdreavus. Leave this to the 3 of us. You guys continue to chase after them. Seeing those 3 Pokemon, Mao, Swayerin, and Mamane took the initiative to release their own Pokemon. When they reached the 4th island, Luzamin released Absol to block it. I'm very familiar with this Absol. Let me do it this time. You guys continue to follow, and make sure to bring Mother back safely. Gladion took the initiative to accept the challenge. The 5th island. Luzamin dropped a Clefairy and flew towards the last floating island. Leave it to me. This Clefairy is my best and most important friend among Mother's Pokemon. I leave Mother to you. Lily took over the game. Ash, you stay and help him. But Xia Fan still let Ash stay and followed alone. After all, he wanted to capture the god-level Nihilego who could perform mind control. After parting with Ash and Lily, Xia Fan followed Luzamin to the 6th island. You forced me to do this. Luzamin looked at the only remaining Xia Fan and shouted angrily. He controlled Nihilago's 2 tentacles and brought them together, releasing Stone Edge. Hundreds of hard crystals shot out like a Gatling machine gun. But these crystals were of no use to Solgaleo, and he just pushed forward. Luzamin was shocked. No, don't come over here, she said in panic. He put his hands together again, and the next second a ball of thick purple liquid emerged from above his head. This mass of liquid spreads out like a wave, from a series of water curtains blocking the way ahead. Stop! Just when Solgaleo was about to rush through like a reckless man like normal, Xia Fan stopped him. He knew it was Nihilago's poison skill, Venom Drench, which is toxic. If you rush through directly, you will definitely be poisoned, unless the venom is made ineffective. Therefore, the moment Solgaleo stopped, Xia Fan raised his right hand and extended his index finger. He spoke slowly. Freeze! The next second, an extremely cold beam of light condensed from Xia Fan's right index finger. The temperature around him dropped rapidly in an instant. As soon as he stopped, Solgaleo, who possessed the power of the sun, trembled. He turned around and looked at his master Xia Fan with some shock. It was somewhat unbelievable that Xia Fan actually had such a terrifying icy power hidden in his body. Although it didn't know how powerful it was, it felt that if the beam of light hit it, it would most likely be frozen instantly. World, the truth is just as Solgaleo conjectured, or even more exaggerated than he imagined. The moment the word world came out of Xia Fan's mouth, it saw that beam of light, which in an instant seemed to be the only beam of light in this strange world, instantly penetrates the barriers cast by Nihilego through Venom Drench. And the barriers were frozen at a terrifying speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, this space and this island were frozen. It could be said that within a few seconds, everything within a radius of dozens of miles ahead was frozen except for Luzamin, which had merged with Nihilego. Just like the skill name says, it's a glaciate. Go through it. After releasing the skill, Xia Fan patted Solgalio's head hard, which brought him back to his senses from the shock and took Xia Fan through the frozen venom drench. Once you pass the trap, you'll see Luzamin standing sluggishly in the distance. Like Solgalio, she was stunned by the glaciate performed by Xia Fan. He murmured, "How is this possible?" "It's not impossible, Nihilego. I'm giving you a chance to get off Luzamin on your own initiative." Xia Fan jumped off Solgalio's back and came to Luzamin via teleport. "If you don't want it, then don't force me to use rough hands and feet to forcibly separate you." Luzamin looked at Xia Fan, or you could say Nihilego looked at him. The moment Xia Fan finished speaking, control of the body seemed to have completely returned to Nihilego. It looked at Xia Fan. 2 seconds later, it moved. Head smash. The head was like a hammer, smashing towards Xia Fan's head like lightning. But for Xia Fan, who has teleport, this sneak attack is completely useless. Boom! Nihilego's sneak attack failed, and his head hit the ground, causing the entire frozen island to shake violently. There was a big crack in the ground. Xia Fan appeared above the other person's head in an instant, frowning slightly. TSK, you are such a cruel man. If I were an ordinary person, I would be smashed into a pulp by you. In that case, Nihilego, don't blame me for being ruthless." Nihilego panicked and tried to run away. Clatter! But the next second, a crisp snap of fingers sounded from behind. Precipice blades. Then its body trembled, and it wanted to fly, but couldn't. At the same time, a sharp stabbing pain arose from the abdomen. It looked down and saw that 2 sharp red crystals had pierced its body at some point, leaving it unable to move. 2 seconds later, Nihilego emitted a piercing growl. It can't withstand the quadruple damage from ground-type skills, not to mention that Groudon specializes in attacking flying precipice blades. Release Luzamin, or I don't recommend giving you a few more precipice blades, Xia Fan said calmly. Nihilego looked at Xia Fan in fear. 2 seconds later, Luzamin fell out of Nihilego's body. Nihilego changed from being completely black to being completely white. It looked at Xia Fan pleadingly, begging him to let it go. But for Xia Fan, who had already been determined to win it, this was impossible. He simply pulled out the Pokeball and threw it at Nihilego as he was watched. There was a flash of red light, and Nihilego was collected into the Pokeball. Ding! Successfully captured the ultimate beast Nihilego. Please select one of the skills as your skill. Rock-type and Poison-type ultimate beast, Nihilego God. Gender, none. Ability 1, Beast Boost. When defeating rival, your highest ability will be improved. Carrying things, none. Skills are as follows. Power Split. Use Psychic to add your and rival's attacks and special attacks together, then divide them equally. Guard Split. Use Psychic to add your own and rival's defense and special defense, and then divide them equally. Toxic Spikes. Sprinkle toxic spikes under rival's feet, poisoning the opponent's rival. This skill can coexist with Spikes and Stealth Rock. Acid Spray. Spit Up can liquefy rival's liquid to attack. Greatly reduces rival's special defense. Stealth Rock. Suspend countless rocks around rival, thereby dealing damage to the rival that replaces it. This skill can coexist with Toxic Spikes and Spikes. Spikes. Sprinkle sharp gravel under rival's feet, causing damage to the opponent's rival. This skill can coexist with Toxic Spikes and Stealth Rock. Wonder Room. Creates a strange space that swaps the defense and special defense of all Pokémon for a period of time in the future. Head Smash. Use all your strength to headbutt rival. Because of the force, you will also receive some damage. Venom Drench. Throws special venom at rival. When rival is in the poison contest condition, its attack, special attack, and speed will be reduced. Mind Control. A unique skill that comes from Nihilego after he breaks through the God level. It controls Pokémon with mental toxins. As long as the controller is undefeated, the controlled Pokémon can stand up countless times unless the body is damaged. System. I choose Nihilego's Mind Control. Without much thought, Xia Fan made a decision the next second after seeing the skill selection. After a while, the skill of Mind Control appeared in the skill bar in his mind. At this time, he saw two much smaller wild Nihiligos flying over his head together. The next second, Xia Fan used a teleport and suddenly appeared in front of the three Nihiligos. It gave the two guys a fright. Then the two guys pounced on Xia Fan as if they were a toy, wanted to merge with Xia Fan. But just as the two guys were about to tie themselves up and merge together, Xia Fan stared at them. Their bodies paused, their eyes became dazed, and then Xia Fan's hands wanted to touch their brains. 2 seconds later, Xia Fan pulled his hands away and issued an order. Let the two Nihiligos fight each other. Then the two Pokémon followed its instructions and started fighting in midair, the kind that never ends. Xia Fan returned to the ground and watched quietly. About 2 minutes later, Luzamin, who was lying on the ground, murmured, gradually woke up from coma. "You are Mr. Xia Fan." She looked at Xia Fan in front of her, somewhat surprised. "Hello, Chairman Luzamin," Xia Fan said with a smile. Mother, Chairman Luzamin." At this time, Ash, Lily, and Gladion arrived from the island below. Lily and Gladion went forward excitedly with tears in their eyes to reunite with Luzamin, and also thank Xia Fan for his help. Xia Fan just smiled at this. Half an hour later, everyone gathered. Get on the back of Solgaleo and prepare to return to the real world. With a lion's roar, Solgaleo's whole body shone with light. Open the Ultra Wormhole and travel back to the real world. However, when the Ultra Wormhole was closed, a figure appeared out of nowhere. At the same time, there's a Pikachu standing on his shoulder. The Pikachu flashed white light and suddenly turned into Mew. "Now, I should be the only human being in this ultimate world," Xia Fan murmured. The one who just left with Ash and the others was his clone. Looking at the boundless ultimate world, Xia Fan had a smile on his face. At the same time, he took out the Pokeball and released Deoxys, Silvally, and the others. Now he is the only one in this place. He can do whatever he wants. And now that he has Solgaleo, he can already travel between these two worlds. And they can develop this place into a stronghold of their pantheon. Let the potential executives come here to get some ultimate beasts. After all, although the number of Ultra Beasts is not as large as the Pokémon in the Pokémon world, their overall strength is terrifying. Every race basically has the potential to be a demigod. The strongest one should be like the Nihilego he subdued, breaking through to the god level. I just don't know where these god-level ultimate beasts are. Xia Fan leaped into the air and began to wander in this ultimate world with his legendary Pokémon. His goal is simple, which is to subdue all the ultimate beasts that have broken through to the god level. If he is lucky, it would be even better if he can meet Lunala, who is as famous as Solgaleo. This ultimate world is quite large. If we continue to wander around like this, we're just taking our chances. It would be better for the Pantheon to stay in Ingrained first and send people to plan a map of this place. In the ultimate world, on a huge rock that was 5 meters high, Xia Fan stood there, looking into the distance and muttering to himself. He has been wandering around here alone for 2 days since Ash and the others left. And during this time, he also saw other Ultra Beasts. Although the overall strength is much higher than that of the original world, the strength has not yet reached the god level. So apart from the god level Nihilego that was tamed before, no other ultimate beasts have been tamed yet. At this moment, an ultimate beast that was over 200 meters tall, completely red, with a strong body, full of muscles, and a mosquito head flew past Xia Fan. A few seconds later, the ultimate beast flew back. Stop in front of Xia Fan. Explosive muscles. The ultimate beast shouted at Xia Fan, and then showed off its strong muscles in front of Xia Fan. Xia Fan looked at it expressionlessly. It's nothing new. The ultimate beast in front of him is called Explosive Mosquito, an ultimate beast of the insect and fighting types. They are characterized by their immense strength, and they like to show off their muscles in front of others and fight with those who are physically strong. He has encountered the Mosquito Muscles guy no less than 5 times in the past 2 days. Basically, every one of them who sees his Mosquito Muscles will show off their muscles in front of him and then walk away. It's a pity that their strength has not broken through to the god level, but they are basically at the quasi-god stage. Half an hour later, Xia Fan snapped his fingers twice. 6-dimensional holes then appeared in front of him. Led by Jesse James, people dressed in the uniforms of the Pantheon walked out one after another. One of the people made Xia Fan raise his eyebrows, which reminded him of the time when he first became a player and started his journey in the Chengdu region. Dragon Owl, the blue and white society executive who was beaten into a eunuch by Scyther's punch. Now he is one of the core executives of their Pantheon, responsible for the management of the Hoenn region. Everyone, I won't say more. I believe you have already figured out where we are from the surroundings. That's right. The place where we are standing now is the ultimate world, a world full of ultimate beasts. A few minutes later, when everyone walked out of the dimensional cave, Xia Fan stood on a high place and shouted to everyone. As soon as the words fell, there was an uproar below. The fact is, just as Xia Fan said, most of the executives of the Pantheon here looked around, watching the Nihilego, explosive muscle, and Poipole flying overhead from time to time, and had some guesses in their minds. But I was still a little surprised to hear Xia Fan admit it himself. Before coming here, I just got the news that the walking master of the Alola region of the Pantheon summoned the executives of other regions to do something, and asked each region to select 10 executives as soon as possible. Originally, I just thought I was going to the Alola region through the dimensional hole to capture a powerful legendary Pokémon. Unexpectedly, a dimensional hole brought them to the ultimate world. This place is full of quasi-gods. Master Walker, do you want us to subdue the ultimate beasts here? An executive asked loudly. That's right. This is the benefit I give you as the executive of my Pantheon. You have the opportunity to capture the ultimate beast. Xia Fan responded with a smile. Each of you has 7 days to capture the ultimate beast here. After 7 days, take the ultimate beast you captured back home. Also, within these 7 days, I want you to draw a map of this place and mark the distribution of the ultimate beast territories. Whoever's map satisfies me can stay in this region and send people from your region to set up a branch. As soon as the words fell, the eyes of the people below changed again. What this means is that whoever's map satisfies the Walking Lord will have the final say on the ultimate world from now on from that region's Pantheon branch. But Master Walker, don't Ultra Beasts require special Pokeballs to be captured? We probably can't capture them with our original Pokeballs. At this time, another executive shouted. The others reacted immediately after hearing this. Yes, Master Walker, you need an Ultra Ball to catch an Ultra Beast. Just at this moment, a new dimensional hole appeared above his head. In everyone's surprised eyes, Solgaleo flew out with Mew. Mew uses confusion to control 5 boxes, which contain hundreds of ripple-shaped Pokeballs. As for the Pokeball, you don't have to worry about that. Xia Fan smiled and took out an ultimate ball from it and showed it to the executives. He had Mew sneak into the Ether Foundation to get these ultimate orbs. He knew that the Ether Foundation had developed a large number of ultimate balls specifically for taming ultimate beasts in order to study them. The executives below looked at the ultimate ball in Xia Fan's hand. Someone shouted, "Long live the Lord of Walking." 7 days later, Xia Fan had 6 more maps in his hand, which were handed over to them by the 6 region executives after being compiled. For each map, the general terrain and description are roughly the same. The only difference is the level of detail of the content. Xia Fan read through them one by one, and finally selected the most detailed one to read carefully. The regions, abilities, and appearances of each ultimate beast are clearly marked above. UB-01, Nihilego, codenamed Parasitic Beast. The tribe lives in the Void Islands in the northwest of the Ultimate World. The Pantheon named itself. Its head is like a jellyfish, its body is like a young girl, and it has the ability to parasitize. UB-02, Buzzwole, codenamed for Bulge. The tribe lives in the giant Geosenge, named by the Pantheon itself, on the first island in the southwest of the Ultimate World. It has a mosquito-like head, but a strong body, and likes to fight with strong Pokémon. UB-03, Pheromosa, codenamed Beauty. The tribe lives in the Bamboo Forest, the first island in the southwest of the Ultimate World. It has a charming mantis-like appearance and possesses extremely terrifying speed. UB-04, Xurkitree, codenamed Raiden. The tribe lives in the Thunder Lake, the second island in the southeast of the Ultimate World. Its body is like a cable, and it possesses terrifying electric powers, close to the legendary Pokémon Raikou. UB-10, Blacephalon, codenamed Blast. The tribe lives not far from the Thunder Lake, the second island in the southeast of the Ultimate World. It looks like a clown, and its head has the ability to explode. It likes to throw its head out to attack the opponent unexpectedly. In addition to the above 10 types, there are also 13 types that Xia Fan has never seen or known before and have never appeared in anime. Now, they have all been named by the Pantheon themselves. UB-11, Ghost King Snake. The tribe's living place is located in the center of the third island in the northeast of the Ultimate World. Possessing terrifying entanglement power and ghost-type skills, it can unexpectedly bind and suffocate rival. At the same time, the whole body is covered with venom. UB-12, Hellflame Lion. The tribe lives in a lava pool at the center of the Ultimate World. A lion with black flames burning all over its body, possessing terrifying ghost and fire powers. UB-13, Ice and Snow Ants. The tribe lives in the snowfield in the northernmost part of the Ultimate World. There are huge numbers of them, and they're the most numerous among the 23 ultimate beasts. Possesses powerful ice skills. UB-23, Brutal Super Ape. The tribe lives in the Blood Ape Forest on the edge of the third island in the northeast of the Ultimate World. It is the ultimate beast among the 23 ultimate beasts for which competition is the most brutal. Once a duel occurs between the same species, the loser's brain will be eaten by the winner. It is also the second highest ultimate beast in terms of overall strength among the 23 ultimate beasts. The number 1 ultra beast is UB-07's Guzzlord. The executives of the 6 regions recognized it as the best, not only because of its dragon and evil attributes, but also because the executives of their 6 regions have tried to conquer it, but all failed. Guzzlord's powerful devouring power makes them afraid, and therefore is the only ultimate beast they have not tamed. After reading the entire map, Xia Fan immediately had his first goal: Brutal Super Ape. The reason is simple. This is the group of ultimate alien beasts closest to his current location. Half an hour later, Xia Fan brought Solgaleo and Mew to the Bloody Forest. As soon as I arrived here, I smelled a strong smell of blood. Walking further inside, I saw 4 chimpanzees nearly 2 meters tall floating in the air, fighting with each other using psychic skills. Xia Fan observed from the side for a while, and finally found that they were fighting for a purple red flower. This observation made Xia Fan raise his eyebrows, because he remembered that among the 6 maps, the one submitted by the executives of the Unova region, there was a point in the introduction about the brutal super ape that fit the current situation very well. It says above that most of the fighting within the brutal super ape tribe seems to be for that purple-red flower. To this end, the executives of the Unova region even tried to snatch the pearl flower from the tiger's mouth when the brutal super ape was fighting. He was immediately attacked by a group of people, but he managed to escape in the end. After that, they began to study the pearl flower. It was discovered that the pearl flower had an especially strong effect on psychic-type Pokémon. Once a psychic Pokémon sees it, their emotions will go out of control and they will go into a violent contest condition. But if you eat it, the psychic Pokémon's strength will soar in a short period of time, but only for 3 hours. Originally, he didn't care about the description of this map, but now that he thinks about it, it's quite accurate. Half an hour later, the fight ended. A brutal super ape stepped on the corpses of 3 of its own kind, picked the flowers, and swallowed them into its stomach. Then the seriously injured brutal super ape recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. After glancing at Xia Fan in the distance and glaring fiercely, a teleport disappeared from the spot. Xia Fan raised the corners of his mouth and then disappeared from the spot. 10 minutes later, Xia Fan followed the brutal super ape to the heart of the Bloody Forest. Brutal super apes can be seen everywhere here. But what surprised Xia Fan was that after entering the hinterland, the ferocious and brutal super ape actually became gentle and played nice with other brutal super apes in the hinterland. There is absolutely no sign that it had killed its own kind and eaten their brains not long ago. Xia Fan hid at the edge of the hinterland and observed, and found that every brutal super ape covered in blood and with a ferocious look on its face would relax and link shoulders with its companions once it entered the hinterland. On the contrary, the two brutal super apes who were arm in arm with each other would instantly separate as soon as they left the hinterland, and then bare their teeth at each other, as if they were going to fight to the death. What a peculiar race. Xia Fan stood on the tree trunk and couldn't help sighing. Then he turned his attention deeper into the hinterland. A teleport, carrying Mew, disappears from the tree trunk. Solgaleo, on the other hand, let it move freely before entering the hinterland. After all, it is too big and not invisible, so it is easy to be noticed. As soon as they entered the depths of the hinterland, Xia Fan's divine beast perception responded. His eyes lit up and his gaze locked on a cave deep in the forest. At the same time, in the cave where Xia Fan's gaze was locked on, a male brutal super ape who was enjoying the caress of other female brutal super apes suddenly had a sharp gaze. With a low roar, a powerful confusion wave spread from his body. The female cruel super ape who was helping it find lice flew backwards immediately. 100 meters away, Xia Fan raised his eyebrows, and a barrier instantly emerged from his body, blocking the confusion outside. At the same time, get rid of the invisible contest condition in midair. His mental strength is quite strong. He spotted me from hundreds of meters away. Xia Fan muttered. The next second, a brutal super ape that was twice as big as the other brutal super apes in the hinterland appeared in front of Xia Fan, looking at Xia Fan fiercely. Get out of my territory. The other party's roar rang in Xia Fan's mind. But Xia Fan didn't take it seriously. With a smile on his face, a teleport disappeared from its original location and reappeared above the opponent's head. At the same time, an ultimate ball appeared in his hand. Just when he was about to throw it out, this god-level, brutal, super ape disappeared from its original place first, and a distance of 100 meters was opened between Xia Fan and him. At the same time, the expression becomes more rage. It beat its chest and roared. Confusion waves spread outward from it. The whole forest was shaking. Soon all the brutal super apes in the hinterland gathered together. There are hundreds of them. Under the guidance of that god-level brutal super ape, they looked at Xia Fan with hatred. At the same time, hundreds of spiritual confusions pressed down on Xia Fan, but they were all blocked by Xia Fan's skill protect. It seems that we still have to fight to conquer it. Xia Fan put away the ultimate ball and snapped his fingers instead. The next second, a dimensional hole was torn in the space beside him. Then thick fog poured out from the dimensional hole, accompanied by shrill laughter. Xia Fan, you still remember me, your ancestor. You still know that I, your ancestor, am your most capable helper. A few seconds later, a different colored Jengar appeared behind Xia Fan. He first looked around, then looked at Xia Fan with a face that asked for a beating. Why, did you fancy an ugly monkey this time? Come on, give me some favors, and I'll help you clean it up. Beware and I were on our honeymoon, but you interrupted it. Xia Fan frowned slightly. I recalled the time not long ago when in the shared spiritual world, Jengar often complained about Beware being too clingy and following him everywhere, which was annoying, and begged him to take him away from Beware. In that case, you can go back and enjoy your honeymoon. I'll let Deoxys take on this battle. After saying that, Xia Fan snapped his fingers again, and the dimensional hole that had just closed was torn open again. No, are you kidding? My greatest interest is to help you fight. Jengar's expression changed, and then his entire body turned into mist, covering the entire bloody forest. Then countless shadow balls appeared in the foggy area. After a while, the brutal super ape in the forest began to scream continuously. They're psychic type and cannot withstand attacks from ghost type skills. There was no way to catch Jengar and fight back. Only that god-level brutal super ape can offer some resistance. Using a skill that Xia Fan didn't know about, He increased the power of its psychic skills and forced Jengar's territory back. But they were only able to retreat for a few tens of seconds before being enveloped and tortured by Jengar again. Jengar's current strength should have reached the level of a region guardian or even exceeded it. Xia Fan witnessed everything and estimated Jengar's current strength. I feel that if the current Jengar encounters a phoenix that he has not yet tamed, such as Groudon, he should be able to win. 3 minutes later, the god-level brutal super monkey was thrown in front of Xia Fan by Jengar. Now do you think I should get out of your territory? Xia Fan looked at the other person with a smile. At the same time, an ultimate ball appeared in his hand. The brutal super gorilla had a look of resentment on his face, and his mouth kept chattering like a machine gun. Xia Fan frowned slightly. He didn't understand what was said, but he felt that the other party must have cursed very dirty. The body is convinced, but the mouth is not. They can clearly communicate telepathically, but they only use their native language, which is absolutely insulting. Never mind, I have to beat him up again. Then, Xia Fan signaled to the ancestor Jengar with his eyes. The ancestor understood instantly. With a sneer, a haze enveloped the brutal super ape. A few seconds later, a hoarse scream was heard in the fog. The miserable growl echoed throughout the bloody forest. The other brutal super apes who had gathered because of this god-level brutal super ape were trembling with fear. Looking at Haze where the ancestor was, he showed great fear. 10 seconds later, a brutal super ape was the first to be unable to bear the fear and ran away with a monkey cry. Soon after, the other brutal super apes were affected and ran away. In less than a minute, the entire bloody forest was left with only that one brutal god-level super ape. Okay, stop beating me. Finally, it was Xia Fan who stopped the ancestor. The haze dissipated. The brutal super ape looked miserable, but its mouth still seems hard. The monkeys kept calling. It seemed as if it wanted to urge its people to rebel. But after calling for a long time, there was no response. It looked back. His face froze. Okay, stop being so stubborn. Your people gave up on you and ran away a long time ago, Xia Fan said with a smile while throwing the Pokeball. Then, under the sad and angry gaze of the brutal super ape, he threw the ultimate ball out. A red light flashed, and the brutal super monkey was taken into the ultimate ball. Ding! Successfully captured the ultimate beast brutal super monkey. Please choose one of the skills as your skill. Ultimate beast of superpower attribute and fighting type. Brutal super ape god. Gender none. Ability 1. Beast boost. When defeating rival, your highest ability will be improved. Items. Psycho Flower X20. A flower that only appears in the ultimate world, which triples the power of psychic Pokémon and Ultra Beasts for a short period of time, lasting for 3 hours, and stimulates the body's healing potential to quickly repair injuries. Skills are as follows. Psychic sends a powerful confusion attack to rival. Sometimes it will reduce rival's special defense. Psycho Shift. Use Psychic to give hints, thereby transferring the status condition you're suffering to rival. Head Smash. Use all your strength to headbutt rival. Because of the force, you will also receive some damage. Recover. Allow cells to regenerate, thereby restoring half of your maximum health. Destruction Ray. Fires a strong beam of light at rival, which will make him unable to move in the next round, except for legendary Pokémon. Safeguard. Protected by magical power for a period of time, so that you will not be affected by status condition. Reversal. Attack with all your strength. The lower your health, the more powerful the move. Dynamic Punch. Use all your strength to punch and attack. It will definitely confuse rival. Counter. Physical attacks received from rival will be returned twice as much. Mental Frenzy. An exclusive skill from the brutal super ape after he broke through to the god level. Once the skill is used, the power of the psychic skill will be tripled. If the spirit flower is eaten, the power will be tripled again, and the self-repair ability will be greatly increased. System. I choose the brutal super ape's mental frenzy. Without much thought, Xia Fan made a decision the next second after seeing the skill selection. After a while, the skill Mental Frenzy appeared in the skill bar in his mind, and started the experiment directly. The moment he used mental frenzy, he felt that his brain seemed to have suddenly opened up a lot. Then he tried to use confusion, the weakest skill in the psychic system. Call. Even the weakest confusion skill could create a power comparable to Psychic's killer moves in an instant. The surrounding trees seemed to be hit by a strong wind. If this is done under the contest condition of Psycho, using Mutewo's exclusive skill Psystrike, or other exclusive skills of Psychic-type legendary Pokémon, how powerful would it be? Xia Fan pondered, then turned his gaze to the ancestor. The ancestor felt Xia Fan's gaze. I don't know why, but I suddenly felt inexplicably anxious. Then he saw Xia Fan smiling, and his heart suddenly became even more panicked. What are you going to do? It hesitated. Are you going to use me as an experiment? Don't worry, I'll be gentle, Xia Fan said with a smile. The old ancestor's eyes widened. He didn't expect that the other party would really use him for an experiment. Without any hesitation, he turned around and ran. But it was almost the moment it was about to escape. Xia Fan activated the enhanced version of Psystrike. An unstoppable shock wave directly knocked the ancestor several kilometers away. Xia Fan's eyes lit up. He didn't expect that his skills would be so terrifying after tripling. What if he also ate a spirit flower and tripled his skills? What would happen to his abilities? Mew, who was standing by, saw this scene and felt deep sympathy for Comrade Laozu. But the sympathy only lasted for a few seconds. After all, the ancestor's physique is thick and tough, and he can withstand a lot of beatings. While Xia Fan was trying out his skills with Jengar, 10 guys dressed in the uniforms of the Pantheon were walking and talking in a dark crystal world. From time to time, a Poipole would appear from behind the surrounding crystals, peeking at them curiously. Everyone, today is the last day. If the Master of Walking does not choose the map we handed in, we will have to leave this world full of quasi-gods tomorrow. Don't worry, Captain. We understand. We will each capture a Naganadel today. That's right. Even if we can't catch Naganadel, we can still catch a few Poipole who haven't evolved yet. The man who was called team leader nodded with satisfaction. At this time, someone said, by the way, if I remember correctly, in the plot, the legendary Necrozma seems to be sleeping under the world of Poipole. If I remember correctly, after the meteorite that destroyed Ultraspace, the Necrozma that lost its light was sleeping under Poipole's world. Maybe it's right under us. At this point, the 10 people stopped at the same time and looked down. Everyone vaguely fantasizes about the moment when they will conquer it. Finally, it was the team leader Long Xiao who reacted first. He shook his head and shattered everyone's daydreams. Don't dream. Even if Necrozma wakes up now, it has nothing to do with us. On the contrary, if we see it, we will run away. Only a walking adult can fight it. After all, even if it loses its luster and can no longer be called the great god Lucas, it can still suppress the sun god Solgaleo and the moon god Lanala. You think we are qualified to conquer such a being? After he finished speaking, the others lowered their heads and shook the daydream out of their minds. But I have to say this. I'm very curious. If Necrozma were restored to his heyday, do you think the walking masters of our Pantheon would be able to tame him? Someone suddenly had an idea and asked curiously. I think it's a bit difficult. Necrozma, in his undefeated period, was a Pokémon that brought light to the entire Alola region. He was nicknamed God Lucas. Even in a weak contest condition where his power was only 1/10 of what it was, he could still beat Solgaleo and Lanala. If such a being can recover to his undefeated peak, how terrifying will his strength be? No. I think Lord Walking can be conquered. So what if he's nicknamed God Lucas? We have easily conquered Groudon, who created the Earth in our Hoenn region, Kyogre, who controls the ocean, and soaring in the sky, Totem Rayquaza. We have even conquered the 3 gods of time and space in the Sinnoh region. What else is missing? God Lucas? Unless he is comparable to the god of creation, Arceus. Although it can't compare to Arceus, it is definitely second only to Arceus. Oh, And there's also the big Daddy Mugen Hyena from the Gala region, who also comes from outer space. The two of them are definitely second only to Arceus, and their strength far exceeds our Fonyuan 3 gods and Sinnoh's 3 gods of space and time. You're talking nonsense. Master Lucas is at most as strong as Rayquaza after Mega Evolution. How can he be much stronger than him? You're talking nonsense. What I said is the truth. Hey, I can't help it. As they spoke, the two people standing on each side threw out their respective Pokeballs to fight. Team leader Long Zhao's eyelids twitched, and he stopped him angrily. All right, stop arguing. How powerful Necrozma was in his prime is none of your business. Just wait and capture Naganadel. That's the one you can touch. Long Zhao's angry roar immediately quieted the scene. He lowered his head obediently and continued to walk deeper. 10 minutes later, the group began the operation to capture Naganadel. What they didn't notice was that due to this capture operation, there were more Fire-type Pokémon, and the release of the Fire-type skill Solation caused most of the heat to be absorbed into the ground. As the capture operation draws to a close, the earth shook. What's going on? The people from Long Xiao group cried out in horror. Then they saw the ground suddenly crack. A mountain built of crystals comes into view. The shaking came from the mountain, and countless crystals fell off the outer shell. It was like something was about to come out from inside. As the group watched this scene, they all thought of the same possibility. Necrozma is not really going to wake up. Someone exclaimed. A few seconds later, a huge humanoid Pokémon that was completely black, like obsidian normal, flew out. Its appearance made all the Naganadel and Poipole in the area excited and flew out one after another. When Necrozma came out, he seemed a little crazy. Dozens of beam attacks shot out from the body. Almost in an instant, most of the area where Naganadel and Poipole lived was destroyed. This directly scared Long Xiao and others in the Temple of the Gods. There was only one thought left in my mind. Run away and call for help. After destroying most of Poipole's world, Necrozma roared, flew into the boundless sky, and disappeared from the sight of Long Xiao and the others. On the other side, Xia Fan, who had successfully subdued the brutal super gorilla and tested his skills, had just left the bloody forest. Prepare to meet Solgaleo. The old ancestor followed behind all the way, looking at Xia Fan with resentment like an abandoned young wife, and kept muttering shit. If looks could kill, he would probably cut Xia Fan into pieces. Okay, stop scolding me. Do you really think I'm hard of hearing? If I may be ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* If you keep talking nonsense, I'll send you back to Alola and keep you by Beware's side. Finally, Xia Fan got tired of listening and turned back to glare at the old ancestor, and then he immediately shut up. Especially when he heard that he had to go back to Beware, he immediately became silent. I can only keep the grumbling in my heart. At the same time, he shook his head and observed what kind of world Ultra Space was. After a while, he saw a black dot flying from the northwest, and it seemed to be heading in the same direction as them. It was so fast that it flew past them in just 2 seconds. What is that thing, and why is it flying so fast? The old ancestor asked in confusion. Then he saw Xia Fan's eyes light up. Urgently said, "Chase after him." After a while, they chased the black spot and came to the location of Solgaleo. They watched the black spot attack Solgaleo without saying a word. This is really lucky. I didn't take the initiative to find this Necrozma, but it came to my door on its own initiative. Xia Fan was ecstatic and gave orders to the ancestor at the same time. Go help Solgaleo. Isn't that guy a legendary? Does he still need my help? The ancestor was puzzled. When Solgaleo first entered Xia Fan's camp, he solemnly introduced the other party in the spiritual shared world, the legendary patron saint of the Alola region. Its mother Beware immediately and devoutly popped its head out in the spiritual sharing world to express its welcome. Make it so refreshing. Stop talking nonsense and go. Xia Fan glared. He knew Necrozma's strength very well. Even if he is not even 1/10 of his peak performance now, he can still beat Solgaleo and Lunala. Just like Rayquaza in Fongyuan region, Giratina in Sinnoh region, Kyurem in Unova region. They are both at the Guardian level, but their strengths are very different, and he can win when one fights two. What's more, if Necrozma were to return to his peak state, he would be even more terrifying, able to reach the creation level. Although he is not as strong as the strongest Arceus, he should be able to become the second strongest person after Arceus together with Mugen. Thinking of this, Xia Fan suddenly didn't want to subdue Necrozma right away. Why would he tame a Necrozma that hasn't recovered to its peak yet, only to have himself be responsible for draining Solgaleo and Lunala dry afterwards? Wait, stop providing support. He decisively stopped the old ancestor who was halfway through the charge. The old ancestor looked at Xia Fan speechlessly. Damn it, are you playing with the ancestor? Xia Fan ignored the old man's speechless look, but took out Solgaleo's Pokeball and put Solgaleo, who was being beaten by Necrozma, into the Pokeball. Then, taking advantage of Necrozma's confusion, he quickly ran away with the ancestor. By the time Necrozma came to his senses, he had disappeared without a trace. It looked around with rage, used its unique skill, prismatic laser, to flatten the nearby hills, and then left. After he left, Xia Fan appeared again, looked at Necrozma going away, and followed him quietly. What are you doing? One moment you want to subdue it, and the next moment you don't want to subdue it. At the same time, the ancestor's questioning voice sounded in his mind. Who said I don't want to tame it? I'm just not in a hurry. Let it find Lunala first. Xia Fan said with a smile on his face. He already has a plan. Since the weakened Necrozma wants to recover its strength, use its power to find Lunala, then release Solgaleo and let the two of them run back to the Alola region to trigger the plot. Then let Ash, the Child of Destiny, help Necrozma regain his strength. In the end, he only needs to use a simple Pokeball to capture the restored Necrozma, also known as Lucas. TSK, just ask you whether you are smart or not. Half an hour later, Xia Fan followed Necrozma to his silent mountain range. There he saw Lunala, a large bat-like Pokémon. At this moment, it was wrapping its whole body with its wings, like a bright moon shining on the mountain. The appearance of Necrozma broke its peace. The first thing they did when they met was a prismatic laser attack, without any moral ethics. Lunala was knocked down from midair before she could react. Just when he was about to lie on Lunala and absorb Lunala's power, Xia Fan released Solgaleo. A Sunsteel strike rescued Lunala from danger, and then opened the Ultra Wormhole and rushed in with Lunala.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.